Oh yeah, it's gonna be Oakland Unfiltered. It's gonna be Bay Area business. This is town business. You might want to hack in for this one because we're gonna have two Bay Area bandits talking Raiders. I'm talking about original Raiders like no other Raiders can talk. Yeah. Welcome to Bart. Next stop, Coliseum Way.
Just win, baby.
Yo, yo,
Here
yo,
we
what's
go. Here we
goody in
go.
your hoodie?
We're ready to rock. We're ready to rock and roll.
We got some Raiders in the building today, and I'm here to share with you guys on what I call small channel Saturdays. What I'm gonna do is, whenever I see an up and coming Raider content creator that's
Mm-hmm.
small like myself, trying to break their way into this Raiders sphere,
Mm-hmm.
we're
Mm-hmm.
gonna collaborate. So, and the beautiful thing about this thing, about with you is you, and I didn't know this ahead of time
Mm-hmm.
because you're the first one. I didn't know you was from the Oakland, San Leandro, Bay
San Leandro,
Area.
baby.
You a real Bay Area bandit. You know about the
San Leandro
Coliseum.
High Pirates.
Yes, you know all about the Coliseum. You know
Oh
about
yes,
the BART station. Like
the
this show
bar
is the BART.
station.
I named this show the BART. It's the Bay Area Raiders Talk.
Oh
But
my
you really
goodness.
know what BART is all
Yes,
about for real.
yes. We live the life. I live in Canada now, but no, we live the life. We live that life. We know all about Bart, Embarcadero, going all the way
Yes.
down to the plane, and man, all of it.
Yeah. So welcome you guys. Welcome you guys. Hit that like button. We're gonna have a real good show because we're just gonna talk Raiders. We kicking back. It's pre
Hmm.
Father's Day, so happy Father's Day to you. I know you
Indeed,
have a
yeah, yeah. I
little
got I
one.
got a 2 year old who's
Yeah,
still
I know you
crying
have a
because he
little
doesn't
one.
want to sleep.
Happy Father's Day and happy Father's Day to all the
Thank you,
fathers out
sir.
there because you know we don't get the love like we supposed to, but
Mm.
you know we do it for the family. So let's
Hmm.
talk.
Hmm.
Speaking
Hmm.
of family, let's talk about Raiders, man. So let me tell you guys how I ran into this guy. So as I was perusing the internet, and I like to see when I see Raider content creators, and especially if they have a small channel, I like to support the channel. And
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
watched your channel and I saw that you was putting in work. I loved the energy that you came with. And I was like, man, how can I help this guy get to the next level with
Thank you,
whatever little piece of information I had?
thank
And I
you.
said to you, I said, hey, bro, I see you working hard. Add some
Hmm.
descriptions. And you was like, I'm a one-man band. I was like, I get it, bro. Trust me. Just try
Yeah.
this. So I fast forward, I come back like 2, 3 weeks later, and I'm like, oh, I see his views going up, right? And
Oh
then
yeah, no, we're growing. Yeah.
lo and behold, you really listen because a lot of people could have used their ego and said, forget this guy and who he think he is and all
Mm-hmm.
that. And I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't even pitching my channel or nothing because I don't even think you knew I had a channel at that
Mm-hmm.
point.
No, I
And
didn't. I didn't. Yeah.
and you did that, and I see that you're getting the exposure that you deserve, and I'm
Hmm.
glad that you're here on the show, bro. So, how did you get the
No,
name, the Good Raider?
I'm glad that you picked me. Doug, honestly, how did I pick the name Doug Good Raider? It's because I see myself as a good person, like a good Raider fan. Like I'm not gonna go to the game and start throwing stuff at people. And
Right.
here's the thing. So we know the Raiders have a history, right? We know we got the bad boy history, right? But what people need to understand is the bad boy history, that is the past. The Raiders are a legitimate business now. We are $100 billion supported business. We can't be stabbing people no more at the stadium. Like, we
Right.
don't do that no more, right? So trying to let people know, like, this is not, we still got the Raider mystique. We'll still knock you up and down and make you want to go home. At least now we're hoping that we will, right? But the other side of it too is that for the past, God, 20 years, the Raiders have not been a good team, right? We just haven't been a good team. But there's something about this that feels like, oh yeah, now we're kickstarting this thing called the Raider legacy. We're re-kickstarting this thing, and what's happening right now is going to affect the Raiders for the next 20 to 50 years. And people need to understand that when you're talking about Raider legacy, you're talking about Tim Brown, you're talking about Jim
Yes.
Otto, we're talking about Ken
Yes.
Stabler. What
Yes.
that was 30 years ago. So if Mendoza becomes what we know he can become, we're gonna be talking about Mendoza 30 years from now as a Raider legend, right?
Yeah,
So
that's what
that
it looks like.
exactly. So that's where the channel name comes from. I was looking for something different, and I'm like, just put good in front of the Raiders and just color it in
Mhm.
the good Raiders done. You know. So that's the idea for that.
Yeah, that's nice because like the Raiders do have the mystique, and I know for sure that the NFL changed their policy because of when teams would come into Oakland, they would
Hmm.
get beer and peanuts thrown on them all game long, and it'd be a fight in the parking lot. And what the NFL wanted to do is make it a more family friendly environment for both teams, and so they instituted that they're pretty much the rule that you can't really go after the fans and stuff like that. And
Exactly.
that was primarily
Exactly.
because of the Raiders. I'm pretty sure of that.
Exactly.
But
It
like you, go ahead.
the cool part is when you look, let's talk about the World Cup, right? I know it's not football. Let's talk about the World Cup. When you look at the World Cup now, you're seeing fans marching through Inglewood, California.
Right.
Like that, people need to understand like the NFL right now sees itself as the next global sports. We're not, it's not just about North America, but they're moving into other spaces, which means, hey, Raider fans, which means in the next 5 years, the Raiders are going to be a world national known team. I was telling people, like, people didn't know this. The Raiders just became an official partner in Canada 2 months ago. The NFL just announced that. You would have thought the Raiders were already in Canada. Like, no, 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 they weren't. They couldn't do anything in Canada. Now they can. So we are expanding. So yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely becoming an international brand. I mean, like we're already an international name, but now to take it to the next level, that
Mm-hmm.
just shows the
Mm-hmm.
progression.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, even like the Raiders, and you can probably speak on this about the Raiders actually leaving, because we couldn't get them a stadium, and they were worth like $500 million. So we didn't even have we didn't have really money to give uh towards a stadium. And
To a
now look
stadium.
at how much
We
they're and
didn't.
now look how much they're worth.
And people don't if you don't keep up with the Raiders regularly, you may not remember that entire saga. It was so frustrating because we're like, dude, we just need a new stadium. The Coliseum is not a good stadium anymore. It's a really old stadium. It's not a good modern stadium. Fans don't want to go there and watch games. But the Raiders were worth like 500 million. We just couldn't put up that kind of money. We were hoping for that the city of Oakland would put up the money, but apparently the A's got in the way and didn't make that happen. So then Mark Davis had to kind of find a way to carry on his father's legacy because guess what? That's his father's legacy. He's not letting that go. So when Vegas decided to open up and then put up the money to build the stadium, the answer is yes. And then lo and behold, guess who's also going to Vegas now? The A's,
The A's,
right?
right? Yeah, but
So
the thing about it is that the city was playing hardball with Mark Davis because
they
Mark
were
Davis didn't have any money to put towards a new stadium. And they were
exactly.
like, well, when we brought you guys back from LA, we started the personal seating
Uh
licenses.
huh.
You're supposed to
Uh
get
huh.
money from that. We
Mm-hmm.
build Mount Davis for you so we can have more
Yep.
seating. And
Mm-hmm.
then after all that, there still was a bill due. And so we were like, we'll forgive the bill and we'll even like give you the land because the land was obviously there because they had the stadiums already there, but
Yeah.
they want to do some other business things like add some businesses there
Mm-hmm.
and whatever. And they just could never see eye to eye because Mark Davis didn't have the money. But
Didn't
then
have
he
the
went
money.
there. But then he went to someone that was like, "Hey, we'll build you the stadium." Vegas is like, "We'll charge a couple extra dollars and we'll build you one." And then it left the Raiders no choice but to leave
But to leave.
from a business aspect.
And I think if I ever met Mark Davis, and I will one day, hopefully, a
Mhm.
handshake all around for Mark Davis. Because, yeah, all the crap that he ate up while the Raiders were losing and losing and losing, people now realizing that, yeah, this man is building a legacy in the backgrounds. Yo, what if someone just came in the background, trying to get the Raiders to the next level. And guess what? That next level happens to be we need a facility that makes sense for modern football. That's just it.
Yes.
We're not
Yes.
having the legacy of the Raiders stay in this dump hole because you don't want to put up the resources for it. And people understanding that what Mark Davis did was to find investors in the Raiders, and that investor happened to be the city of Las Vegas. which also happens to be one of my favorite cities of all time. I remember going to Las Vegas when I was a kid. I wasn't gambling, but I was playing video games in them arcades, and I was having a good
And
ass time.
circus.
Exactly. Knowing that Las Vegas is one of the biggest family friendly places in the world in the daytime. Of course, in the daytime, in the
Yeah.
nighttime is a whole different story. You know that people have their own taste, and Vegas has that too. So when Vegas put up that money, do you remember when the conversation was happening that we were talking about building a stadium for only 50,000 people, knowing that we couldn't host a Super Bowl if that was the case, and really hoping that somebody else would put in even more money to build what we got now, which is now we can host Super Bowls because now we got a stadium that can sit 70,000 people.
Right.
And the bathrooms
Yeah.
are working. Unlike Coliseum, where the bathrooms weren't working.
I mean, the thing about the Coliseum, it was like an old Roman Coliseum
No, no,
for
oh,
real. Like
exactly.
it
Yeah,
was just like
including the
that.
bathrooms. And now
Especially the bathroom.
the legacy of the Coliseum was great. It was a great place to go because it had true legacy. We won Super Bowls there, so it had true legacy. But it just didn't really have anything else, right? And even the
Right.
Warriors left, right? The Warriors left because the Oracle Stadium also didn't really offer a whole lot. So, you know,
Well, the thing about the Warriors though, and I didn't see that as a bad move for them because
Mhm.
it turned a small market team into a big
It's a
market
big
team.
market team. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and not only that, the travel from the Oakland Coliseum to Chase Center is probably
Mhm.
legit like 30 minutes. Like
30
really,
minutes.
it's not
Yeah,
that far away.
it's really
It's
not.
just a
It's really not.
matter of just going across the bridge, but you end up in a bigger demographic in a
Mhm.
when you in that area, and that made the Warriors a big market team. And
Exactly.
yeah, so it kind of
And
worked out great for
the
them.
the crazy thing is though, like the Raiders have always been a tri-city team. Oakland, LA, Las Vegas. We literally have a song that says that
Yeah,
from Oakland to
yeah,
from the Bay to Las Vegas. That so we've always been all of Southern California all the way up to the Bay. That the Raiders control all of that. That's why LA games are always home games for the Raiders. Doesn't matter if the Rams win a Super Bowl there. The Raiders are still the team that you talk about in LA. So now that we're in Vegas, which is just a much better place, lots of space to build a stadium, to roam around, to the movement between LA, Oakland, and Las Vegas for Raider fans is incredible now, right? Because it's you go to Vegas for vacation, and then you
yeah.
watch a Raider game, and then you go back home,
hmm
right?
Yeah, I
And I
lived in Vegas for 7 years, and
okay, there
in
you go.
Vegas, like you said, it is a family. They actually made it a family friendly town. It used to
They did
be 24 hours like adult, but now they made a concerted effort to make it where you can actually bring your kids,
bring your
like you
kids.
say, in the
Uh
daytime,
huh.
and
Uh
then at
huh. Uh
nighttime you
huh.
can do whatever from left to the right to the up to the down. So,
If if
so
you've never been to Vegas, I'll tell you, for viewers, if you've never been to get Vegas, if you want to see the most incredible transformation you've ever seen, go to Vegas at nighttime, walk the strip, just look in the floor, look at everything on
mhm.
the floor, and then go back in the morning. All of it is cleaned up.
Yeah,
There's no city where that exists, where the nighttime is a different lifestyle, but by the time the morning comes, everybody knows there are going to be kids here. We don't want any of this stuff, even on the ground. We
yeah,
don't want no kids picking up pornography on the ground. That stuff
yeah,
is out the door by the next day. There are
yeah,
no other cities where that happens. You know
yeah.
what I
You're
mean?
right. You're right.
So
But what's up with Sacktown Raider Mike? He said I was a season ticket holder 17
17
years in a
years.
black hole. Yeah, I was a
Oh,
season ticket holder for like 5, 6 years when they came back with the PSLs
mhm.
and all that. And so these when he's invested, Raider Mike, you were invested. You are a Raider.
You are a Raider.
You
You
are a
are a
Raider.
Raider.
So you
I've
know
never
what's
had no
up.
season tickets because I ain't got money like that. But hey, we're trying. We're building. We're
Hey,
building.
hey, I just happened to get into a good situation. I really wanted the Raiders to, because when they came back, we were excited. Like we
Yeah,
never
yeah, yeah.
really thought they were going to come back. But let's talk about the Raiders. Like you said, we haven't really given them much to to be excited about. But as you know, I don't know how long you've been a Raider fan. Maybe all your life. Uh,
1996. 19
1996.
That's when I moved from Nigeria to
Mm-hmm.
Oakland to San Leandro.
Nice.
1996. Yeah.
Yeah, so you've seen some ups and some downs, and
Mm-hmm,
so you
mm-hmm.
also know what it's like because you were doing when Gannon and
Risk
all
Gannon.
them
Uh-huh.
and all that
Uh-huh.
when we were really a formidable team and all that, and you
Oh
can
yeah.
tell that it's different then than it is. I mean, it's different now than it's well, the way it is now is reminiscent to how the organization was kind of moving then. And
Exactly.
even before then, when we were winning championship, it feels even more like that. So, what are your thoughts about, the last couple years under AP and Pete Carroll?
Uh, and I'm gonna apologize for everything I'm gonna say for anyone who I'm gonna offend because I'm not trying to. I'm gonna just speak my mind and just let people know this is just what it is.
Hey, you at the perfect place for that because I catch it from both sides because I
Thank you,
say this
brother.
straight no chaser, and but people don't understand. I'm actually from Oakland though. We really from the Bay. We really from San Leandro is like right next to like
Yep. Right.
this close. Like matter of fact, the Oakland Coliseum is probably closer to San Leandro than
Leandro.
than downtown Oakland.
Oakland,
No, they
Oakland.
know probably it
Exactly.
is closer than so.
And
So
most of
this,
the people who went
what's
to
your
my
thought?
high school in San Leandro were coming in from Oakland.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Because San
So
Leandro was a
was a
good,
good school.
yeah, yeah.
Exactly. So let
So,
me. I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way. When AP got hired, the AP season, I did not enthusiastically watch a single Raider game. Everything about I knew AP was not gonna be a good coach. And if you ever run into Q Myers, ask him because him and him got in about it on Twitter. Because I'm just like, I don't get this. I don't know what y'all are seeing. This guy's not gonna be a good coach. I called him a scam artist. Now, is that fair? Maybe, maybe not. But I also know he was dealing with some bankruptcy stuff and getting a Raider give him a couple million, right? He made at least 6 million being a Raider coach, right? Let's just put that out there.
facts,
The
facts.
actual job that he did though was complete shit. Let's just put that out there. We needed a quarterback. He didn't get it. Was he trying to get Jaden Daniels? Yeah, maybe he was, but he didn't get it. So what difference does that make? So AP on the side of AP, I was not from day one. I was not a fan of. I knew that wasn't gonna work. Now I was with the fans. I had hope with the fans who were chanting AP, AP, AP because we needed something. Now, when it comes to what AP thought he was trying to do, trying to bring back the Raider mystique, cool, got that. I did get that. It's just like, no, this is modern football. It needs to happen on the field. We need players on the field. And that's what AP didn't have. Now, Pete Carroll was trying to get that. The problem with Pete Carroll was he kept leaning on the old guys that he knew rather than building the young new core. And that kind of faltered for him. But honestly, I'm a big Pete Carroll fan because the man won a Super Bowl. And I tell this to people. Pete Carroll accomplished two tasks for the Raiders. You got us a number one quarterback. That's what we've been waiting for since Jamarcus freaking Russell. We've waited so long for that. Pete Carroll got us that. And he beat the Chiefs in the last game of the season of last year. You know what, Pete Carroll? Thank you. Enjoy your retirement.
Right, right. No, you're right about AP, man. I mean, I liked AP when he was a player, right? Because he was
Mm-hmm,
like he
mm-hmm.
was a dog,
It's a dog.
and
Yeah.
I like underdog, and I think most Raider fans like the underdog type
Mm-hmm,
situation. So it's
mm-hmm.
not like I was hating on AP, but I knew he wasn't prepared for what, especially a Raider
I
coaching
know.
job. It takes a special coach to
Exactly.
do that.
Exactly.
And so once I found out he couldn't call timeouts appropriately or 2 minute drill appropriately, or he didn't know when to go for it on fourth downs and when not
It
to
was
go for it, I knew that it was going to be not a long time. But he
before.
really tried to get the mystique going, and anybody know, and to his credit, you have to do that to bring this Raider team back because we're seeing that with Kubiak, but
Mhm,
he's
mhm.
doing it like he's changed the culture in a matter of an OTA already.
Exactly, exactly. By letting players know you gotta earn this thing, man. Dude, Kubiak. Let's just talk about that for a second. We're talking about the son of Gary Kubiak, who is not a Raider lover, right? But Kubiak comes in and he understood right away. I grew up a Bronco, but this is a Raider legacy. Like you
Yeah,
do not come into the Raiders and disrespect us in any way. So when he says you gotta earn the shield, I'm like, thank
right.
you. If you don't want to earn that shield, get out the door. Because no, get.
Yeah.
Because we're done with the losing culture. Not just the losing, but the losing culture, right?
Yeah,
Where every
that's the
year it's
difference. Explain that. That's deep that you said that. Explain that.
the culture, the winning culture is what the Raiders have never ever. We haven't had it for a long time because winning a game, you can win a game, but every Sunday, can you come show up to the field with that swagger on your shoulder, knowing that the person in front of you is gonna have one hell of a time getting winning out of here. That is the winning culture. When you go into a place and you know the fans are going to be in your face, we're going to boo you down because we want you to get out of here with a loss. That's what the Raiders have not had for a long time. When teams come into the Coliseum and Allegiant Stadium, hopefully that changes this year. There was no sense of, oh yeah, no, we're gonna go home in a handbasket because the Raiders gonna beat the crap out of us. I think that's back. I legitimately think that's back. Starting this coming season, every game I'm gonna be tuned in for because I know when teams walk into that Coliseum, into the Allegiant Stadium, they know what's up because we have a good coach. And you can't deny that. We have a way better team defensively and offensively, especially the O line. So the winning culture has returned because we have players who can play, but we also have coaches who are making sure that players understand you have to earn everything that you're going to get from this team. And if you earn it, Raider Nation is going to reward you with family. That remember what we say: once a Raider, always a Raider. There's only a few people that we take that away from, right? We can name them, but
Right.
that is a thing. That is a thing. That's part of the Raider winning culture. Once a Raider, always a Raider. If the Raiders aren't winning, nobody wants to be a part of a culture that's always losing. But going forward, I do see a culture where wins are going to come. Just on a simple note, the Raiders this year will run more offensive plays than we did last year. Just offensive plays, just running
Yeah, for
plays,
sure.
and all of that translates into winning culture. So yeah, I do believe the winning culture is coming back. Now, how quickly will it like arrive on the scene? I would love to say, by week 3 we're already 3-0, but that may not be the case going in this season, right? That may not be the case, but we do know that the team is better and the messaging is better.
Yeah, no, we definitely if a person can't see that we've turned a corner, a couple
Hmm.
corners from
Hmm.
what we've been doing, then I don't know what other markers you guys need other
You've
than
been
seeing
looking
us
at.
win the Super Bowl itself, because this is definitely different. And a lot of times I don't like to lead with what I feel, and I'm
Hmm.
not leading with what I feel right now because I'm seeing the things that I know that was what
Exactly.
it takes to bring a winning
Exactly.
culture, even from other teams, but it even feels like it. So that gives me the excitement. Like I keep telling people, these goosebumps, you can't
Hmm.
fake goosebumps. And
You can.
I've been through the top and the bottom with these Raiders, whereas a lot of fans they've only just seen the bottom. So I understand their anxiety about it, but
Hmm.
I'm here to tell you, and I hope my brother can relay it better than I can, that you guys should be excited about what you're seeing, and we haven't even taken the field yet. So just
Exactly.
be patient, but we'll be fine.
I wouldn't do it better because I don't know if I can do it better, but I can do it differently by saying this. The last time I felt goosebumps was John Gruden 2.0. Why? Because you knew that John Gruden had a resume. He had what it took to build a team because he did it before. Now, here's the thing. John Gruden's plan was actually working because remember when the NFL got us to fire him, we were a winning team. But it took 3 years, but by the time we got to like the third, fourth year, yeah, John Gruden had already turned the team around and the wins were coming. And then, of course, the NFL did what the NFL always does to the Raiders, which is to take a giant knife and just put it right on our backs. Don't know. I'm gonna say don't know why. Yeah, we know why. We know exactly why. They don't like us, but it's okay. That's part of the Raider mystique. The NFL, it's a thing. So the difference now is Kubiak is an experienced coach. He's a coach. He's a numbers coach. He's a design coach. He just knows football because that's all he knows, right? And and when you couple that with Fernando Mendoza, and I keep telling people, once you get a franchise quarterback, it really turns a team around. That is the NFL's design for turning teams around. It's franchise quarterback. Now, did that happen by accident? No, it didn't. But think Michael Jordan for the Bulls, right? That's what we play for, and the Wizards, the Bulls. Before Michael Jordan, the Bulls were whatever the Bulls were. Once Michael Jordan arrives, you just know that the culture will change because greatness leads to greatness. A guy who's won the Heisman Trophy and the national championship for college, yeah, that's the guy that I'm going to bet on to turn the Raiders around. But people need to understand this is the first time we've had that since Jamarcus Russell. This is the first time we've had that kind of hype, right? We've not, we've only had two first overall picks. Jamarcus Russell, and this. So
Yeah, I'm very optimistic about what's gonna go down. And so we're talking about Mendoza. What do you think about what's your thought processes about him starting week one or
ooh,
what the plan is when it comes to him? What are your thoughts? And mind you guys, we haven't talked about none of this. All this that we're talking about, this is gonna be straight off the cuff
this is
right
the first
now.
time I'm
So
seeing my brother's face. I didn't even know what he looked like till today.
oh yeah, that's right. That's true. That's true, right?
You look good though, brother. You look real good.
Thank you, brother. You as well, my brother.
Look, and here's what I would say about Mendoza. Let's start with the basic, the measurables. 6'5", 225 pounds with a good arm. Go look at all the top quarterbacks in the history of football. The measurables matter because sports is a game of measurables. You have to look the part to be able to play the part. A 6'5", 225 quarterback, I feel much more confident that he's not going to get tossed around on every turn, right? And then you couple that with what he's particularly good at. And Raider Nation, you're going to hear this over and over again: back, shoulder, fade. Back, shoulder, fade. That is Fernando's specialty. The other quarterback who had that kind of specialty is Aaron Rodgers. If you go watch Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, back, shoulder, fade. That is the hardest throw in the NFL, but that is also the hardest throw to defend in the NFL. And Mendoza's already got that.
Yeah, the things that you're saying is a real thing because, like I was telling you, I had the opportunity to run into Mendoza at Adidas because you know he signed with
I'm so
Adidas.
jealous.
The Super Bowl weekend. No, you're gonna meet him too. So Super Bowl
Yeah,
weekend. So when I seen him, right, the first thing you notice is he's just physically a big guy.
a
You
big
know what
guy.
I'm
I
saying?
know.
Like you say, you look the part and everything, and you want to, and his reputation precedes him. You could just, you know how some people walk into the room and then it just commands presence. That's how he was, and it
Yeah,
wasn't like intimidating.
like you
It
and
was
I.
just yeah. So he
Yeah.
just that guy, and so the first thing I thought of when I seen him
Hmm.
Josh Allen. That's the first thing I'm just
Yes.
talking about. Just his player comp
Josh
is when
Allen.
I
Yep.
first seen him, and I came to online and I was telling people Josh Allen,
Hmm.
and lo and behold, a couple of days later, everybody started saying Josh Allen.
Josh
I'm
Allen.
not
Josh.
saying that I was the reason, but I like to believe I'm a part of the reason. Or if not, they seen what I seen.
Oh,
I
I would
mean,
take
not
that.
even I don't
I
have
would
to take
own that.
no credit. They seen what I seen.
Because I've never seen Mendoza in person. But this funny thing is when they asked Trey Tucker about Mendoza, he hesitated a bit because Trey Tucker is like 5'9", I think. He hesitated for a bit and he said, Mendoza's big. And that the moment he said that, I'm just like, yeah, you don't realize how big 6'5", 225 is till you stand next to it. It's big, but it's not a wasteful big, right? Because I tell people you need to be able to see over the lineman. That is one of the biggest things. And remember on my show yesterday, I said the reason why I think Russell Wilson should be a Hall of Famer is because he's the only 5'11" quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. I think I'm
Yeah, I think
right on
he's gonna
that.
make it. I think
That
he's
does
gonna make it.
that's not a thing. That a 5 foot quarterback is you. How do you see over the lineman? Well, Russell Wilson developed his own way of throwing the ball, but Mendoza, Peyton Manning, 6'5", 220, 230. Tom Brady, 6'4", 220. Josh Allen, 6'4", 220. Football makes sense. If football doesn't make sense, your team ends up with 4 wins. When your football makes sense, your team goes to playoffs. And the number one way to make your football make sense is to have your quarterback fit the role. And Mendoza fits the role. Plus, he's just a really good dude. I mean, for real, the man's just a really good dude, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want to shout out some of the people that's hacking in. You know, Sacktown Raider. Let me see. I saw a couple people said they just subscribed. Sacktown Raider said he just subscribed and rang the bell for the good Raider. Good looking out, y'all. I appreciate
Mm-hmm.
that.
Thank you so much. Thank
Uh,
you so much. Thank you so much.
who else? I seen somebody else said they part of the Good Raider family now. Yeah, here we go.
Welcome in. Welcome in.
Part
I
of the
will keep.
good. Yeah, Bruce Willis. These are good. All these people are good guys. Um, yeah, I
I know.
don't see. Yeah, I was trying to get him to do the stream
Yeah,
on
yeah.
his channel,
So,
but
so the reason for that, I know you might. My name says White It's actually not White it's the Good Raider. White is just a name that I use for another channel. So I know I'm not streaming right. There's a reason for that. Don't worry. The next time we do this, I will be streaming. But the channel is the Good Raider. Tomorrow's Sunday. I don't stream. I won't stream tomorrow, but game days, every game day I do stream. But tomorrow is not a game day; it's just a regular Sunday and Father's Day, so I'm gonna probably spend time with my family. But yeah,
makes
the
sense.
channel is the Good Raider, and you'll see a ton of content there. You'll get shorts, you'll get streams, you'll get long form, and I got a video coming right now talking about the transition from Oakland to Las Vegas. We're gonna make it nice, so you guys will get the full Raider story. Who is a Raider? What is a Raider? What does any of this mean? Of course, everybody watching this already knows because we're all true Raiders, right? So, but the thing that I've been trying to tell people is I live in Vancouver. I see so many Raider hats and so many Raider jerseys and so many Raider things. But when I ask people, they don't really know who the Raiders are. So I ask them, why are you wearing that? And guess what they say? Because it looks cool. We need to let people know this. The Raiders shield is one of the coolest concepts in all of sports. And the Raider color, silver and black, legitimately is a thing that transformed all of California. If people didn't realize that silver and black, the color transformed all of California because the Sacramento Kings adopted black as their color because of the Raiders. So there is a whole legacy here that we need to teach, the entire world. And now that we're kind of moving into the world, I just want to be a part of telling that story in my own little way, right? So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. The Raiders have implemented the NFL. There's teams that didn't have black in their uniform that have black in their
Mm-hmm.
uniform now, including the 49ers.
Including
They even wear
49ers, yeah.
all black uniform with the red letters. Like, come on now. Like, we really influenced that because we know that's a dominant color. And our uniform hasn't changed that much. It
It
really
has,
hasn't.
and I know it's a hot topic debate, but it's just like I, I, it's going to be hard to change it. It's going to be nearly impossible.
Yeah.
Now, can we do some rush color like an all black color? I think that would be pretty dope. But again, the reason why the Rays are so hesitant to do anything with their colors is that it's iconic, right? We're not a new football team trying to start over. Everything we do is iconic. So for that reason, it's got to remain iconic. So if people are waiting for a color change, I don't think it's going to happen. Now I could see some kind of a all white or all black jersey. I would love that, but the Raider color, the Raider shield, it's iconic. It's only ever changed once. Once it changed, and I believe in 1976. Once the final change happened, it hasn't changed since then, and I don't think
Right.
it will.
Yeah. So Mendoza, do you think he start day one or no?
Uh no, Mendoza will not start day one simply because Kirk Cousins. Do I want Mendoza to start day one? Honestly, I think that depends on what we see in preseason. If we're being realistically honest, it depends what we see in preseason. But I think Kirk Cousins would have to play really bad or get injured for Mendoza to start, and I think that's the way it should be. Kirk Cousins is good enough for us to figure out what we have because again, the entire Raider team is new. Our entire team is brand new. If people don't realize this, look at the offensive line. We've got like rookies. If we've got Lindenbaum. The only people who remain from last year that are going to be starting will probably be Colton Miller, JPJ, and DJ Glaze. Everybody else is new. And then you go into the linebackers. That entire core is going to be brand new, plus a couple of second year rookies. We need somebody to get in there to help Coach Kubiak kind of figure out what we've got, what we don't have, and where we need improvements on. So yeah, I don't think Mendoza is going to start week one because I don't think he needs to start week one. Because the real question is this: how many wins do we really want from Raider Nation this coming season? Like realistically, how many wins does Raider Nation want to be happy about this coming season?
Oh, it's funny you said that because I know when the off season started, everybody was PTSD, which I call post traumatic Super Bowl deficiency. Is because they were like, I don't want to say we're going to win these games and then we win 3 games again. So a lot of people were hovering around the 4 area. And then I start saying, "Come on, y'all got
Exactly.
to believe that we're better than the
Exactly.
win team, and what we bringing in, we're going to win more games than that." So
Yeah.
realistically, for me though,
Hmm.
realistic to me, this is even before Vegas was even. Vegas got us going over on the 6.5.
Okay. Yeah.
But I personally think that we're a 7. Our floor
Yeah.
should be no less than 6. But
7. Yeah.
I say
Six,
7,
7.
but
Yeah.
it should be no less than that. It
Okay.
should be around that area.
And that's a good number because if you follow the patterns of football, especially for teams who have rookies, 6-7 makes sense because what that means is this: at some point, Mendoza is going to come in and start because it means the team is not performing well enough. Now, once you start getting to 8, 9, 10, I think that actually means that Cousins is making a playoff run, or Cousins got injured in week one, Mendoza comes in and he starts lighting up the league, right? So 6-7 is the point where Cousins wins a couple of games and then kind of starts to falter, right? And then like week 6, week 7, week 8, we're talking about bringing in Mendoza, and then Mendoza comes in. I think Mendoza comes in at the latest around week 13 to get that ball rolling and hopefully get 3-4 wins to end the season, and then which will end around 7-8 wins. So for me, I think there is going to end up with around 8-9 wins this season.
So it's interesting you say that because let's say Cousins comes in and he wins
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
6 or 7 games. I'm talking about out of the first 12 or whatever. Let's
Ooh.
say we hovering around 500 there, but he has 6 wins.
Mm.
Do we bring in Mendoza at that point, or do we ride it out with Kirk? Because Kirk is very capable, right? And let's say if he does end up with 8 wins, do we pivot from him, or do we ride that horse out?
Yeah, and I want to know what Red Nation thinks because I know we got people watching. So put in the comments what
Yeah,
you
we
think
will
this
get
is
to the
going to work,
chat. We
right?
will get to the chat, y'all. We
He-
will. I promise.
Here's what I think what realistically happened in that case, right? Because as you said, Cousins is very capable quarterback. Cousins can win a playoff game. It will become pretty obvious by week 6 if Cousins is going to ride out the season. But the thing is, if the team is winning, Cousins will ride out the season. Because if Cousins makes it to a playoff, guess what? Next year we can just trade him because remember we have Cousins contract for the next 5 years. Right, he's on a contract with us for the next 5 years, so we don't need to re-sign him. So if Cousins does actually get into a playoff with the Raiders, we're just gonna trade him next year, and then Mendoza's going to start next year. So it really does depend on the first 6 weeks. I say, if in the first 6 weeks the Raiders are looking at like a 3-3, yeah, Cousins stays in there. But if it's like 1-6, it's like 1-5, then I think at that point we're gonna start having Mendoza talks. Because again, guess what? The fans are going to drive a lot of this. Because part of this is we're not wasting any more time. We've got the team, we've spent the money, we've got the talents. If Cousins is not able to do what we believe he can do, if Cousins is out of gas, Mendoza is gonna start. That talk is gonna start much earlier. The earliest I would love to talk to start, though, the absolute earliest is week 7. I don't want to hear anything about changing any quarterbacks till week 7, right?
Oh,
Yeah, at least
okay.
that's my thought process, right?
So how does AOC fit into all this then?
Oh gosh, AOC, I love AOC, man. AOC
Okay,
six.
so we about to have some fun right now
Oh,
because I don't love him, but I sure don't hate him either. People
I,
seem to think I hate him, but I think he's the odd man out in this situation. But I did have a conversation with Raider Twine today that kind of
mhm.
gave me a little bit more perspective about how to feel about AOC and what they're going to
AOC.
do. So I'm curious, how do you think he play into all this, especially
Uh,
being that you do like him?
I do like I do like AOC. AOC is Mendoza without the speed, and that's the only sad part. That is
Mm,
same measurables. Same measurables. Look at his measurables: 6'5", 225 pounds. The only difference is he doesn't have the speed. That's it. Which makes him. Who's another quarterback who's got the measurables but not the speed? Because remember, Josh Allen has the speed. When Josh Allen starts running,
right.
you better get out the way because he's gonna take on a linebacker. AOC can't. He just doesn't. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have the.
Jared
His
Goff.
legs don't. Jared Goff, right? Jared Goff is just a tiny bit quicker than AOC, and that's really if you see AOC throw the ball, he is so pinpoint accurate because he knows he can't get out of the pocket, right? That's really the main difference. Mendoza is going to be able to get out of the pocket when it needs to, and AOC really can't. Same size, same height, but his body just isn't built to be able to run. Right now, I'm not saying that Mendoza is going to be like a scrambling quarterback because he doesn't have the side to side, but in a straight line. When it's time to get up and go, yo, Raider Nation Ponds, that's one of my peoples. Welcome, welcome, welcome. When it's time to get up and go to get the first down, AOC can't do that, but Mendoza can do that. That's the main difference. Now, where does that fit for AOC? Because of his accuracy and because of AOC's football smarts, I do believe the Raiders will do everything they can to keep him as the backup for his entire career. Because we know Cousins is not going to be the backup for no more than a year. Right? I don't think Cousins is going to be with the Raiders next year. I really don't. I don't think it'll make sense. But I could see AOC being with the Raiders next year because I do think that makes sense because of his football smarts and his accuracy. It's just he can't run. He can't run. I don't know what to say about it.
Well,
He can't run.
but see, to me, that's when quarterbacking begins, not when
I
you can get the
know.
ball out in 3 steps or
I
five
know.
steps and let it go. Quarterbacking begins when the play breaks down and
But yeah,
something happens, and you still needs to make a need to make a play. And unfortunately, he can't. He doesn't
he
have the
can't.
ability to escape enough times in
Yeah.
order for him to do that because he's going to be injured within like 4 games. Like
Right.
maybe even with Kubiak being able to roll the pocket, move the
Mhm.
pocket around and stuff like that, he might be able to survive 6 games now. But can I really rely on a quarterback that's injury prone? And that's the very first measurable that I
Your
look
best
at when it comes
availability
to a
is availability.
quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Uh,
that's the first measurable I look at. I don't look at how many touchdowns to interception ratio. I don't think at the completion percentage, the QBR, none of that. If you can't stay on the field
on the field.
for
Yeah.
3 quarters of the season, then we're in trouble.
Yeah. The only other option that I would give is the O line, because we've not had good O line for AOC. We haven't. It's possible now that we do because Lindenbaum is a short Pro Bowl, Hall of Fame type level type center, right? Colton Miller is a bit of a hit and miss because he gets injured so much every season. But if the O line is solid, I think AOC may not have to get out of the pocket as much because AOC is what we would call a pure pocket passer. It's just in football 2026, a pure pocket passer, yeah, it really did. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, I love my boy. I love AOC. It's just like, why did God not give you a little bit more speed? You know what I mean? Just a
so, maybe you can help me understand.
Mhm.
Why do you love AOC? Like what is
Oh,
it? Because I'm gonna tell you, when I say the things I say about AOC, I lose
mhm.
subscribers. I promise you. I
And
always
you shouldn't.
it
You
never
shouldn't.
fails.
You shouldn't lose subscribers for that. I mean, people get angry over stuff, but you shouldn't lose subscribers for that. I love AOC because the way he plays football is just so prototypical quarterback. He's a quarterback. That if you put AOC on a football field and look at his body, I don't think that man can do anything but play quarterback. I really don't. His body just he's built goofy. He just can't do anything else. But as a quarterback, he has perfected the arts of just accurate throwing, right? But how far would that get you in the NFL in 2026? Not very far, unfortunately. A backup, that's where it's going to get you.
Yeah, I think he's very accurate. And I do like that. When he's on the field, I have no problem with him. I think my only issue with him is he's not mobile. I really
Yeah.
don't have another knock on him. Really, I don't. Because like you said, he fits the prototype.
Hmm.
He's intelligent because he has had a lot of different coordinators and coaches. But that's not an excuse in the NFL, y'all, because
Right. Yeah.
the landscape changes all the time. And you hear players say all the time, that can't be an excuse because when you go somewhere else, they're not going to say, well, you had all this going on. Maybe if we bring you
Exactly.
some stability, you're going to be good. No, they want to see if you can weather the storm in that. And then if you can, then it should be easier when you have some stability.
Exactly.
Now, when it comes to AOC, right? And if he is going to be a backup, he's going to me, I think he's a career backup. But he
Yes.
came out and made statements during the presser. He says he wants to be a number one quarterback or he's a
Uh
number
huh.
one quarterback in
Uh
his
huh.
mind. And I'm thinking, out of all the years that you could have said that, this was not the year to say
There's
that
another
when we
year.
brought
Yeah.
in a quarterback to be the franchise and we brought in a free agent quarterback to start. So, and you were
Yeah.
already on the roster, so now you've been reduced to a third string quarterback, and now you're talking about you want to be a
Yeah.
starter, which
That means
only
he wants to be
brings more
traded, right?
friction. Hmm?
And I think he could be traded because that does sound like if you're not gonna use me, trade me. Here's the thing, though. Let me bring up another name, the brother of another Raider, David Carr. Right, first overall
Yeah,
pick. He was a career backup. Sometimes just because you want to be number one doesn't mean you'll get to be number one. Now, people may not know this, but David Carr actually does have a Super Bowl ring. People may not realize that David Carr has a Super Bowl ring with the Giants. But again, if you don't have it, whatever the it is what it is, right? If you don't have it, and for AOC, he doesn't have that speed, he just doesn't have it, which means that you're either going to be traded or you're going to have to be a career backup. But being a career backup means that in a pinch, here's a question for you and Raider Nation. In a pinch, playoff, in a pinch, Mendoza gets injured. In the second quarter, Mendoza gets injured. Do you trust AOC in a pinch in a playoff game to win you that one game? Because remember who else did this? What was his name for the Eagles? He
Nick
won.
Foles.
Nick Foles. Can it be a Nick Foles in a pinch? And I think the answer is yes, because he's exactly the Nick Foles type, right? Big, tall, measurables, no speed, but good accuracy. So that's the question. In a pinch, can he win us a playoff game? And I think he can. I really think he can. I think AOC has that mind where if he needs to go win that one and just get the job done, I think he will power through. I really do. Right. But I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, usually in that situation, I have little to no confidence with a backup,
With the
especially in a
backup, yeah,
playoff game,
that
because
makes sense.
playoff games is another level than a regular season game.
Hmm. Hmm.
Now, what I will say this though, if there is a backup that could do the Nick Foles thing, I think AOC could be the one to do that.
Exactly,
But just as
exactly.
long as it's the Super Bowl, because if it's the AFC Championship game or something like that, then I don't know if he can win that next game for
Hmm.
us or not. But if he just need to come in and win that game, it's possible that he could do it. But he's going to have the most confidence I have in the backup. That I will
Yeah.
say that, but I just
Hmm.
don't think that. I think at that stage in the playoffs, the defenses where defenses win championships, I
Hmm.
think they'll
Hmm.
just get to him. They'll get
It
to
is.
him,
There it is.
and if they get to him, then it might be a problem.
And I think Raider Pond said it earlier when he mentioned Quiddy Pay, Quiddy Pay, not Quiddy Pay, Quay Walker. We do have Quiddy Pay, Quay Walker, and Nicole Bedeen. Our defense should be better because we've known for when that phrase started, defense wins championship. It actually started with the Ravens Super Bowl with Ray Lewis when they played. Who did they play in the Super Bowl? It wasn't us they played, right?
The 49ers, they played the Niners.
That's when that phrase started. Defense wins championships, and then the Buccaneers showed that against us. Remember that? Because we were
Yeah,
the number
sure.
one offense, and they were the number one defense. And it became clear that no, defense wins championships. So again, if AOC has to come in, it's going to be that we have to rely on the defense and the running game, of which we do have a good running game with Genty. So yeah, again, if AOC needs to come in a pinch to win a game, I do believe he can, even though my heart would be on a roller coaster the entire time.
Yes.
Right?
So,
Yeah.
so let me ask you this: is AOC better than Gardner Minshew?
Yes.
Wow. Is AOC better than Geno Smith?
No. No. Geno Smith is a good quarterback. Yeah, Geno Smith is actually a really good quarterback. It's too bad for him. His career is pretty much done. But Geno Smith has the accuracy, and Geno Smith can run.
Okay. So, but you think he's better than Gardner Minshew,
I think
even though
I think
Gardner
I think the
Minshew is a proven starter.
I think the biggest mistake AP did was to start Gardner Minshew over AOC. I really do. I think that's the biggest mistake he made. And the difference is AOC has really good accuracy. And if you watch his motion, he knows how to use the fact that he doesn't have speed to use that to his advantage when it works. So when he throws, AOC ducks really, really well when he throws. His motion is he gets the ball out and he rolls his body to prevent himself from getting hit a lot. The problem with Gardner Minshew was it it didn't have enough of the things needed. Now I do know a lot of people think Gardner Minshew is better than AOC, but I personally think AOC is a better quarterback than Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, yeah, you like Gardner. You like AOC a lot better than I do. And I'm looking at the
I know.
quarterbacks. I don't think he's better than Gardner Minshew. I mean, like Gardner Minshew is legitimately started for teams already,
He was.
and
He
and
was.
he's
He
played
was.
the whole season multiple times.
Hmm.
And as I know that players when they come to the Raiders, they will you're either going to play very very well or you're going to play substandard. And so
Hmm.
I think that's
Hmm.
what happened to those two quarterbacks because of what the cluster that we had going on and
Yeah.
just the uncertainty. Now can both of those quarterbacks go get a starting position somewhere else? Yes, but
Hmm.
can
Hmm.
can AOC start anywhere? Can anybody name
Yeah, that's
anywhere
true.
he can start right
That's
now?
true. That's true. It may be a personal liking for me of AOC because AOC is a Raider. We drafted him, so I do have that affinity. And I do
Yeah,
know that the Gardner Minshew's weakness was he wasn't as good at reading the defense. I do think AOC is better at understanding football than Gardner Minshew was, but Gardner Minshew had more of the measurables to be a more productive quarterback, if you put it that way.
yeah.
I yeah, I
Well,
mean,
it's a tough call either way. I get
mhm,
it.
yeah.
So so we'll spin off the quarterbacks then because that's a touchy subject. But I do think that here's my thought. I think AOC could get traded.
Hmm.
This is his contract year.
Yeah.
And if
To whom
somebody
though?
comes in and want to give us a fifth or a sixth round, I think he
Right.
could be traded. But then I can also see that if we want to protect Fernando,
Hmm.
let's say knock on wood, if you with me, if
Hmm.
something was to happen to Kirk Cousins early in the year, like week 4, week 5, week 6,
Hmm.
week
Hmm.
7, then we might need AOC to come in
Exactly.
and bridge it
Exactly.
to later on in the season. If he doesn't get hurt, then cool. But if
Hmm.
he does, at least it'd be like week 16 or
Hmm.
something like
Hmm.
that, or
Hmm.
week 15 or something like that. Now,
Hmm.
if we don't, so we might carry 3 quarterbacks, let him being the emergency quarterback.
Yep.
Um,
Yep. Yep.
even if he is the number 2 quarterback, but he's not really the number 2 quarterback. We're
He's
just
not.
sitting Mendoza behind so that way we can protect him. And that's what AOC, if that's what he wants his role to be,
Yeah.
and he can also get re-signed next year by doing that because as Kirk Cousins
Mm.
moves along, like you say, he could be the incumbent backup. But you
Yeah.
can't be in the presser talking about you want to be a starter, and then it's not going to happen here.
It's not gonna happen here.
Yeah.
What about trade deadline? Right? We can keep him to the trade deadline because at the trade
Mhm.
deadline, teams may need a quarterback. Teams may be willing to, give us a fourth to say, hey, we need a quarterback. AOC can throw. Let's go with
I would
that.
move him.
So
I would move him. I would for
yeah.
sure move him. I'll send him out of there. I'll send him out of there with a Las Vegas showgirl with him. Because
but but hey, the Patriots, right? The Patriots. I mean, Josh McDaniels did draft
true.
AOC. He did draft him for a reason. And when you look at Drake May, I mean, Drake May is a much better quarterback than AOC. But I could see Josh McDaniels using AOC in his program. I could see that, right? Assuming Mike Vrabel gets kicked out by the league for his scandal,
I
and
think
Josh
they're trying to sweep
McDaniels
that.
gets
I think they're trying to sweep that under the rug.
uh,
They
try,
want the season to hurry up and start so they
try,
can get that swept under the
trust me,
rug.
Robert Kraft is throwing money around, trying to just get everybody to just leave his man alone.
Well, I mean, he don't have the cleanest history either. You know what I
No, he
mean?
does not. He does not. He does
So
not.
what do you think about our wide receiving room? Because I did see one of the
Thank you,
questions about
thank you,
Dante Thornton. What do you? Let's start with
thank you.
DT. What are you thinking about DT and the rest of our wide receiver core?
Simple. DT, he needs to put on weight. I've said it before. He needs to put on weight. He is currently around 205. He's a skinny frame, 6'5", 205. The problem with him is corners are going to be aggressive with him because his frame is too skinny. He's gonna have to put on at least 10 pounds so he can use his body against corners because the only way to attack somebody who's a 6'5" receiver is just to be physical with them. If you look at other receivers who are 6'5", there's not a lot of them. We're talking Megatron, Calvin Johnson. We're talking Randy Moss at 6'4". Um, And right now, Tay Higgins is the only 6'5" receiver that I can think of in the NFL. And Tay Higgins is weighs 200 and last time I checked, 225 pounds. Dante Thornton right now weighs 205. He needs more weight because this is football. Football's physical. I played corner in high school. If I'm gonna put hands on you, if you're big, if you're tall, I'm gonna put hands on you. So can you body me out of the way? Dante Thornton cannot do that right now, and that's why when you see him run routes, he just doesn't seem very confident at it. But at 6'5", his frame can still put on more weight. So if he can put on 10 more pounds, he'll be a more physical and he'll be able to fight better against corners. That's my personal thoughts on him.
Yeah, I think when you're that
Un-
when you're that tired, go ahead.
Unless it can be Randy Moss. Unless it can be Randy Moss. But deep threats in the NFL again in 2026 is not as often. It's really rare to be a 6'5" deep threat because teams just kind of know how to defend that over the top with the safety and the
Right.
corner. They just know how to do it well. So
Yeah. No, absolutely. The thing that they can use him for is spacing on the field.
spacing.
Like
Yep.
he can stretch the defense, and then if for whatever reason the defense decides to lock up man to man, and
Mhm.
we catch them slipping man to
Catch
man,
him
that way
slipping.
then you can kind of rely. You can try to take a shot there. But other than that, Dante Thornton is going to be very, very limited, like you said, unless he
Yep.
gets a little bit of weight on his frame, which I
And if you
see a lot
see
of
his
our wide
frame,
receivers are doing. So hopefully
yep.
he in the gym with the rest of them.
Uh-huh. Okay, so here's what I really think. The actual conversation about wide receiver that's most interesting is actually Jack Bash. Because the question is, I've been thinking, where would he fit? Where would he fit? And then it hit me. I'm like, he'll just fit everywhere as a receiver on every single play. You can make him slot, you can make him out. He will be the diversion for the defense. Put him on the field every time because he's so good at catching the ball. If you just put him on the field, the defense has to worry about him. The problem with him is he doesn't have the blazing speed, so you can't use him deep. But he's big, he's physical, so you can use him in short to intermediate routes all day long. So I actually think he's going to be more or less the linchpin for the wide receiver core because he's the only wide receiver who can pretty much kind of line up on every single play and be useful, right? I don't really see anybody else outside of Trey Tucker being able to do that, right?
Yeah, no, he is definitely an interesting piece, and I think he can be a versatile piece. A versatile piece. A lot of people are saying things like he's having issue with separation, and I
Yep.
don't know where that is coming from. And but even if because I even looked at the tape to see what people were meaning by that, and I don't know what they're expecting. But
Mm-hmm.
NFL Open is different than College Open.
Card open.
And
Exactly.
looking even
Exactly.
at his stats, he had 200 and some yards, 20
Mm-hmm.
catches on 29 targets, some. So what that told me is he was over 10 yards a catch. So what
Mm-hmm.
that told me is when he does get passes thrown his way, he does pull them down, and he
Exactly.
pulls them down for first downs. Now,
Exactly.
does that make him? Is it good for a tight end? Maybe he could do that, especially if he can block. Because in this
If it can,
Kubiak
yeah.
system, we need to be able to block at the wide receiver position.
Mm-hmm.
But like
Mm-hmm.
you said, though, we can stick him all over the place. We don't need
Yeah.
him to be a burner because, like you said,
Exactly.
they already know how to cover that in the NFL. Everybody's dang
Mhm.
near a burner at this point, so that's why his bench looks slow because everybody's burners. And
But
so I
exactly.
think he's
Exactly.
going to be a piece that we can move around, and we don't know who's going to be where, and that's going to but that's what's going to keep defenses
On their
guessing when it
toes.
comes to
Yeah,
us.
exactly. And when you look at Kubiak's offense, that's what he wants to do. He wants to create a lot of mismatches. He doesn't want you to know what the pass is going. And I
Mhm.
think Jack Bash is going to be that person where I'm just going to put him on the field because he can catch it. In short, look, the best type of there's two type of receivers that you want. One that's going to get you big yards, but the second is the one that's going to get you consistently 10 yards. Because if you consistently get 10 yards a game, guess what? That's a lot of first downs, and that eventually turns into touchdowns. So I actually think Jack Betch is going to be a first down touchdown machine in the receiver position, right? Because the tight end is going to be Brock Bowers and Michael Mayers. Both of them are going to be good for touchdowns. But when it comes to receiver, I think Jack Bash is going to be your ultimate possession receiver who's just going to get you touchdowns and a lot of first downs,
I
right?
agree. I agree with that. Ultimate possession
Yeah.
receiver. That's what I was saying he's going to
Mhm.
be. And those are very important because, like
Those are very
this
important.
is what I was saying. Quarterback drop back. He thought, the first read might not be there. Okay, second read might not be there. Now, this is where you have to start quarterbacking because
Hmm.
now it's something off schedule. And I think that if like the check down not there or you looking around,
Yep.
that's
Hmm.
just going to be like right there, and you can hit
Hmm.
him for the possession. You don't need him to run after the play or anything. You just need him to get that possession. And if
Possession.
it's like
Yep.
a third down, it'll be a beautiful thing if he could be that third person to come into the window and get
Hmm.
us
Hmm.
the first down.
And
So
you said the key
I agree.
earlier because people say that he doesn't create separation. It's like no, you're thinking like JSN type of separation. He creates a lot of separation. Jack Best creates a lot of separation. It's just that the type of separation he creates, it's enough separation for him to catch the ball. Possession receiver. He's always going to catch the ball because he doesn't need to be 5 yards away from the corner to catch the ball. Just put the ball there. He's if you seen this man, he's a rock. His body is just built like a rock. So when the ball touches his hands, he's going to catch it. And at that point, good luck bringing him down because yeah, he might catch the ball at the 5 yard line, but then he might drag the cornerback another 5 yard after catching the ball. First down. You see what I'm saying? So when you say you can't create separation, it's like, what are you talking about? We don't need him to go deep. We got people for that, but we do need somebody who's going to consistently be a go-to when we need 5, 6, 7, 10 yards.
See, I love how you think, man, because
Yeah,
you get it. So
yeah.
what do you think about Naylor?
Naylor. My thing with Naylor is he's 27 years old. He doesn't have a whole lot of time anymore to kind of prove himself, and I don't really know him outside of just right now. So my honest thought right now is Mac Hollins. That's what I see. Mac
Mm,
Hollins. Mac Hollins. And then when you look at his build, it's like, yeah, no, he's a Mac Hollins. Now, Mac Hollins is a very good football player, right?
yeah, I like Mike
Yeah.
Collins too. Yeah,
He's not going to be your first. He might not be your second. But when you need him to come in, Mac Hollins is going to be able to get up and get the ball because Naylor is what I hope Dante Thornton becomes. A better version of Naylor is what I hope Dante Thornton becomes because Naylor is big, but his body is also built really well, and he knows how to go up and get the ball, right? But because he's already 27 years old, Mac Hollins, that's what I see. The real conversation, I think, is Malik Benson. That's
yeah. A
the
lot of
real
people like
conversation
him. A lot of people are high on him.
because he might be the X receiver we've been looking for. Because if you look at his measurables, 6'1", 190, not 195, I believe, that is an X receiver. That is a receiver that can go deep and go short and go middle, post, corner. So if Malik Benson figures this out, he may actually be the Raiders' number one receiver. Yeah,
Yeah, I can see that. A
and
lot of
it's
people
and he's got the
say
4.3 speed.
Anthony Provencio says Naylor is mid.
Dylan
He
Smith,
says
yeah,
he
yeah. Like I
said, but
said,
he
Matt
also said
Collins.
he's very interested in Benson. A lot of people are interested in Benson.
Hmm.
Do you think so? Do you think we need a true number one wide receiver? Do we need to bring in another wide receiver? Do you think we
Uh,
should just rock with what we have? How do you?
I think for the first 6 weeks we don't because I really want to see what Malik Benson becomes. Because again, it, who are the options that we have? Stephon Diggs? No, too much drama. Cardi B drama, this drama, drugs drama, that drama. We don't need that. Really, we've had enough of that. We don't need that. By week six, what I want to know is Malik Benson. Who are you going to become? Because again, if you look at Malik Benson in college, he played at Alabama and Oregon. Those are some really high programs. So why did they not have explosive starts? Well, because those teams also have really good receivers that he was competing against. That's probably why he moved so much and eventually ended up in Oregon because he was going up against a lot of competition. Bring him into the NFL though to a Raider team, less competition because guess what? On the Raiders, he's the only receiver that has those same measurables outside of Cedric Jackson. Is that his name? Cedric is it Cedric?
Jackson?
Bo
Yeah,
Jackson's our cousin. He's the only other one that's got the same measurables as Malik Benson. The problem is he's already 26 years old, and Malik Benson is only 23 years old. So again, I do think a lot of our receivers is riding on what Malik Benson becomes. And if he's not able to do it, then next year we're going to talk about bringing somebody in. But this year is not going to be it. There's not enough good enough talent for me. I don't want Stephon Diggs. I really don't. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want the headache either, but I think Benson is going to be somebody, excuse me, someone that can come in and can shock a few
Hmm.
people.
Hmm. Hmm.
We playing with house money with him because, like
Hmm.
you said, I think he's good. He just needs to work on his routes, make them a little
There it
bit
is.
crispier. But
There it
but
is.
what I
Yeah.
do like about him though
Hmm.
is those hands when the ball is in his when it come to him, it's almost like it just falls in his
Falls up.
hands.
Exactly.
It is no issue
Exactly.
with him catching a ball. It's all fluid and soft and it's all natural. So I do
Mhm.
like that about him. And running those routes and stuff like that, that's something that can be fixed. That can be
Exactly.
fixed.
That can be fixed, especially when you got someone like a Brock Bowers, right? Because the thing with Brock Bowers is he doesn't look like he should be able to run a good route, but Brock Bowers is one of the best route runners in the NFL. That's what
Yeah,
makes
he
him
is.
special. He's such a
I
good
agree.
route runner. The man looks like he just floats on the football field, and he gets so open. He's going, how does somebody that big just get wide open with
Yeah.
he knows how to run a good route. So again, we have the people in house that can hopefully teach him Malik Benson to make those good cuts because once he starts doing that, I think we might have something. But again, keep in mind my comparison for Malik Benson. I'll say it again, and I don't like to say it. It's actually Antonio Pierce, not Antonio Pierce. Antonio, what's his name? Antonio Brown, the
Yeah,
troublemaker.
AD.
AB,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, AB, yeah. That's my comp for him. Same measurables, same height, same size, same speed. But why was he so good? He was a really good route runner.
Yeah, AB was a he is a problem. The
He's a
thing about
problem, man.
Winston is, well, he a problem in more ways than one too, though. So, yeah, but the thing about Benson for me is that he did go to all those programs,
Hmm.
and I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing, but it also shows me that why
It's
aren't
not a
weren't you
great
able
thing.
to stick? Why weren't
Hmm.
you able to stick in one place? I mean, you were at Alabama, like I mean.
Yep.
I get that, and then you went to another school, and then like you was trying to find your place, but
Yeah.
you never found your place. So to me, the consistency thing is in the back of my head. Now I don't
Right.
know how much of an issue that's going to be, but I do have that thought in my head
Hmm.
because I don't
Hmm.
think of everybody as so great because they call them highlights for a reason. We see the highlights, but
Yep.
you
Yep.
don't get to
Yep.
see the
Uh,
negatives about the players too.
the only answer I can think of for that is when college coaches see a Malik Benson who's got the speed, there is a tendency to just make him all about the speed, which means that he doesn't have a lot of time to develop those other aspects of his game. But now that you're in the NFL, guess what? We're not just looking at you as a speed guy. You actually have time to go and focus on those other things that you're lacking a bit. So I think by year one, year two, year three, with more polish, I think Malik Benson can start to become something. Because again, remember, Antonio Brown I think he was a 6th round pick. I'm pretty sure he was a 6th round pick. Um, and it was that same thing like do you have the measurables? And for Antonio Brown, by the time he started learning how to get those routes down, you started seeing that man shine. And it just so happens that a Malik Benson is the perfect size in 2026 NFL football to be the Mr. Do It All for a football team. Right, because at that point we're talking JSN, right? Because JSN is what JSN's measurable is about 6'2", around 200 pounds. So Malik Benson could be a JSN because, of course, our coach just coached JSN, right? So are you surprised that he drafted somebody who looks the part of a JSN? I'm not, right? My thought process is he's hoping to see if he can turn him into a JSN or a JSN light.
Dang, Antonio Brown was drafted in the 6th round.
Oh yeah, oh dude, yeah,
Jeez,
yeah, dude. And
jeez, you talk
people need to
about
listen.
overachieving.
Antonio Brown came out of nowhere. He literally came out of nowhere. And by the time he was fully formed, it's like, dude, this dude is fucking incredible. That might have got in his head a bit and then started the other stuff. But yeah, Malik Benson,
Yeah,
Antonio
for
Brown, sixth
sure.
round,
Then you start hanging
same
out with Kanye.
same measurable. Yeah, yeah, right. Start hanging out with Kanye and everything goes downhill from there. Same measurable, same type of speed. If you can get those route running down, I do think he can be a number one receiver.
Okay, and as we know though, in the chat, I see you guys, and we having a great conversation. I want to let it
Hmm.
flow, but I do want to get to you guys' comments and stuff too. But I do want to talk about O line, because anything that we're talking
Oh, let's
about
go.
cannot be done without those trenches. And that was a sore spot for us last year was the O line. Now I
Hmm.
don't think our O line was as bad as advertised for the simple fact that we
It
had a
wasn't.
play caller that was calling weird plays. Then you
Uh-huh.
had the Suns coach over there kind of like spying and
Hmm.
infiltrating the offense over there, and it just didn't work out with the O line coach
Hmm.
and all that came with it, including Pete Carroll.
Hmm.
Now,
Hmm.
I didn't think we were that many pieces away. I said we only needed probably like one or two good linemen to shore
That's
up
it.
this line and then work on
That's it.
some depth. We got
Hmm.
Tyler Linderbaum, and I think that was a good thing. Oh, give
Your
my
camera's
camera right.
breaking a bit, but you should be good.
Yeah, let me go get it. But what do you think about our O line?
I've told people that the O line issue for the Raiders is one of the simplest things to fix because the issue we're having was who was going to fit where. That was the actual issue. Who was going to fit where? Because JPJ, we were having this conversation with JPJ being a center, and I've already said before, JPJ is not a center because he's too big for center. He's perfect for guard. So Meredith was the best option for center. We just didn't have enough pieces in place. That's really what it was. And now, compared to what we have now, the center position is completely taken care of because we got that. Cotton Miller might still be a bit of a problem because he gets injured too much every single year. Cotton Miller gets injured, but Cotton Miller is also a really big guy. He's a really, really big guy. So it makes sense that he does get injured frequently. But three positions for the Raiders is now solidified. Cotton Miller, center, and I'm gonna say it. DJ Glaze is going to be the starting right tackle. DJ Glaze is a very good right tackle. He played the entire season last year. The entire season. It's really rare to get linemen who don't get injured at all for an entire season. DJ Glaze did that. And oh, people don't know this. People maybe do know this. DJ Glaze is only 23 years old and he's already played two full NFL seasons as a starter. So people stop sleeping on DJ Glaze. He's a very good right tackle. So which means the only real question we have is really left guard. That's the only actual question that we have when it comes to the offensive line. But I think even Meredith will be good enough there. But again, we also drafted Trey Zune, who is going to be a much bigger guard. So I don't see the offensive line issue coming this year. I think we finally have that unit figured out, and everybody is young enough to where they can be on the team for the next 6 years. I tell people this: go look it up. The Raiders are one of the youngest teams in the NFL right now. We are one of the youngest teams. Everyone on our team are between the age of 23 and 26, and looking for a first contract. So the competition is going to be hot, hot, hot. Everyone wants to get paid because right now everyone is on either on a 3 year contract or a rookie. So,
Yeah,
oh, I love the Raiders.
one of the things I really appreciated was the fact that DJ Glaze was like the only lineman that did not that played the whole season. So
The
that's
whole
hard.
season.
You can't overlook that.
You cannot overlook that. Yep. And
Um,
I know
we we
and I know
also
there are people hating on him right now. I know there's a content creator that's hating on him right now, but trust me, Red Nation, do not overlook a 23-year-old offensive lineman who played the entire season and has been starting for 2 years. So
Raider Ben, what's up with you, Brody? So yeah, I think our O line. So how do you think our O line is gonna rate? Okay, let me. How do you think our O line is gonna do? Do you think they're gonna be in the middle of the pack?
I will answer that question this way. Janty will get over 1,000 yards.
Mhm.
Brock Bowers will get over 1,000 yards. Trey Tucker will get over 1,000 yards.
Wow, y'all got a lot of thousand.
Those three players, I believe, will get over 1,000 yards, respectfully. So if that's the case, that sounds like the O line is going to be top middle of the pack. They're gonna need a few more years to kind of figure it out. Or hey, look, they can figure it out a way. You never know; they can figure it out a way. But the left guard position is still a little bit of a mystery for me. So I'm gonna say we're gonna be top of the top middle pack, and I think we're gonna have at least three players who come up with 1,000 yards.
Wow. So okay, who do you have starting on the O line? And
Um,
tentatively right now, as you know,
Perfect.
just
My
tentatively,
my O
and
line
then give me
setup
your
right
tentative
now.
lineup. Give me your tentative lineup, and then give
Mhm.
me your your personal lineup. Who you would like to see?
Okay,
They might
my
be
tentative
different.
lineup for the O line is going to be Colton Miller, Trey Zune, That's his name, right? That we just drafted him. Trey Zoon at left guard.
Yep.
Of course, Lindenbaum, JPJ, and DJ Glaze. Who I would like to, what I would like to see. Actually, let me open. I'm going to open up the Raiders roster real quick to tell you what I would actually like to see. Because there is a name that we don't talk about really ever. But now we're going to start. What I would like to actually see, and people are going to hate me for this. What I want to see is this: Colton Miller, Caleb Rogers, Lindenbaum, JPJ, and DJ Glaze, or Caleb Rogers taking JPJ's position. And that's the part that people are going to be mad at because for some reason, Raider Nation just loves JPJ. I don't love him as much. I think it's a bit too of a. I think it's a bit too aggressive for modern football and gets injured too much because he applies way too much aggression, in my personal opinion. So I would prefer Rodgers being a part of that mix.
You know what? I'm trying to get this camera fixed, and you know what? I'm glad you said that because I'm glad that you're giving me some pushback on that because I couldn't because Caleb Rogers, he did come in last year and he didn't do that well.
Yep.
But I get it. He's a rookie, and also Pete Carroll and them decided to play the young players at the end of the year.
There was a lot of farting up things by Pete Carroll and the gang over there. They farted up a whole lot of things.
I give him benefit of the doubt that he can play better, but I don't think that he can play better than JPJ on his worst day. I don't think he's better than JPJ on his worst day. Now, as far as his aggression and all that, he does have to calm down a little bit. I think that can happen. I just think that they were messing with him so much that he's trying to overprove himself.
Yeah.
Okay. And I just think that with those three pieces, JPJ, Linderbaum, and Colton Miller, those three players, those old lines that Kubiak had, none of those old lines have players of that caliber. So I think we have a good starting point just with those three people alone. But I want Caleb Rogers. I heard his name come up, but I heard his name from Lincoln Kennedy going to the left tackle instead, though.
Left tackle.
I mean, the left guard.
Left guard. Yeah. Colton Miller, Rogers, Lindenbaum, JPJ, DJ Glaze. I'm fine with that too. Because Trey Zoon is still that's his thing. Yeah, Trey Zoon. He's still a rookie. But the thing is, Trey Zoon is a really big guard. He's like 6'7". He's massive, but his hands are too short to play tackle. That's why he's a guard. But think about this package, right? Think about this package. Colton Miller, 6'8". Trey Zoon, 6'7". Lindenbaum, and then JPJ, and then DJ Glaze. If you put that package on the field, that's a really good running package. Again, there's a reason I'm saying running back is going to get over 1,000 yards because we have some pieces in place where we can put on the field a really big package that's just going to bully the defensive line, right? Because how are you going to fight against 2 6'8", 225-pound human beings standing right next to each other? It's going to be really hard to do that. So I do think there's going to be a mixture of packages because if it's just a rundown, I would much prefer that big package with Trey Zoon coming in, playing the left guard over Charles Rogers. But we'll see. But another name that we haven't spoken about that I pretty much think I'm going to stop talking about is Charles. What's his name? Charles. The other Charles. Not Rogers. Charles Grant. Yeah, because the more I look at him, he's not that young. He's already like 26 years old. So I'm like, he's going to have to break out this year if there's a breakout coming. Right? So I could see him being guard as well. Let me look him up. I want to look at his measurables real quick. Charles Grant right here. Yeah, my thing with Charles Grant is he's 304, 6'4", 304. That actually feels more like a guard than a tackle. Right? At least for me personally, he's only 24 actually. He's only 24, so he's still good. But 304 is a bit too small for tackle. I think he'll fit better as a guard.
I think he played very. I think he played pretty good last year. But like, I think that we just have a lot of depth at the O line, and we have a lot of competing parts there. So we kind
Yeah.
of can't go wrong there.
I do. That's the thing. That's the thing people need to understand about the Raiders this year. There's a lot of ways the Raiders just can't go wrong because over the past years we've built up some cachet in some areas that will pay out really well now. And one of those areas is O line. We really have a lot of good pieces that right now we're even talking about trading some of them away because we just have a lot of really good pieces in that O line that we can really do anything with. So no, the Raiders O line is fixed. The only thing that can mess it up is injuries, but injuries is really the only thing that messes up really good O line units, right? Because even our backups were starters last year. Jordan Meredith is gonna be a backup, right? He was a starter last year. He didn't get injured at all last year. Jordan Meredith played the entire season last year. So even if he becomes just a regular backup now, you're talking about a backup that's been an NFL starter for a long time. So yeah. I don't know how much longer you think we're going for tonight. We've been here for an hour 30 minutes. I should go soon because I gotta go hang out with my wife. So oh, we still here? Oh, I think the show's done. If anyone's still watching, let me know. But I think the show's done. I'm gonna keep talking here to see if my boy comes back in. If you're still here, let me know. I'm still here. I'm gonna still keep chatting up with you guys because we can't we're not gonna leave it in the state that it is now. So I'm just gonna keep talking till I get some confirmation to kind of wrap this things up. So for anyone who's still watching, Raider Nation, I know people want to be pessimistic. I know you do, but in a better way to be is just realistic. The Raiders have put other pieces in place to where a bottom finish like we did last year is just going to be less likely to happen. We've got the coach, we've got the O line, we've got everything we need to succeed. So that's the last thing I'm going to leave you guys with. The next time you guys see us, we'll be back up again soon. We don't know when we'll do another one like this, but I imagine we'll probably try to do it once a week. So hopefully we'll see you guys again next time soon. But I'm gonna call an end to it and kind of see if my man comes back here because I do have to go hang out with the wifey. So okay, I think I'm gonna put an end to it right now.
Check, 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 check. Okay, okay. My bad, y'all. My bad. This thing is giving me a hard time, but let me see if I can get our man back on. Uh, let me see if I can get him back. All right. Okay. Let me let me go to the chat. Dang man, that we had, was having a good conversation right there. He said the internet was spicy. Let's see. He said you gotta go with. Oh, okay, okay, cool, okay, cool. All right, well, I guess you guys, we're gonna go ahead and just end the stream right now. Unless you guys want to just kick it and talk, but I prefer to be on the stream. If you guys want to hang out, I'm gonna just reset the computer, um, and then we can try to, talk a couple of things of the late night football. If y'all just give me a second, just give me a second. All right, y'all there, y'all there, y'all there, y'all there. Okay, Bruce Willis, thank you. Let me see. Juan, if you want to jump on, it's good. You got the link. If you need the link, let me know. I can drop it. Any of you guys want to jump on too? But so what do you guys think about what he was saying? Because we didn't agree on a lot of not a lot of things, but some things, and he helped me kind of see what the perspective was, and that's all I've been really asking you guys is help me understand what it is you see, other than how you guys feel about it. I need it to be based in some sort of football acumen as well, not just how you feel. Like when you guys say, like when you say, okay, we like ALC because he's a Raider, we drafted him and all that, and then even the good Raider said like that's a sentimental thing. Like, okay, cool, I can live with that. I could live with that. But when we start going jumping out on a limb and making it sound like that he's the answer to our quarterback solution, and I'm saying that the franchise isn't treating him like that, then don't get mad at me because I'm pointing that out. That's all I'm saying. But I really think that he was definitely bringing the heat tonight, you guys. Like everything he said was some good Raider talk. I was digging that. Yeah, for sure. He grew up in the same area I did, So it was funny because I didn't know that at first until we started talking on his live stream last night, and we just had a lot of things that was in common. So it's good to talk to a person that's coming from the community. See, let me see if I can get this camera acting right, man. I'm gonna have to start handling for a camera. I don't understand, like, why are they tripping? Okay, here we go. There we go. Here we go. I think we got it. I think we got it. Hold up. Wait a minute. You know, when the wife call, you gotta go. So I understand it. I respect it. There we go. Dang man, could have got like another 10, 15 minutes, but I think we'll have him come back and If you guys think he was a good guest, let me know. Put a one in the chat. If you put a two in the chat, if you don't think so, I think you guys are gonna agree with me and say he was good. I definitely like his vibe, and I definitely like his introspect. And I wanted to talk to him about a couple other things about him that I really I learned from him. So, but we'll have him back, and for sure we'll finish our conversation because we didn't get a chance to talk defense. So let me go through some of the comments because you guys really brought the heat tonight with the comments, and I really appreciate it. And I do want to thank Anthony Provincia. You usually don't pull up over here, Raider Nation Pawns. You know what it is. Raider Nation, Raiders for life, 50. Yes, Bruce Willis. You know, y'all know how I feel about our chat Raiders. You know, Nutty Raider, Nate, Cool Kev, Panther. Okay, let's go. Let's look at the comments. He say. Uh-oh. Raider Nations for life. I wouldn't mind if Aiden Connell beat out Kirk Cousins to start off the season and Fernando Mendoza take the reins by the trade deadline. We could trade New Orleans Kirk Cousins for Derek Carr. So I was talking to Twine. I wish Raider Twine would have jumped on. I was talking to him about the whole Derek Carr thing, and I would have loved to see Derek Carr come back here, but the obstacle was the fact that they still owned his rights. Now, I'm pretty sure Kirk Cousins didn't come here to be traded by the trade deadline because essentially he's trying to avoid being in the situation that he was in with Penix. Um, but if we could pull something off like trade him for Carr and we go for it, I'm with it. I'm with that. I'm with seeing Carr come back. I would love to see Carr come back, but then that's going to cause problems with Mendoza because our love for Carr. If you guys love AOC, then we should be very in love with Carr, and then it's going to be hard to let go unless he's just willing to bow out gracefully. Let me see. Anthony Pro says, I love our defense this year. The O line is improving, will be better. Lindsay will have a breakout season, but we need weapons at wide receiver. Bowers is him, but he's seeing triple teams this year. If he sees triple teams this year, they're gonna get ate up. They're gonna get ate up if they do that. You talking about Trey Tucker getting 1,000 yards, and he will get 1,000 yards if they triple team Brock Bowers. He's gonna get 1,000 yards, and I don't think he can. I don't know. He was close to 700, I guess, but he will get 1,000 yards if they do triple team him. I'm optimistic about our offensive line for sure. I am. I think Genty will have a breakout year. What do we mean by breakout year? I think that the number I'm hearing is 12, 1,300 yards rushing. That's definitely a breakout year for sure. I think I got him at around 1150, slightly under 1,200. But if he has 1150, to me, I think that would be a good progression. Breakout would be 1,200 or more. So, what do you guys think Genty's going to have in yards this year? Put it in the chat. Where do you guys think he will end up? Because I think he can have a breakout year. Um, Anthony Provincial says that he see a lot of frustrating losses this year. I don't. He said, but the team would clearly look better, and that's what we want. That's what I think we want, right? What you said, Cool Kev, 2 nights in a row, wasting my time with AOC. Yeah, he said, I'm a laugh when Mendoza, I mean AOC goes in before Mendoza. Yeah, I have to wrap my brain around that one. I don't see why, but I kind of do see why now because he's the emergency quarterback. I mean, like I thought he was a scout team quarterback personally, but it looks like he's going to be the number two quarterback because in the event something does happen, he's going to be that insurance policy that we don't have to put him. So I'm already prepared for him to go on the field before Mendoza because I said if AOC sees the field for us, then we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Let me see. Here we go. Here's the reason people love AOC. AOC is a Raider for life. We keeping him because Kirko Change might get hurt, but hopefully you don't. Yeah, I agree. I agree. We should have a better O line for AOC so he don't gotta run. Yeah, but you gotta be able to run if you need to. He said Arch Manning will make everyone forget about Mendoza this year when he wins the Heisman and the Natty. I don't know. But let's just say that the Raiders did hold off for him. What makes y'all think that he would have played here? What makes y'all think that that the Manning family would have let that happen? I don't think they would have let that happen. He's been talking about he going back to school. Oh man, that undrafted QB not making the team. I know a lot of people that like that undrafted. Yeah, practice squad potentially. That could be. He could maybe get to the practice squad. Uh, AOC is no. I won't go that far. Here we go. This is a hot take right here. Don't sleep on being a 10 to 12 win team. When the mainstream media like Colin Howard and a lot of these outlets start hyping the Raiders, can't always believe it. But I do believe we've um been looking at. They looking. Yeah, the thing about that is when the Raiders when incumbents start talking good about the Raiders, then we usually don't play up to the level of what they juice us up at. That's why I don't like when we're the favorite or people expect us to do certain things, and then we don't follow through. Just like the Super Bowl with Gruden in there. Like we were expected to win that, but then the defense took over. We all kind of knew that if we played Gruden, it was going to be an issue. We lost our center, so we had to change our game plan. Just all kind of things that just did not go right for us that Sunday. So I don't like when they hype us up like that because we underachieve. But this might be a little different. But 10 to 12, we went 10 to 12 games after winning three. Boy, it's gonna be a lot to talk about. Let's see what else y'all talking about. Going through all these times. Let's see. He says, no, Archie not pulling his weight in repping that last name. He not. Webb, what's up? Genty, 1,400 on the ground and another 300 and 400 in the air. Wowzers. 1,800? 1,800? Woo. He said, I just want Carr back, right? Not to be our savior, but to retire as a Raider because he deserves it. I agree. I agree he deserves it. I think he should play if we're going to trade for him. 1,300 yards? That's what you see? 1,300 yards, bro? Okay. I- That's beyond a breakout year, going from 975 yards to 1,300 yards or 1,500 yards or 1,300 yards. But it's doable, though, because I've seen him run 1,000 yards by getting hit in the backfield. And this run scheme that we have, I think he going to eat. I think he going to eat. Frank Weber says any team that triple teams the tight end is in trouble against anybody. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. He definitely was bringing that Bay Area vibe. That's how we get down. I'm telling you, that was a fire conversation. I definitely enjoyed it as well. That's why I told him, y'all. I said, y'all make sure y'all go to his channel and like his channel. Because when I saw that he had this little channel, and that's why I'm doing these small channel Saturdays. Like if you're a content creator and you have a small channel and you want to be introduced to the Raider family, I'll introduce you to the two or three people I know, and they might not, they might like you better than they like me, and they might it don't matter to me, just as long as the nation get represented well and everybody has a way to be represented. Because if you don't like me, you're gonna love my brother. That's what I always say. If you might not like me, but you gonna love him. So I hang around with nothing but solid dudes. We don't always have to agree about everything, and that's the beauty of like growing up in the Bay Area because it's a bunch of different races and people from origins. Like he's from Africa, and he fits right in. It's not like we treat him any different. We all got the same love, and that's just kind of how it plays out. So um, I think that we're gonna be okay. Bruce Willis says, "I'm good with him being a bully and aggressive." Talking about JPJ. Me too. Think we need that. Picking up JPJ, picking up Linderbaum's going to make both our guards good. And JPJ is going to start at right guard. I'm with you on that, but people are saying that Rodgers is going to compete for that. And I want to talk to my man, Good Raider, to see what he thought about some of these trade rumors that he was hearing. And we didn't get to talk Max Crosby. We did not talk Max Crosby. Oh, pull up. It's the pull up show. Pull up like a jumper. What's up with my brother?
Man, just chilling, man. What's good with you? Blessings to everybody. I
Man,
see.
was you able to link? Was you able to link your channel?
I just saw it.
Oh, but you can though, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
cool.
I'm trying to do a little stuff in the background. But what's good with you, man?
Oh, that's cool, man. That was good because I'm trying to get that's going so we can actually have the way to like connect our streams. He
Yeah.
says, "Son, I agree. He should retire a Raider." Yes, I'm talking about Derek Carr. So, bro, you and I had a heck of a conversation today.
Yeah.
Like you and the thing I like about you is you let me go ahead and just go on and you be like, mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But consider this though, brother. And then and then I consider it and I'll be like, okay, well, okay, but what about this part, this, though, and this? And you'd be like, yeah, I can see that. Have you considered this? And then it's not even necessarily maybe even your point of view, like me, because a lot of times I might give a point of view from just the aspect of the football, not my own personal, right? And if you ask me my personal how I feel, it might be different than what I'm telling you from the aspect of how I'm looking at it from the franchise or the player. And you do that sometimes. I know that you like, I'm not necessarily saying that about me. I'm just saying this is either what I've heard, this is a piece of information to consider, and you did that today with me with AOC. So I appreciate you for doing that because a lot of people think I'm on here just to bash AOC, and what I'm trying to do is like total. Or who was that? All I'm looking what to say. What I need from you is understand.
Right.
What's that's Escape, right? Ain't that Escape?
Yeah.
Yeah, old school. So I was just trying to get a little understanding. So maybe you can talk about a little bit what we were talking about as far as AOC and kind of how you think about it, what you
Not
think about
not trying to toot my own horn, but that is my process. You know what I'm saying? And some people don't know what I do behind the scenes or my processing on anything. I'll watch a game and something will happen and I'm like, this is what I think about it, but let me think about what the chat is going to say. You know what I'm saying? Because I really
it.
do
Right.
not only try to see one side, I try to see both sides of the situation if there is two sides, you know what I'm saying, of the coin. So when we were having that conversation, you know what I'm saying, behind the scenes, and that's how a lot of my conversations with other people have gone. We'll talk Raiders football and I'm like, okay, you think this, okay, this is what I'm hearing, but this is what I'm really thinking. So I try to give like, okay, this is what they're saying, this is what I'm thinking, this is because we all got to put it together, especially for us that are not necessarily in the facility. You know what I'm saying? We're not like Hondo, we're not like Q Myers, we're not like Vinny Bonsignor, you know what I'm saying? We're not in the facility, so we don't really know some of the, because some of the things they're even talking about, they don't even say everything that they know because there's certain things that they can say to keep, things together. And there's certain things that they can't say, just obviously for privacy reasons, right? We don't need Vinny Bonsignor telling, you know what I'm saying, the rest of the NFL what specifically schematically we're doing, you know what I'm saying? So they eliminate some of that stuff, and even some of the deep darkest drama that's in the organization, they don't really speak about that because they don't want to release those certain types of things. Now, will they have conversations amongst themselves about it? Of course, but that's something that they will not release to the public. They kind of filter it. So for us that are not necessarily in the building, we got to try to see all sides and then try to formulate our take, or like I say on my channel all the time, my Raider gospel. And that's why I say Raider gospel, because I want everybody to have their Raider gospel. I want you to have your truth on whatever the situation is. So there's times where I'll ask somebody a question and I might not necessarily agree with it, and I'll be like, hey, that's your Raider gospel. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that not saying that I completely agree with it, but hey, that's how you see it, and let's play it out. But then also, if there's certain things that I just completely disagree with, I will also push back on it.
Yeah.
So it's that kind of dialogue that I try to have with everybody, content creator wise. So AOC, man, it's really a wait and go. We don't know how it's going to play out. I said it earlier to you. I'm gonna use Bob Barker. You know what I'm saying? I think Spike Tech is just waiting for when the price is right. You know what I'm saying? And if the price ain't right, then he will be our backup quarterback, you know what I'm saying, behind Kirk Cousins, and allowing Mendoza to get whatever he needs to get, teaching wise and everything else, until they're completely comfortable of letting that that car per se, not two R's but one R, you know what I'm saying, out off the lot.
So, bro, so you said this earlier to me, and this was my reaction about that, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm glad you said this, because here we go. Here we go. Y'all hit the like button. Hit the like button, y'all. Here we go, y'all. I'm telling y'all right now. Because I'm gonna be the first one to say this online. I promise you. Ain't nobody saying this. I know I'm gonna be the first to say this. So since AOC is auditioning for other teams, because he came out and said he want to be a starter, and he know he ain't gonna start here, and he's
Mm-hmm.
trying to posture himself to go to another team, because it's kind of like the poop or get off the pot situation for him, right? And he's
Mm-hmm.
like, well, y'all gonna let me get off the pot? You know what I'm saying? And we're not letting him get off the pot. So he's playing for another contract with another team. So now I'm like, well, what's the difference between Max doing that and him doing that? Does he think he's bigger than the Shield? He doesn't want to be a Raider no more. I'm like, he don't want to be a Raider, because he came out in the press conference and was like, I don't want to be a career backup. I want to be a starter. That's what he said out of his mouth. Now,
Mm-hmm.
now I was at the top of the tree when I said that to you. Now I did come down a few branches once you let me know, it is the business. But I'm still in that tree, because I'm like, well, what's the difference between Max going and saying, hey, look, this is what I expect from my career. This is what I want. And if y'all can't facilitate that, then shop me. So what's the difference between Max doing that and AOC doing that? Except for AOC came out in a presser and said it.
Mm-hmm. There's and I'm trying to remember how I said it to you, behind the scenes, but I think there is some there I see that there is some similarities to it, but I don't think it's exactly that. I don't think it completely matches, and I think the reason why it doesn't completely match, because us as an organization has made it clear that AOC is not going to be a starter for us by drafting Mendoza. You know what I'm saying? Like we already brought in his replacement. So it's already a foregone writing on the wall that he's not going to be, the chosen starter for us. Now, can a quarterback get hurt and AOC go out there and start for us? Absolutely. But that's not what what ALC is saying. And I think he's like I told you, and I'll say it again, he's interviewing for his next job. And his next job is going to want to hear that he wants to be a starter. His next job doesn't want to hear I want to be a backup. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
so I think him putting it out there, he's already knowing, hey, my contract is already coming up with this team. It seems like they're already, moving on, from me being a starter here. So I need to be, interviewing for these other people. So this is my opportunity while I'm at this podium to let all these other 31 teams know, hey, I want to be a starter. That's what I want to do in this, in this league, not necessarily for this team. Now, in regards to Max Crosby, that situation, there was nobody that came in that we drafted. There was nobody that we even brought in with free agency that was like, oh, we're good off of Max Crosby because we can move on from him, right? There was no replacement for Max Crosby. Max Crosby, and we had this conversation before. Max Crosby at some point went to the powers that be and said, "Hey, I would like to blah 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 blah," and they were able to make some type of prenuptial deal with the Ravens. So I think it's a little different, but there is some similarities in there.
I can see what you're saying because they didn't bring somebody in to replace Max, and it had the writing on the wall saying that either you do this or you gotta, or there's no other position for you. So I do get that part. But AOC, if Max Crosby would have came into the presser and would have said anything remotely close like that, we would be still talking about that right now. Like anything remotely close to, if he came out there and was like, man, I want to play for a playoff caliber team, and we know we're not a playoff caliber team yet, we're gonna be like, well, who are you talking about? Right? And then we'd have been talking about, well, the looking between the lines. He's basically saying either we become a playoff team or he wants to be traded, which that would be what he's saying.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, AOC did the similar thing, but we're not going to look at it the same because we have this animus against Max for whatever reason. I don't know. But when we'll look at AOC and look at it different. Before you respond, it says, Mizell, you said you a small content creator. If you're a Redder content creator, get in contact with me, and then we can do it. We can do a live. If you want to Twan's people, I mean, he could be there or whatever you want to do, because I definitely want to help my brother get to his goal as well. So just let us know. But what do you think about that? I get that it's different, but am I out of line for saying what I'm saying though? And if I am, how much? Am I 25% out of line, 50% out of line, 75 or 75 or 100% out of line? What you think?
No, I think again, like I said, I think there is some truth to it, but I think in this situation there was one that the writing was clearly on the wall, and then there was one that the writing wasn't on the wall, and the writing wasn't on the wall for Max Crosby. We all were under the assumption that Max Crosby was going to be with us moving forward. You know what I'm saying? With the season, so it was just like, okay, but with AOC, we already know the writing on the wall. Let's all, you know what I'm saying, take off our Raider cap for a minute and look at that quarterback room. Is there really a competition in that room?
Bro, but that's what I've been trying to, but that's what I've been trying to say the whole time. Stop trying to make this a competition when it's not. And then when AOC say things like, I want to be a starter, then the people that's behind AOC that's already saying he never got a ample chance to start. And that brings up a competition that ain't really there. So that's what I'm saying. When you said, so is he thinking he bigger than the Shield now? That's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because doing those things is you're bringing things that's not necessary, and that's the same thing people were saying that Max was doing, which I could agree to a degree.
I don't think AOC in the situation is trying to be bigger than the Shield. He knows deep down in his heart there's no competition. Obviously, Kirk Cousins is the bona fide starter. Let me clarify that. Kirk Cousins is the bona fide starter. Behind that, we already know that Mendoza is the future of the potentially the future of the franchise, right? So where does AOC fit in the future of this organization? He's pretty much already out the door. So with that being said, like I said, he has to politic his way into another contract with another team. And that's why, again, like I said, I agree with you said. It does fan a little fire to the flame for all these AOCites that swear like AOC is it needs to be the starter and is the starter and all of that. I hear that. I get it. You know what I'm saying? But in this reality of where we are, they've already made it clear that AOC is not going to be a clear-cut starter for us. Like I said, if injuries happen and he's the next man up, then of course he's going to be the starter for us. You know what I'm saying? But outside of that, we're not looking for AOC to be the future of this franchise anytime.
Oh no, wait a minute. Hey, what's up, D Minutes? No, see, I can't buy that because he's saying he want to be a starter, and all his fans are saying we never gave him a chance to be a starter. And under this Kubiak system, including Kubiak, keeps saying don't sleep on Aiden, all that stuff, making it seem like it's real. When I know it's not really a competition, but everything is supposed to be equal. We're gonna see. We're gonna let the players play it out, and then so he's not out of line for saying that he want to be the number one, especially when we're perpetrating that everything is equal right now. When I know it's not. I know that was a political thing to say, but if we're gonna take it at face value, if he's coming out in the presser saying, because he knows that he's not the starter, but for him to come out there and say that, and then even Kirk Cousins even double back was like, yeah, he'll be a good starter, maybe somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't gonna be here. Like even Kirk Cousins knows that. So to me, it's like okay, you are auditioning, and I'm not saying you shouldn't because really you should, but I don't think that I don't think that it's that much different than what Max saying. But what the nation is saying though is the difference is Max is a starter and he asked for a trade. And my thing is, yeah, he might be a starter, but the thing is, look what he's endured through his 7 seasons or whatever that he's been here, and he's seen all this writing on the wall. Why does he have to wait till his name is on the wall in order to make a move?
Because he doesn't have the cachet to say, "Hey, trade me."
Who AOC?
Yeah, he already knows what time it is. So is he has, like I said, he has to politic right now. You know what I'm saying? And let me make this clear for everybody that's watching this under the sound of my voice. AOC is a backup quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders right now and potentially in the future. Because remember, I talked about this with you behind the scenes. A lot of people are not talking about this, and discussing it. There's still a possibility that we bring AOC back on a cheaper contract because he would be our backup quarterback. Now, let me put the story together. This year we got Kirk Cousins. Cool. AOC's the backup quarterback, right? Then when Spytech and the powers that be do the sign a permission slip for Mendoza to start, we still need a backup quarterback. Now, with that being said, it would be kind of beneficial to have a quarterback that's already in the system be the backup quarterback. So we could pay AOC a cheaper contract to be our backup quarterback. This would be his second year in the system. So there's no teaching. There's no, there's no starting from the bottom, situation, because both of the quarterbacks that are in that room now both know the system, and we can still move forward. So, and you could do that because, again, if you move on from Cousins, what are we really spending in that quarterback room? Mendoza's on cheap labor, and that's what I call a rookie contract. you can spend a little couple of dollars to have your safety blanket in ALC. But again, ALC is politicking because again, all these quarterbacks in the NFL, they all want to be starters. They come to the NFL to be a starter in the NFL. The only way that they make themselves a backup is if physical things have limited them, or they just realize, hey, competition has continued to beat me out. Let me go ahead and make this smaller money. You know what I'm saying? So that's where ALC is in regards to the Raiders. I think he is a solid, strong backup for us. But outside of that, he needs to this is his preseason, the whole season. His preseason is the whole season because the tape that he puts out there when he does get out there is all an interview for the 31 teams to make a play for him. And again, he's going to try to go to whatever team and try to be a starter. Is it going to happen? That you know what I'm saying? Or only time will tell. But he has to play that job. You know what I'm saying? He could be the supervisor, but I guarantee you that supervisor is definitely putting words in people's ears to let them know that he wants to be a manager.
Yeah, yeah, but I have a problem with AOC having the ability to politic and then Max Crosby can't. I think if anybody has the leverage to politic is Max because he's the one that's been on the field. He's the one that's been playing injured. He's the one that put the defense on his back. He's the one that's been the face of the franchise. And he's seeing what we weren't doing and the moves we were not making. And he essentially was like, look, if we ain't gonna make no changes, well, send me to where I can play meaningful games. And instead of politicking it in front of the camera, he went to Spy Tech man to man, and I think they saw it and they worked together with this. It wasn't like that. He went in there and was like, trade me, do something or trade me, like everybody's saying. I don't think it was that harsh, but see me, I don't like to try to weigh like this more than this because all I'm saying is this: if you're not want to be a Raider and you're doing something to position yourself other than that, then you don't want to be a Raider no more by definition. If that's how they was attacking Max about it. And I'm like, that's not what that means to me. To me, that means he's looking at it from the business aspect. AOC, no, he's in a good position where I'm still in the league. Obviously, people have confidence that I could play at a level. I've started some games, and I have supreme confidence in myself. Although the reality says something different, that doesn't stop him from putting himself in the best position in order to get him another job if he don't come back here or to earn the backup job here in Las Vegas. Because, like you said, one Kirk Cousins goes on about his business because he's playing for another contract to start somewhere else. And then once he's gone, then AOC can really lock down that backup position. But you have to know that's your role. Let's not be sitting up there talking about he needs to start or he didn't have the ample amount of time to start because AOC is really elite. Because some people seem to think that he's better. He's better than what I think he is. So
And that's all. It's all on, like I said, all the scenario that I put out is all predicated on the when we're ready to take the training wheels off of Mendoza. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why is because when we identify that Mendoza's ready, obviously Mendoza is going to be the starter for us. So we're not going to spend Kirk Cousins type of money for him to be a backup quarterback, nor is Kirk Cousins going with his mentality going to take that position as a backup. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why you heard Kirk Cousins say, "Hey, I'm not here to, teach anybody." Nor is Clint Kubiak endorsing that. He said he wants his quarterbacks to go out there and get the job done. He ain't asking for them to hold each other's hands and all of that. So
right.
he wants Kubiak wants these guys to play, and Kirk Cousins is saying, "Hey, may the best man win." And right now, Kirk Cousins is the best man, so he's not going to concede that. You know what I'm saying? Even when Mendoza's ready to go, so we're going to
Right.
have to. We're not going to spend how much, whatever, 20, 20, 30, whatever plus dollars, on a backup quarterback. So that's why
Right.
in that scenario, AOC would be a better fit to be our backup quarterback.
Right, just like the screen say, 7.5 to 8 million as a backup. Like that's not bad. I mean, it's not bad. But I just think that the expectation level for AOC is heightened at that point because God forbid that we have Fernando and he goes down, that could really turn our franchise around. Because if we do put AOC in and he does what AOC has already been trending to do, which is get injured, like so then so now we in trouble because now we have a backup. The backup is capable, but is he capable of playing long stretches of the game? What if Mendoza, knock on wood, if you with me, got injured during week 9 or something like that?
That,
Can
but
AOC finish the season now? And I just don't think he can.
I agree with you on that, but I'm going to throw something else on it. What backup quarterback in the NFL is really a quarterback that you like? Yeah, they really got you. You know what I'm saying? Like the backup quarterback is okay. If the backup quarterback goes in, generally you're already knowing that your season's done.
That's
So
true. That's
what
true.
is it going to hurt that we, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you want the quarterback to, that's why you have a backup quarterback, because generally a backup quarterback is there to be like, okay, he can keep it together for 1 or 2 games. But if it's longer than that, then you already know, hey, I guess we about to be, you know what I'm saying, drafting high, you know what I'm saying, just depending on, when that injury happens. So is it really, is it that much to really say to roll with AOC and just play it out? Like I understand like the injury concerns. That's one of the biggest issues. You know what I'm saying? One of the two biggest issues with AOC. But yeah, if we're going to our backup quarterback, we're not expecting our backup quarterback to lead us to the Super Bowl.
But see, I would expect AOC to do something because
No,
everybody, not
he
everybody, but a lot of people talking about he starter material and he better than Minshew and he better than Geno Smith, which I definitely don't believe.
I,
But let's just say he's better than one of them two. If he's better than one of them two, he should be able to take the reins at least for half a season. And I'm talking about Mr. 7 and 10 should be able to play 500 football at that time.
mm,
That's just that would be my expectation for him. Not no other backup like you said, because usually if your backup is in there, it's a problem because what happens is he probably 1 hit away from the third string coming in. So
right. And I think, honestly, and maybe I'm a little. This is where I have my Raider cap on. Is I think AOC would, you know what I'm saying, outside of, like, let's just say AOC was healthy, you know what I'm saying, and there really wasn't a health concern. I think with the Kubiak offense and an upgraded offensive line that can actually block and protect, I think AOC would be able to do a little something. I'm not saying he you know what I'm saying, I'm not gonna say he gonna do something, tremendous and amazing, but can he hold it down for, you know what I'm saying, for a span of games? I think he would. I think he can. But there is the concern, like you said, and mostly a lot of people are talking about it, is the injury concern in regards to AOC. So that's the biggest thing. But a good offense and a, you know what I'm saying, a good play caller and a decent offensive line, I think AOC could hold it down for a few games.
I called him Stidham. Called
Because
him I said I thought Stidham might be better than him, but I don't know. I think they one in the same, but like I said, I can't hate on Stidham because I would have thought he wasn't gonna have no job after he left the Raiders, and if he did, it wasn't gonna be for that long. And he didn't found his way to stay on somebody's roster. So
Yep.
I got to shout out to him, right? And so I kind of see AOC in that same light. I think he can probably end up playing with like New England, somebody like that. You know,
Josh McDaniels would love him. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
again, it would
he
be
drafted him. He should.
it would be one of those situations where again AOC would have to, like Stidham did. Remember, Stidham was a starter at one point. You know what I'm saying? Like he has to accept the idea that he can be a backup and get your money on. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like
yeah.
as a backup, that's what Stidham's doing. You know what I'm saying? Stidham is fine with being a backup and holding the clipboard and every once in a while, you know what I'm saying, throwing a touchdown here and there or whatever the situation may be
Right.
on a solid team. You know what I'm saying? So that's where AOC can be. And again, you put you put the Patriots out there. Obviously, McDaniels is there. There's some familiarity there. He knows the playbook. You know what I'm saying? All that plays into it. But yeah, that is really up to ALC on what he wants to do with his career. I think he's at that personally. I think he's at that position in his career where he has to make that decision. Is he really hell bent on being a starter, or is he okay with just making his money, with whatever team may be acquiring for his services?
Yeah, I think he better do the latter and not the former. He probably should try to lock in with the Raiders. That's what I think.
It would be. I mean, like I said, it would be nice to have him as a backup quarterback and just roll that through. But he has to be okay with that. And there's some quarterbacks out there that has made their money on. You know what I'm saying? As a backup, you know what I'm saying? Jacoby Brissett comes to mind. I love Jacoby Brissett. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, me
he's been
too.
a journeyman backup, and he's been making his money wherever he goes.
And
You
now
know,
he's start. Now he's about to start, and that's a good. And that's the thing I want to ask you, Jacoby Brissett. He definitely was he's been like a backup or whatever, but he's been one of those competent backups, like one of those backups where you feel like maybe if we do give him a chance, then
mm,
he might can roll. But the question is for how long? Because
yeah,
it's quarterbacks like what's his name, Joe Johnson, some Johnson. What was
yeah.
his name?
Josh
Oh,
Johnson.
Josh Johnson, thank you.
That's
And
Marshawn Lynch's cousin.
he kept coming back, right?
Mm,
And then he would get a chance to start, but then he'll peak really fast, and then it just tail off because the
mm,
league catches up with you, right? Because you got to have that special something that you can keep at least 1 foot or one toe in front of the league. Because once the league figure you out, then it's over for you as a quarterback. I'm talking about once they really figure you out, it's
yeah,
over for you. Because then once one coordinator figure you out, then two more gonna figure you out, and then the whole league gonna have you figured out.
copycat league.
Yeah,
But I'll say this: I think a lot of the backup quarterbacks and even Jacoby Brissett, one of the biggest things with them is their age. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes the athleticism that you had when you were younger helped you get through some of those things that you're not going to be able to get by with. You know what I'm saying? Moving forward, and I think that was the thing with Josh Johnson. Was Josh Johnson just was getting old, and his athleticism wasn't fully where it was when he first came into the league. Now with Jacoby Brissett, his situation, he's been been bounced around and now is getting his starting a start. Now again, I liked him. I liked him as a quarterback, but it's going to be what competition does he really have with the team he's at? So he was the best
yeah,
quarterback in the room. So I think he's also a starter kind of by default. Because I don't think they really invested in a quarterback starter wise. So, good luck to him. I hope he, gets his money and does what he does. But
yeah,
I think that's the battle in regards to some of these older backups. You know what I'm saying? Like They're playing as long as their body can allow them, and as long as the team is calling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Shout out to you, Jack Kenner. Have a good night, my brother. Um, Rose Rosetown says, "Man, City couldn't take the Broncos to the Super Bowl." Now, to who was I talking to about this? To his defense, though, it's hard to come off the bench, having played all year, and then you play in the AFC Championship game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then not only that, you're playing in the snow. Now I get it; it didn't snow until the second half, but if I played football in the snow. Like I played in West Virginia in college, right? And even if it don't snow, it's feel like it snow. The weather is heavier, so and it may sound like I'm making excuses for him, but I'm just saying those are a lot of different elements for a guy to come in, a backup to come in and win the game. And not to mention, it was a low scoring game both ways. And it wasn't like he got blew out or and the game wasn't like it was out of reach. So I think had he had like a game before that, you might have seen a different result or even at least a closer game or whatever. And it was already a close game. But what do you think about Stidham though coming in the AFC Championship game?
I think it was already, like I said, earlier, when you bring in your backup quarterback, you already kind of assume that it ain't gonna be favorable, and you with the team like the Broncos, especially with their defense, they had their defense was pretty much what held that team together. Now, Bo Nix every once in a while had to make a play, you know what I'm saying, to keep them up top. But when you're playing, playoff ball, it's different. You know what I'm saying, especially when starter versus backup. You know what I'm saying, and we know
Right.
Stidham, it would have been a miracle for Stidham to
Pull
have
that
him
out.
fill that out. So he did the best he could with the situation he was given, and that's why you have a backup quarterback. But yeah, I'm not really putting that on Stidham.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Let's see. He said, I am confident with our core QB room. This hasn't been true for a while. Let's not mess with them. Hey, I'm kind of in the school of thought when you with that too. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's why I was kind of shook when I heard AOC jump out the window talking about he wanted to be a starter. Like what?
Mhm.
What are you talking about? Like, have you been on the internet? Are you on YouTube? Are you in the Raiders fear? And you getting gassed up because I never. You're being irregular right now. Like,
He talking about the other team. You know
oh,
what I'm
that's what it
saying?
was.
You talk about the other team because again, and I think everybody knows that because again, Kirk Cousins talked when there was a question that the writers asked about ALC, and he even brought up, yeah, he's pretty much in a roundabout way, he's playing for another, he's playing for his next job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well,
And
see,
I
then
think they may have already had that conversation with ALC, like, hey, we gonna we gonna keep you around, but we we want you to ball out, but this is also an opportunity for you to put out tape for these other teams. And I think
yeah,
that's also why you've been hearing, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's where people this is where you can see both sides of things, right? This is where the AOC, aholics are looking at it, whereas for Spytek and Kubiak, they're saying that, but it's more pushing him, you know what I'm saying, out there, you know what I'm saying, for these other teams. When the coach is talking high on these, talking high about the player, they might be like, hey, how much we, is it okay for us to throw a fourth at you for AOC? I know you like him. You know what I'm saying? They
bro.
sometimes you gotta talk up what you got to
Yeah,
get
hey,
something for it.
hey, mouthpiece vicious. I get it. Like mouthpiece vicious. If we can
Politics, man.
finagle it, first of all, we get a fork for him. I would send him with two Vegas showgirls, one on each arm, because I think it's projected that he's worth a sixth, right?
Mhm.
Um, and so if we even get a fifth, I'll send him with one Vegas showgirl. But if we get a fourth, we will be winning with that
Well,
for sure.
let me say this. I'm not saying for sure that I think that he's worth the fourth, but I'm just saying whatever they throw at us, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Back to the Bob Barker, if the price is right,
the
you know
price
what
is
I'm
right.
saying?
Right.
We are again, we already know what time it is with ALC. ALC is not going to be a starter for us. So we can get, if we can get something for him, a la Geno Smith, a la Tyree Wilson, you know what I'm saying? If we can
Yeah.
get something for these guys before they get up out of here, we're gonna definitely gonna do that. Especially with the mentality that I've been seeing from Spytech. Spytech is if he can get a 7th round pick for this pen and a plastic fork, you know what I'm saying, he's definitely gonna do it.
And an iPhone charger.
You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. No, Webb, you're not the only one that's old enough to remember when the backup was the holder. I forgot all about that, but I'm in that boat. I'm in that boat with you.
They
Um,
I mean they don't do that anymore. The backup
yeah,
quarterback being the holder. Now you know
yeah.
now it's the punter.
Kicker or the holder, yeah, the punter, yeah, yeah, for real. So, all right. So AL, so this ALC thing is going to be interesting because there is no clear path of what can happen because there's a lot of options
A whole lot of them.
and it doesn't seem and I don't know. Are we going to hold three quarterbacks? Are we going to hold two quarterbacks? I think that's a big question. And at first, I thought maybe we were going to hold two quarterbacks, but sounded.
I
I mean, like I'm trying to read between the line when it comes to even Kubiak when it comes to the quarterback room, but I'm not too sure he's not willing to carry three quarterbacks. I'm not sure he not. I think he really might.
he's gonna have to carry three. You know, until again until we get a trade from AOC. He's gonna have to carry three because right now Kirk Cousins is number one, AOC is number two, and it's not like we gonna it's not like we gonna hold put Mendoza on the practice squad.
No, definitely not. That ain't happening.
So you got to, you know what I'm saying, we got to carry three, and that means we're just going to be short somewhere else. I think that might have been I'll just throw this out there. I mean, that might be why we got Trey Zoom. You know what I'm saying? Like we might be able to cut some corners in that old line room just so that we can have the quarterback, you know what I'm saying? The three on the roster
It's
or
interesting
somewhere
you
else.
said,
But
yeah,
that
yeah. No, you're right. It's interesting that you say that because in order for us to be able to carry three quarterbacks, I mean, like Lincoln Kennedy, he said like the old linemen, the Raiders usually suit up eight old linemen. Now if we have five O linemen and two linemen that can play multiple positions, we don't need a third eighth O lineman, and we can reserve that spot for a third quarterback. Now, my question is, are we going to do that in order to preserve a third string quarterback? Well, I guess presumably a second string quarterback. Um, would that make sense to do that? You don't necessarily have to be the O line. That was just the example that he used to
yeah.
make it clear. But that could be even in the defensive secondary. We might end up not needing as many because we have enough of them back there. So that we might, instead of carrying seven players, we might carry six because we can get away with it to keep AOC on the roster. But if we doing all that for AOC, that means we think very highly of him.
I mean, I wouldn't even say it's necessarily that they think extremely high of him. I think this just because of the process of the letting Mendoza sit and having a safety net for that situation. I think yeah, I don't think it's necessarily that they're extremely high on ALC that they're like, oh, we gotta, keep him for sure. But I'm just saying, I think they're more in the business of let's try to get something for ALC at some point. So until then, let's hold on to it because I think there is some value out there for an ALC.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave A. Let's leave the ALC alone because they're coming up a lot.
Yeah, you know, we brought it up. I know it was a long
No, no,
discussion.
no, no, no. I'm
Yeah.
glad you did because I brought it up. I wanted to share some of what you shared with me because I'm trying to be transparent when it comes to this ALC thing. Like for real, like I'm
Mhm,
really trying to be transparent when it comes to that. But let's talk the flip side. A lot of us talk about offense a lot, and we're
mhm.
an offensive team. So of course, by default, we're going to talk offense. What are your concerns on defense, if any, or what are you looking for in the defense this year?
D line, D line, and what is who's going to really stand? Who's going to step up opposite side of Max Crosby? That's one on the D line. The other part of the D line that I have a concern with is who are we identifying as our nose tackle? Now we do got some big bodies that came in, you know what I'm saying? We did pull some things there, but who are they really looking at to be that nose for us? Um that's my concern on the D line. Outside of that, who's going to be our corner? Opposite side of Stokes. That's another concern that I have.
So what do you think about Jamad McCoy playing there?
I like Jamal McCoy. I'm hoping that he becomes that guy for us. Now, you know, the injury is you know they're kind of babying him, you know what I'm saying, and monitoring, you know, his snaps, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? I think for the reason of having him ready for, you know, when bullets start flying, but I want them to at some point, you know, during camp to really solidify who's 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 potentially going to be that opposite side of Stokes.
So who are the candidate? Who are the candidates? Okay, we have Jamal McCoy. Um, for some reason, a lot of people like Darian Porter.
Mm-hmm.
I think the messed up about him is he's like a project for us, but now we're in a space where we don't need no
Nino
projects in the
projects.
secondary.
Yeah.
So he might be the odd man out because of that, because we don't have the time to wait. But unless he can make a drastic jump between year one and year two, because he did start some games last year, and people was complaining about Caillou Blue Kelly because he started the season, which I thought he should have started. He got taken out, and they put in Darian Porter, and he got the same treatment. They
Yeah.
gave him the same treatment, and they brought Caillou back. So hopefully, he can use that experience to his for his benefit.
I
Now, but who? Go ahead. Who else do you think though could
no,
play that corner position?
I want to say this about Porter. I think with the what we got in the room, I think it's a situation where, you know, he's just gonna have to, you know, get it in wherever he can get it in, because we do got a lot of guys, you know, a lot of guys in that room that can get the job done. You know what I'm saying? Even with the guys that we just drafted with Masses and you know, with Jamal McCoy. So that it might be a situation where, hey, you go out there, but you know, and compete, but we don't really need you at this point. You know what I'm saying? We do got you under what? How many years do we got him under? 2 more years. So you got this year and 2 more years to to show us what you got. You know what I'm saying, to be a starter, but you know, Porter might just be the fourth corner. You know what I'm saying, on the depth chart, because he is a project. He's not. He's a wide receiver that's working to be a corner versus guys that we drafted that have already been corners. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's
It,
my point. Yeah.
it's just kind of a excuse me, a wait and see for him. Now, can he make that jump? Can he improve? Can he get better? Absolutely, and that would make our secondary look nasty. You know what I'm saying? If you're telling me we got Stokes on one side, Jamal McCoy on the opposite side, Terry and Johnson in the slot, and then the next person that comes out that's ready to go is Porter or Masses. You know what I'm saying? Like I think our secondary that was a weakness automatically if Porter makes that jump, so automatically starts talking about maybe one of the strongest rooms on the defensive side.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts about Masses? Is that somebody that can potentially go out there and start at the corner position?
I think he's making a play. You know what I'm saying? There has been reports out there that Masses has been getting number one reps. You know what I'm saying? So obviously, whether it's injury or not, they're looking at him and asking for him to do what it do on that side. Now, what is he doing? We don't know. Is he playing man? We don't know. Is he playing zone? We don't know. Now, I do think that Masses is a better better zone safety than he is on man. So, I don't know if that plays into it or whatever the situation may be, but they are giving him number one reps.
Yeah, and I think they might be impressed with what he got going on, but like Kubiak said, when it's time to put on the pass, we need you to tackle, bro. And he literally looked in the camera and said that. Now, I think he could have said that to about anybody that he was talking about in that situation, because that applies to everybody. But being
Mm,
that he actually said Master's name, and he was like, "Yeah, we're gonna need you to come tackle, bro." Like that's what if he could tackle, then I think he can find his way on the field more often. He's just a little light in the tail. But I mean, I think he got the heart to do it because he's going to have to if he really want to make that leap there.
And,
So
and and what do you expect for someone that was a late round pick to have? You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna have the
mhm.
complete package. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be things that he's gonna have to work out. So if he can get that tackling together and you know what I'm saying, and that physicality, then again, that might be another surprise to the situation, and again make that corner room even more. You know what I'm saying? More of a problem for the league.
Well, I think we definitely have some. We got some good pieces back there. We going. I think Dawson Johnson's going to surprise some people. Stooks is going to be cool. Jeremy Chin, Paul Mao, I think that's going to be cool. I think Stokes is going to still play good. I think our
Mhm.
defense is going to be a lot better than people anticipate. But it is a first year with Coach Robbie, so it's got to be some room for grace. But we're
Definitely.
going from the defensive back to the running back room. Here's a question. Um, I am curious to how you think they will split up the running back carries this season.
I don't think there's going to be much of a split. I really don't. I think they're going to run Genty as much as they can, and then every once in a while you'll see Washington out there. I don't think Washington, as much as I like him, I don't think Washington is at the place of what we saw in Seattle, like where Charbonnet was a man of his own. You know what I'm saying? And Walker was a man of his own. I think Washington is more of that complimentary. Like, okay, we'll bring him in. You know what I'm saying? Just to give Genty a little break here. You know what I'm saying? But I think they're really okay with running Genty like majority of the time.
So what you thinking? 70-30, 60-40, eighty
I,
20
I think it's more 70-30, if
Mm.
that,
Ooh.
if
I think
that.
they're gonna give Genty the ball. Uh I think that you might be right. It start off 70-30, but that 30 can turn to 35. It's from 65 to
Oh,
35.
absolutely. Just and it might be depending on Genty's injuries or saying something like that, where he might just have like a little nagging something here and there, where they're like, okay, well, we need to preserve because again, he's our horse. So you don't really want to overrun our horse, but if there's something where he's limping a little bit or something like that, they might be like, okay, we'll that might be where the 35 comes into play. But I really think Genty's going to do his thizzle, you know what I'm saying, this year. And it's because of the commitment to the running game. with Kubiak and the potential and hopes of the upgrade of our offensive line. So yeah, I'm leaning more towards 70-30. Not really, a 50-50 situation.
Yeah, I'm definitely. I think it's going to be close to 50-50. Um, Bruce Willis said we're going to run the ball till the field burns up. So both running backs are going to split the carry 60-40, 60 to Jenny.
Okay.
64 is a little too close for me though.
I mean, again, like I said, that's his Raider gospel. But I
Oh yeah,
look,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm with I'm with Genty getting the majority of the snaps, and again, who knows? And I'll say this to your side of the conversation with the 60-40. Look, we haven't seen pads come on yet. We haven't really seen. What I'm saying, we seen highlights of Washington, but who knows? He might do something really nasty in camp where, hey,
Right.
you might want to slide him some more snaps. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
you might.
But
Right, you
but
right. He might get in there and just be like, "Dang, wait a minute." We can
yeah,
hit a home run no matter who's in the backfield, and that could be a good thing because, like Webb said, he said, which of these running backs is better on third down? And I think it could be either one of them. They both could catch. We seen Genty handle third downs.
uh,
One thing I did want to see about Genty last year is his blitz pickup and his ability to find the guy to block and the ability to block them. And he did fairly well. So I think it could go either way, to be honest. And it's going to take for us to see how Washington respond with pads on. Because if he runs anything like a McFadden or anything like a Adrian Peterson, which I think is more closer to his comp, not to say he's got that level of skill yet,
yeah,
but I just think he's harder to tackle, like AD. They call him
mhm.
all day, right? And
and I think.
versus
Oh, go ahead.
McFadden. McFadden was a little easier to tackle. Go ahead, bro. Okay.
And I think the metric is similar to what we saw with Genty, like and some of the concern that you just recently brought up in regards to the improvements of Genty, right? Genty's pass pro improved, what I'm saying, as things went on. The first couple of games, Genty's pass pro was bad. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
he
Like,
didn't know where to
yeah,
go.
exactly. So is that's going to be another barometer for Washington is, can you pass pro? Because again, third down is not just third down. Third down is considered the money down. So you're
Mhm.
going to want your best pass pro, you know what I'm saying, situation and versatility there, right? There's going to be situations on third down, and it's third and one. You need that running back that can handle short yardage situations. You know what I'm saying? So can he do that? You know what I'm saying? Third and 15. You know what I'm saying? Where obviously it's more of a passing down. You're going to need that guy to pick up that blitz. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that there's a lot of things that need to be checked off for Mike Washington. But if he does check those things off, there might be a possibility that his snaps do go up based on his performance.
Yeah, Genty is not afraid to pass block. Yeah, he. I learned so much about him last year, and it's cool because I learned it through the adversity. It
Mm,
showed me a lot about him because people complain about him being the sixth pick. Although I'm not necessarily think he was sixth pick worthy, but I think we needed to pick him at six because that's where we were.
yeah.
Because we wouldn't have had a chance to get him any other way. Uh, so I think that he showed that he really justified his spot to me, all things considered, because he was a bright spot on this offense because he didn't get hurt, which is important. Like I say, that's always my metric to see how long you can stay on the field. He didn't get hurt. He got progressively better. And as bad as our O line performed, and as many times he got hit in the backfield, that showed me that he's elusive. And he was only 25 yards away from 1,000. That's 1,000 to me. It's not, but it is.
Mm.
So I'm trending very high on Ashton.
No, I think there's definitely room for optimism and excitement in regards to Ashton Gency. I think uh, if if our offensive line is, and I've heard people say this, and I've said it a few times, if our offensive line is just a slither better than what we had last year, I think we'll see, you know what I'm saying, a better play from our running game. So um yeah, I think that's where it's at, man.
I think we're gonna be a few slivers better. Uh, he says keeping backs fresh, keep their averages up and mistakes down. Yeah, but the thing is, Ashton Genty gonna want all them carries.
Mm.
So
Especially with where he college wise where he came from, you know what I'm saying? He's used to getting, you know what I'm saying, 30 something snaps, you know what I'm saying? Like he he can do that, and he's actually, if you watch Ashton Genty's play, you'll see that he actually gets better, you know what I'm saying, when he gets a lot of snaps.
yeah. Frank Weber said, "Dang, it's gonna be good to see man covered again." Yeah, boy, I thought that was something that was missing in the NFL on our team anyway, because we did not play man for nothing. So I'm glad we are gonna go play some man. Now, hopefully, we can guard some man.
Yeah, I mean, you can run, man, but you know what I'm saying. You can also you can get smoked in man too if if you ain't paying attention. So it's going to be like you said, and I've been saying this in regards to um, the totality of the defensive side of the ball. I think we're going to have to allow Rob to get make his mistakes, especially this is not a veteran, you know what I'm saying, defensive team. Like, we got a whole lot of young guys on that side of the ball too. So he is young guys along with a young coordinator, and he's trying to do something new. So this is something, maybe some certain things that they some of the guys have gone through a little bit, but he's trying to implement something new over there. So we just got to let him cook and make sure that we bring in the right pieces for whatever he's trying to put on that defensive side of the ball. I think that side of the ball is what I'm more optimistic about, because I don't know how that defense is going to be ran.
Mm. Yeah, I think we should give our defense 2 seasons before we try to be hypercritical.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we got to give them 2 seasons before we hypercritical about what they do, because we got a new coordinator, we got new everything except for Max Crosby.
I don't think we need to be hypocritical even on the offensive side of the ball, because I don't think Kubiak has got everything that he really wants. You know what I'm saying? There's some people on this roster that don't really necessarily fit, you know what I'm saying, what we're cooking. They just happen to be here because there ain't nobody else there to, you know what I'm saying, to fill in that spot.
Are you willing to give some names? You
Nah, I'm not gonna do that. You know what I'm
ain't
saying?
gonna do you ain't gonna do it
Hey,
like that. Well, I tried to get
hey,
tried to,
people don't subscribe enough, and people, the Raiders ain't
yeah,
paying me enough to speak on that, man.
yeah. Tell we'll wait till you get over the threshold first before
Yeah,
we go that far with it. Right,
yeah.
right.
Matter of
Webb
fact, hit
says,
that subscribe button while you at it.
yeah, please do. Go on and hit it one time for the one time. Webb says, hopefully we will be about 32. We will run about 30 times a game. That should be enough carries for everyone. Yeah. I think we're gonna run. I think we definitely gonna run the ball for sure. So I'm not worried about that. Because even our lineman is run dominant lineman. Like
Mm.
we'll be okay in the pass, I think.
If and then honestly, like we're going to be we're going to be a running team. So that's why you see a lot of the guys on our offensive line. They're better. Most of them are pretty much better in the running game than they are in the passing game. So obviously they're leaning more towards the running game, and with play action, do you really have to block a whole lot for play action? Like, you're disguising the run in your formation. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
not really holding up for the whole, you know what I'm saying, pass situation. So if it is a, play action style of team, then it's not like we're putting a lot of pass protection pressure on the guys that we have.
Yeah.
Now, would we like
Well,
for them to hold up? Absolutely, but the way that things are going to be ran, it's not like we're going to have them just traditionally drop back and then ask for our offensive line to block for 5 seconds. You know what I'm saying?
mhm. So and I don't know if I asked you on this O line. Who who do you think is going to start, and then who would you like to start?
Colt Miller, Burford, Linderbaum, JPJ, Glaze. That's who I got.
That's who you both want to start, and that's who you think is going to start.
I honestly I want Caleb Rogers to take over for Burford, but I don't know if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, they talking about him giving JPJ a run for his money. He better definitely be able to give Burford a run for his money. 'Cause I think Burford was a good signing at the time because we needed a player to stick there if we didn't. But matter of fact, what's going on with Jordan Meredith, man? Because Jordan Meredith was a good guard before they stuck him at center.
He's a journeyman, and he's not. The reason why we brought in Burford is because he's a guard that knows the system. He's the veteran. He's the veteran guard that knows the system. So that's why Burford has the up. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying, on everybody. But
yeah. I don't
Meredith
think
is a journeyman. How many teams has he been on? How many? You know what I'm saying? Um, he's a guard one time. He's a center one time. What is Meredith going to do this year?
is he a depth piece?
I'll ask throw this out here because we talked about it earlier. Does he fit the system? That's a question.
Because he fits the system. He
Is he
might
one of
fit
those
this
players
system
that doesn't
better.
necessarily fit?
He might fit this system better because his power is not his game.
Uh-huh.
And so consequently, if we are using Kubiak, he usually play to the strengths of the lineman that he had. Like, so does he play better? Does Meredith play better in the system? Is it more comfortable for him? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. But I don't know. He just he played good at guard, and then they stuck him at center, and out of necessity because they didn't want to put JPJ there because for the reason like you said, some people or somebody said that he was probably too big to play center. He probably could be better used at guard, so they stuck him at guard. So I don't know what Meredith is. He might be the odd man out. Let's see. Weber said, pretty sure the vets will start on the O line, even though I would personally prefer to see some youth. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Like Trey Zoom, he'll get his chance. I think Trey Zoom will get his chance. I think he's one of them players that once he gets on the field, he's not going to get off. So I think that's how that's going to work. I think Trey Zoom, I think a lot of people didn't like that pick. I hope once it start panning out, you guys give him the love that, because a lot of people did not like that pick at
With
all.
Trey Zoom?
Yeah. And I'm like, we can't go pick no lineman in no deeper rounds and expect him to be
I think
competent.
I think because of the also because of what was on the board at that time, people felt like we could have did something else.
Yeah, yeah, probably possibly. But I like how we drafted. I see the vision of what we were trying to follow. So I'm with it. I mean, it's no guarantees, but at least I see what we were doing. You know.
Uh
Did you get a chance to see the Raiders show that they did? Where they went behind the scenes of the draft, and I think episode one came out is on Raiders.com.
you know, that was
Raider.
actually one I have not watched. I was planning to watch that tonight.
Oh yeah, take some time. You'll enjoy that. You'll enjoy that and watch that. Let me see.
Raphael, good to
Kubiak.
see you, man.
What'd you say?
You know, I was just shouting out Raphael, El
Oh yeah, what's
Capitan.
El Capitan? It says Kubiak likes to give his own lineman an element of surprise. Definitely something they didn't have last year. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I think we just ready to see it on the field to see if it's going to translate because we've made a lot of good choices, something that we're not used to, and so we do hope that it translates to some continuity on the field because it takes some time for the O line to gel together. It takes some time for the defense to gel together. It takes time for the quarterback and the receivers to see eye to eye. But it's just something about Kubiak that he can just pull them all together in a short amount of time. Now, I don't want to say we're gonna be there in 1 year, but I want to say that we're gonna make a seismic step in where we are now to where we're gonna be at the end of the season. I don't. I'm very optimistic about it.
I think there is a reason to be optimistic. There's only one spot or one decision this year that I was like, what the heck were we doing?
Which was
Kicker.
we probably didn't have much choice there.
Yeah.
Matt A with the G being silent, but everybody wants the Tokyo toe.
Happy Pride, everybody. Happy Pride.
So the Tokyo toe is what people are saying. And I was like, well, he hadn't kicked any balls past 52 yards or 53. But then I had to think in college, you're not going to really get to kick that far.
No.
So I don't know if he does have the leg for a 54-yarder or not. So that's going to be an interesting battle to watch in camp. Uh, what do you guys think? Or you guys think the veteran Matt A with the G being silent has the leg up um, on the Tokyo toe? And I'm not talking about just because we like the Tokyo toe in his story, but do you think he's gonna beat him out? And if he does, boy, that's going to be amazingly exciting for Raider Nation if he does get to be our kicker. Now, I don't know how long they'll love him if he missing field goals because we loved us some Janikowski. We loved us some Janikowski.
Hey, I seen old boy miss a whole lot of kicks, so I'm 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 already ready to move off of him.
Who?
Matt.
Matt A with the G being silent.
Mm-hmm.
um, Webb said, I think this season our front seven on defense will take the longest to develop. And that is a concern, but why? I would think it would be the other way around, being that the defensive coordinator is the D line coach. Well, maybe not this year, but he was the D line coach. So why should that be that should be one of the first places that should translate. But then again, we got new pieces on that line too. So and we coming with a new front.
Yeah, and then you still got Waldo on the other side.
So, would you call him Wild? Who?
Who?
Ron Crawford?
Nah, Coons.
Oh, you call him Where's Waldo?
Yeah.
I call Keyron Where's Waldo because we ain't seen him since he was taking mental reps on day 2 of OTAs, or mini camp or whatever that was. But yeah, you're right. Like Coons is definitely Where's Waldo because he got 2 prove it year deals. Like they were like, all right, we get it. You might have been injured, or this is your first year back from injury. So the next year, you don't have no excuses now. We were able to get you for a little cheaper than last year, but somewhere the same. But Kuntz need to have what? How many tackle sacks in order to justify a new contract? Because he's playing for a contract as well.
Double digits.
I see. He got to go from 4.5 sacks to 10.
You got to be in the neighborhood. I need 8, 9.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know
We
if he's
we
gonna get it.
we already gave you 24 mil.
And we essentially gave it to him because he played those last 6 or so games with AP.
Exactly. So we already gave you 24 mil. So you need to especially if supposedly people are shifting, you know what I'm saying? Supposedly Max Crosby's getting doubled and triple teamed.
He
What
does. I seen him
what
get
are,
double team and chipped.
no, I'm just saying. So if that's the case, what are you doing on the other side?
Getting blocked by the left tackle.
Single coverage.
Single coverage, right.
And what happens on any situation when you're single coverage? Your job is to beat your man.
Oh, for sure. He's
A
supposed,
one-on-one is you licking your chops.
and I think that's why we going to a 3-4 because we can't get around that edge. And then that way we can scheme players around that edge or stunt some
Dang.
players.
You know what? You just brought up something. Do you think we're going to 3-4 because Max Crosby can't contain?
Can't contain what outside.
Yeah.
I never thought he had a problem containing. I think they're trying to get him to the quarterback more.
Like, because I mean, in a traditional 3-4, then he's not really. You know what I'm saying? Like you got linebackers that are covering up.
Yeah.
So, do you think that's what it? Because I I I think that was and maybe we can disagree on that, but I think Max Crosby. I'm not saying he can't contain because there's every once in a while he'll do it, but there's been some times where I'm like, dude, why are they literally running the ball on your side and you're not there?
Just because he wreak havoc when you run away from him. So usually what happens is if a defensive player is killing you on the run, the best thing to do is run at him, not away from him. So I can see what you're saying there. Raider Rebel said 8 or 9. Damn. So we need 18 from Crosby. I think that's a little much to ask from Max Crosby. 18 sacks.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, Kuntz better do something because again, that the production got to be better than what it's been. Again, we spent 24 million on this guy, and what has he done?
Right.
I
Raider,
I I I rather let Keyron Crawford run out there and rush his heart out. You know what I'm saying? I would be okay stomaching that versus spending money on a vet that ain't doing nothing.
I think that's the goal. I think that's what's going to happen. I think someone's going to keep getting blocks, and Keyron going to come around that corner. That's what I think. Raider Rebel says put Max on the O line with his hand in the dirt. Webb says Crosby can contain. He just doesn't do it all the time, right?
That part. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's a good point right there. He just don't do it all the time, right? But I think that's because he has to put the whole defense on his shoulders, though, for real. I honestly think that because there's a lot of times that we're looking for Max to make plays, and I'm like, what about these other players? Why they ain't even making some plays earlier in the game, like to give him a chance to breathe or to conserve himself or pace himself.
Yeah.
That's what I think. But so and the whole Crosby thing is, do you think he's overpaid? Did you see that in the article saying that he's like the number eighth
Man, come
overpaid
on, man.
contract?
You trying to have me lose subscribers because you know as
Oh
soon as
no,
we
we
talk
okay.
about you know as soon as we talk about Max Crosby and what he's worth, you know what I'm saying? Then people gonna start unsubscribing because you already know how I feel about Max Crosby's production.
Well, 18 sacks is a lot though.
Yeah, that is a lot.
18 sacks is a lot. I'm sorry, that's a lot. So I'll let you. Maybe that's why our minds go up and down. My subscriber count go up and down because I
I'm
don't know how to read the room well. I just know that when I talk AOC, I can feel the eyes coming through my computer and through my camera,
uh
waiting for me to say something ill so they can let me know that I don't know what I'm talking about.
I think Max is 14, 15. I
Yeah.
think that's a good mark for him.
Raider, hey, if you want to come up, you can come up too, bro. But he's been overpaid. Oh, see, when I hear people say that he's overpaid, I think they just don't like Max. Because what makes Max overpaid? Because Max is definitely a top five pass rusher, uh, DN, edge rusher. And if he ain't top five, I know he's top 10 for sure. But I'm sure he's top five. And if he's top 10, and the average out of the top 10 is $39 million, but Max Crosby make $35 million, which is the lower tier of that. I'm thinking he is right along where the market is dictating he should be, and he's not overpaid. And for those that are saying he overpaid, how much you think they should pay him a year? How much is Max Crosby worth a year? For those that are saying that he's overpaid, Raider Rebel says, "How is that a lot?" TJ Watt had 19 in the season. Yeah, look how long ago was that. Look up TJ Watt's last two seasons. I looked it up today. Look at what he did the last two seasons. And Crosby's been hurt the last two seasons, so and so he's had to get surgeries and all that. So his 23 season was good, is up there. But what about TJ Watt's last two seasons? Let's look those stats up. I'm gonna look it up real quick again. I have it in my phone because I already looked it up. And then he had 22 this season for less money. Miles Garrett just broke the sack record. It's a little bit more than what Crosby getting, and that's a contract thing. And I'm sure he's getting more guaranteed money because even the edge rusher that's underneath T.J. Watt uh, was had way less production than Max. Max had better production than both of them, even being injured. So I don't think that's out of the room for what he's consistently been getting paid. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, here, let me get the link for you, brother. Here's the link. Hold on. Yeah, because I need to talk to you, brother. I need to talk to you, brother. I want to talk to you, brother. I would rather have four guys with 6 sacks each than one guy with 20. You know what? That's interesting. So how many sacks do you guys think Quiddy Pay gonna get then? Because he was brought in to take over for Max. So Quiddy Pay was supposed to come in and take over for Max. So
I
what
don't
he
think
gonna do?
I don't think he came over. I don't think he came over to take over from Max. I think he was actually the guy that was going to be opposite side of Max.
But they got Quiddy Pay right before. Right, what did they get him right before they?
They they signed Quiddy Pay, and then um I think they signed Quiddy Pay, and then that's when the trade came.
So they brought him in to take over for Tyree and what possibly Kuntz.
Yeah, yeah. Because outside of there's no long term option opposite side of Max Crosby. So they brought in Quiddy Pay, signed him to that deal to have someone opposite side of Max Crosby. Because again, remember when the whole situation of the Ravens you know what I'm saying, debacle, they said we were going to honor all the contracts because we already had in mind that Max Crosby was going to be on the books.
Yeah, I just dropped the link. I don't know if you've seen it, Rebel. But you were talking about T.J. Watt. I was thinking of Nick Bosa, so I was talking about Nick Bosa's number. So I was incorrect on that. But T.J. Watt makes 41 a million, make 41 a year, so he's getting over the league uh, average for the D rushers. I mean, the edge rushers. So Max Crosby is 8. Nick Bosa makes 34 million. Jalen Phillips make 30, and Josh Hines Allen make 28. So right underneath him is Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa, he had played 3 games last year, got 2 sacks, and then the year before that he had 9 sacks in 14 games. So that's not 10 sacks right there. So we expect Max to have 10 sacks, and if Max don't have 10 sacks, we feel like he's not performing. Jalen Phillips, right underneath that guy at 17 games, he had 9 sacks. 3 with Miami, 2 with Philadelphia. Yeah, 5 sacks. Actually, 5 sacks. 3 with Miami, 2 with Philadelphia. Um, 53 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 14 QB hits. Um, then he was injured, played 4 games, had 1 sack, and then 6 tackles. So the guys that's right underneath Max Crosby, his production is higher than those guys. So it's not because like back to what I'm saying is if he's overpaid, how much should he get paid? Because the 10th guy on this list is making 28 million.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna bow out on that one.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't want you to.
I'm gonna be look. I'm gonna be on panel, but I ain't gonna be
Right,
touching on that situation because
right,
I
right, right,
you know,
right, right.
I just rather not touch that situation. I just feel like, like I said, Max Crosby, his goal this year, I think it should be more about 14, 15. I don't want him to dip under single digits in any years. That he's with us, but yeah, because he is our guy on the D line.
Yeah, he is. Brother was good with you.
What it do? What it do?
Man, sometimes me, always you.
Right, right.
Now let's talk, bro. Let's talk. You know what? It's like you're my arch nemesis without being my nemesis, though. You know what I'm saying? Like you're my arch nemesis without like me not liking you or disliking you. So because your points is always good and it's always
With you not liking me or disliking me?
no. I like you more than I dislike you. I like you more than I dislike you. It's just that I don't like. I don't like. You know what it is? I don't like.
You
This is
just don't
what
like
I
me
don't like.
questioning. You don't like being questioned.
No, I love that part. That part I love. I don't like. I don't like. You said something today that made me want to jump through the computer. And the thing is, you said that AMC is more mobile than Dino Smith and Gardner Minshew. Like you said that. You said they both. He's more mobile than both of them. And when you said that, I'm thinking you can't. There's no way you could really believe that. But
You
I
look
believe
at
you do, though. I
look at their
believe you
sack.
do.
Look at their sack totals per season. It's not about being mobile. It's about being efficient, decisive, pre-snap, and getting the ball out on time.
That's
That's
a
what the
good
NFL is
argument.
about. It's not about mobility in the NFL. If you can get the ball out on time, you don't have to be the most mobile. Is my point. And if you look at Gardner Minshew's sack count with the Raiders or anywhere else per season, and you look at Aiden O'Connell's per season or through 17 games or 22 games, the man don't take sacks just for a reason because he gets the timeout. He's decisive, and when he needs to, he can be mobile.
Yeah, because he get hurt though. He get hurt and then he be
Man,
out.
everybody gets hurt. Max Crosby ain't played a full season since he been a Raider. The dude's been hurt every single year, but he makes 30
Let's
something
not
million
say
dollars
Max
per year.
Crosby is injury prone.
J,
Max Crosby is not injury.
JPJ been hurt every single year. Colton Miller been hurt every single year. I mean,
No,
we don't
no,
talk
he
about
wasn't.
we ain't talking about these guys. I
They
mean,
not. They haven't been hurt every single year though.
they
They
have Colton Miller
haven't.
the last 3 years. He been
Colton
hurt.
Miller. Colton Miller
Colton Miller
haven't
been
been
hurt
hurt every
every
season.
year the last 3 years.
He only been really hurt the last 2 years.
JPJ
And,
been
and
hurt every
really, he
year
could
he
have
been in
came
the
back
NFL.
last year. But
JPJ ain't played half a season since he been in the NFL. Like
only
everybody
been
gets
in the
hurt.
league 2 years. We could say the same thing about Brock Bowers then, if that's
Everybody
the
gets
case.
hurt. It's what you do when after you get hurt, how you come back and how you let that injury, dictate what your career is going to be.
So how do we not use that metric for AOC? AOC was hurt the year before in his senior year of college. The only year he wasn't hurt was his
When
rookie
did he
year.
get? Was he hurt his senior year in college? I thought he finished his senior year and played every game.
You know, I think he was out that his foot injury in his senior year in college.
I
But
don't.
let me double check that though, because I
I
don't want to
don't
be
know.
wrong about when it
He
comes to
might have been
him. But
playing. I don't think he played. I don't think he was playing with injury. I
what
know
I
there was a
do
lot of
know
talk
is he
saying
only
that
wasn't hurt his rookie year. He's been hurt every year since his rookie year, which is two more
he
seasons.
didn't get
But
hurt
let
his
me
rookie
double
year.
check that about his rookies about his college.
He got he got hurt. He got hurt getting sacked in the preseason or hitting his helmet, whatever. Same thing as I guess it was sack. And he got hurt with getting carried off the field with a deep knee bruise, and they put him in a cast. Which sometimes that's a precautionary thing because they don't know what the thing is, or maybe he really thought his leg was broke. You don't know. I mean, you don't know. I don't think I ever had a deep knee bruise that I thought my leg was broke, but had some deep shin bruises and thigh bruises before. Definitely playing running back.
Yeah, it says AOC had injury during his senior year. He suffered a rib torso injury in week 3 in Syracuse. He tried to play through it. The injury forced him to miss the following week's game. And see, despite that, something about his older brother. Let me see.
Something about his older brother.
Yeah, I know you gotta check uh, this Google stuff sometime.
But yeah, but on the Max thing though, right? On the Max thing, like this dude had missed got hurt in week 2 in Baltimore a couple years ago. You know, played in a game, then they missed a couple games. Then he tried to play again. Then they put him out the rest of the season, and they gave him a $10 million bonus that year, right? Like the Raiders are taking care of Max Crosby every 2 years. He signed, every 2 years he signs a 4-year contract, but he signs a 4-year contract that's 2 years guaranteed up front. And as soon as that money's gone, he wants a new contract with more money, right? If you're on a losing team and you know you have no players around you and you want to get better, don't you think that you would be like, okay, I'll play for guaranteed money, but you don't need to keep giving me all this money, right? Let me prove it. Like let me show what I'm worth. Like players like Tom Brady did back in the day, right? He wasn't even a top 10 paid quarterback when he was winning Super Bowls because he knew that some of that money needed to go to other players. And that's my thing with that, right? They take care of him. He makes a lot of money in every 2 years. And he got paid 2 years ago, and then you know he's got this year and next year he's gonna need a new contract again. And my thing is, do the Raiders, knowing the knee problems and whatever happens this year, I just don't see him getting that new contract with the Raiders this year, especially the way everything went down.
Well, he's getting paid the market value,
But
and
that
that's the
but he
business.
set the
If
he set the market, like he set the market 2 years
he
ago.
set
He
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 set the
he,
market
he
one
became the
time for like
highest he
15
became the
minutes
highest paid player in the NFL,
for
not
15 minutes.
not a quarterback. And then a couple months later, they gave Miles Garrett a bunch of money.
Exactly.
But Miles Garrett, broke the sack record. And before
But
that,
it
he had
doesn't
he
matter.
had 20,
But he got the money
19 or
before
20,
he
right?
broke the sack record. He got the contract before that. And see,
But he
this is the
still had,
thing. This
but he
is
was
the
close to
business
it.
of it all.
Was he not
You
close
guys
to
are
it the year
holding the
before?
business side against Max because if the market dictates that you're making this much, because there were wide receivers that was making buku money that was not worth it. That was because the market kept getting reset. Because
Because
that's the
Max,
business side
because
of it.
every two
Max
years, Max is
Crosby is
resetting the
literally
market.
making less than the average than the top 10. Out of all the top 10 pass rushers, he is making less than the average. I
No,
don't.
he's
So how
not.
much a year do you think he should
No,
make?
he's not. He just got a contract last year or the year
Oh,
before,
the
and
average is
he was the
$39 million.
highest
He's
the
making
highest
35.
non-paid quarterback in the NFL, and it lasted for a month
So,
because Miles Garrett said, "Hell no,
and
hell no."
so
That
and
that dude with 10 sacks a year compared to my 15 plus is not making more money than
let's not
me.
act like
And he
Miles Garrett
reset the
gets 20
market.
sacks every year,
And
bro.
then after he did it, Will Anderson went and got his bag, and then
Right, because that's the business.
Jalen Phillips went and got his bag, but
Exactly, because
Max
that's the
Crosby
business.
is not the lowest paid like you're saying out of the top
I
10.
didn't say he was the lowest paid.
He's resetting the market though.
Oh no, I didn't say no. He's reset the market for 15 minutes,
No,
and
but
that's
he did it
only
2 years.
and he had that for 2 months, as you want to say, or a month and a half, or whatever, and then
But the
everybody else
contract,
rushed in and got paper. What I'm telling you is, if you take the top 10 uh, edge rushers and their combined salaries and divide it by 10, that number is $39 million. Average. That's the average. Max Crosby is making lower than the average. So it's him making this setting this market. That sounds like he's the top of the tier, but he's not. And
you're,
as far as his contract, yeah, you got to give these players guaranteed money. I wasn't feeling keep asking for guaranteed money either. I wasn't feeling that personally, but that's how the business is. And if you're going to restructure the contract like that, then you got to know that's what's going to happen. Just like we know that Mac is going to be asking for more guaranteed money in 28. And by that time, we'll know if he deserved the money or not.
27, yeah, 27 he got this year and next year. And I guarantee
Yeah,
you
this
that,
right.
that
So that's
as soon as that
28.
guarantee money's up, he ain't stepping a foot until he gets guaranteed
He
money.
shouldn't. Nobody does.
A lot of people do.
Nobody. That's not a Max Crosby
Not
thing.
everybody gets guaranteed money. There's a lot of
Yeah,
people that
yeah, they
play for
do.
no guaranteed
If you're
money.
a top
We got
player
we got
at your
Teron
position,
Johnson on our team right now playing for no guaranteed money.
but he's not a top
One
player
of
at
the
his
top
position.
slot and safety guys in the NFL playing for no
No, he not.
guaranteed money.
No, he not.
What?
Ron Johnson is not one of the top nickel corners in the league right now.
How is he not?
Because he's not. Nobody, half the people didn't even know who Teron Johnson was when he came over here.
What do you
Like
mean?
everybody knows who Max Crosby
They need
is.
to do their homework then. He's
No,
been
I would
consistently
agree.
one of the top
I would
slot
agree, but
corners in the
I know
NFL.
that Teron Johnson is definitely playing for a top. Well, why did he get traded then?
Because they couldn't afford him no more. He wanted money. He's on a
He
contract
was
year.
injured
He's like he's playing for no guaranteed money. That's why they traded him. The Raiders are
because he
like,
was
yeah, we'll
injured.
jump on that contract and we'll bring him over here, and renegotiate if he does something. But It might be when the season starts. It might be midway through the season. I would be surprised if he doesn't play for no guaranteed money. But
No,
you
I
know,
think they're gonna take care of him.
like you said,
I think
it's
they're
a
gonna take
business.
care of him.
They
They're
couldn't
gonna
afford
take
him.
care of him because what they were playing chicken with him because they know they had the leverage over him, and he decided, like I said, he should do. He should show good faith and show up to camp to show the Raiders
Yeah,
that he really want to be with the team, and then they're gonna compensate him for that.
he did that.
He's gonna get paid.
He showed up prepared, knowing the playbook and taking a leadership role within day two. So, yeah. So the Bills,
Yeah,
the Bills are
he's
gonna
supposed to.
the Bills are gonna miss him on defense. When he was injured and he wasn't
He
out
was
there,
hurt.
the Bills defense suffered drastically, and they're gonna
He
suffer
got
without him.
traded in the middle of the year and then got traded again.
Yeah, they're gonna suffer without him. Watch.
He played with like two teams. Well, no, he didn't actually play for the Raiders, but he got traded to two teams. Like, so I don't know. His injury thing is the issue. So I don't know how good he's gonna be, but he should come out there and stand out because you're back there with a bunch of rookies and first year players and corners that used to be wide receivers, and so he should stand out. But I think they're gonna take care of him though. Let's see what the chat say. It said, nah, bro. Tom had Gazelle. Giselle, he didn't need no money. No, Giselle wasn't coming up off that bag. But the thing about it is with Tom Brady is 7 years in, he wasn't doing that. Yeah, once he started winning Super Bowls as a quarterback, you do realize, hey, I need to take less money because the market dictate that they get all this money. So yeah, that's smart on his end. I agree. But if I'm Max Crosby, once again, how much a year do y'all think he should make? If he makes 35 right now, what do you think he's worth? 30? What do y'all think? What's the number?
Uh, and that's why the Bills got rid of him. I reckon
No, I mean, like,
they're
how
like,
much
we
you
don't
think
know
Max
what he's
Crosby
worth.
should make a year?
We don't know what he's worth.
Yeah, see, that's what I see. So when y'all say he not worth it, but then we can't give him a number, then I'm like, why are y'all saying he not worth it?
They know what he's worth. They just ain't paying him. That's because they can't afford it. They don't have the cap space. That's a big problem.
Who don't have the cap space?
The Bills
The
didn't.
Ravens?
That's why they had to get rid of him.
What, Teron Johnson? I think Teron Johnson was just hurt. I think that's what his issue was. But I hope he don't come over here and get hurt.
Right?
Um, but overall though, so what's your
Yeah, check this.
so that I'll know, just so I'll know, because I'm trying to figure this out before the season starts. What what's your expectations of Max with all the things that's happened? What is your expectation from him, and what will it take for people to get behind him like they were 3 years ago?
I I don't really have expectations for Max. My only expectations is he stays healthy. That's it. I think Max will speak for himself. I think his numbers will speak for himself. But I know that he has, there's no excuses now. You can't say, well, I don't have nobody around me, or I don't have any, Pro Bowl caliber players around me, because they went out and spent a bag, and it was mainly on defense, right? They put two linebackers behind them. They went and got corners and safeties in the draft, and Teron Johnson to play the slot. So there's no, you got your best friend, as he said, right? Robbie Leonard's my best friend. You got your best friend as the defensive coordinator. There's no excuses. So I think the expectations and the weight on Max Crosby is more than it's ever been, in my opinion. You're looking at a guy that, you know, he walked up. He didn't have to come in, right? He didn't have to come in on his channel, smiling ear to ear and be like, "Oh, this is a sad day. I love the nation." Blah blah blah. But hey, Flock Nation, I'm coming. I'm ready to work. And his tone changed. The smile on his face, his eyes lit up. He was like, "I'm out. I'm out of here." And then, and then, and then they're like, nah, we don't want you. And then you got to come back and you got to eat crow. And you deleted, as soon as that happened, you deleted that shit off your channel saying Flock Nation. And, get ready. I'm coming, Baltimore. Like we're gonna do this, right? You thought you was going to a winning team, but the grass wasn't greener on the other side. So now you got to come back and you gotta eat crow and you got to be a little bit more humble and stop being more about I want to win a title. I want to win a championship. Because you can go back and listen to every
So,
Max Crosby's interview after a loss or after a win, and he says it doesn't matter. I just want to be great. Doesn't matter. What do you feel about this loss? I want to win. It doesn't matter. I just want to be great. I want to win a championship. I want to be the greatest of all time. And I don't hate on that. But we all know this. You know what I
I
mean?
like it.
You don't have to constantly tell somebody you want to be the greatest of all time. Like how about focus on the team and the team effort? And I think now he's doing that,
Focus
right?
on the team.
He's bringing the rookies in. He's having the rookies over.
He's
We
been
already
doing
know
that.
but he had that with the defensive line. That was
He's
the
been doing
defensive
that.
line
Okay, now
unit,
he got to take over
but
the
he
whole
wasn't like that with the
defense.
team. Now he's
So this is what my problem is with y'all. With people that say this about Max is y'all expect him to do everything. Everything is on him, and then when he gets to the point, and we act like that, we've been having a competent franchise. We act like we didn't see our franchise just take a total crap on Carr, take a total crap on Josh Jacobs, got rid of Khalil Mack. I mean, like we did all kind. We've been Michael Crabtree when he was playing good. I mean, we got rid of a lot of players. So now we're saying, okay, well, Max, you're supposed to walk this line that's so straight that you can't really make no mistakes because we're relying on you to not just look out for the D line. We need you to look out for the whole defense when our team,
you're the
our head
leader and the
office,
face of the
when our head
franchise. That's
office
what
has
faces of
been
the franchise do.
when our head office has been totally incompetent, like totally incompetent. But yeah, we expect Max Crosby to fix that. Just
You
that
know
one
what? You
player
know
to
why our
fix
head office has been incompetent? Because players like Max Crosby said, "I might demand
it.
a
Get out of
trade if I
here.
don't get my way." And AP
Get
is
out
the
of
head
here.
coach.
Yeah, yeah,
you know
that,
why?
that to
You
me
know why
sounds
we're
like y'all being
incompetent?
sensitive.
Because players
Y'all
like
still
Max
being
Crosby
sensitive.
want new contracts every year, and you can't afford to keep the guys
You
in the
know,
building. You can't
well,
afford to
stop
keep the
making
guys in the
2-year
building that
contracts.
are actually helping out because if you look at our contract of the contracts for the team for the last 4 or 5 years, Max Crosby is up here and everybody else is down here. Max
You know
Crosby
why?
making 25-30 million dollars. Everybody else is making 5, 6, 7,
Max
unless
Crosby's the only
unless you're
one
a quarterback.
performing.
Like even
He's the
Colton
only one
Miller,
performing.
even Colton Miller, one of the best players on offense and been holding it down too, except for the last couple of years hurt. But no, he's made all the money. When you have a star
He's
player
not
that
making
makes
all the
more than your
money.
quarterback, and right now we have a star player that makes more than
We
all
ain't
three
got
of
no
our
quarterback.
quarterbacks, how can you expect a team to get better when you have one player that's an edge rusher that makes all the
Who
money?
fault is that?
You
Who,
can't. You
who
can't.
fault is that? Since y'all want to keep saying that, who fault is that? That's Max Crosby's fault that they offering him all that money.
When you say you're going to get, you want to be traded if
Okay,
you
so
don't
why
get
don't
your
they let him
way,
go
or
then?
when you come in and you say, I need a new contract guaranteed. Like, I mean, yeah,
Okay, so what?
when you have no trade on your contract, and then you come in and you say you don't want to be here no more.
They
Like,
don't
I
have
mean,
to
yeah,
agree to it. They didn't have to agree to it.
no, they didn't have to agree to it.
So why are y'all blaming Max Crosby? And matter of fact, how you know Max Crosby said that? It could have been his agent.
Well, I'm sure it was his
Because y'all
agent,
making it sound like Max Crosby
but
is
you could,
holding the Raiders
but
hostage, and
who?
he not.
But who runs the agent? You
He's
tell
not
your
running
agent what you want to do, right?
the agent's gonna.
If you don't
Let me
want no
tell
more
you.
guaranteed money, if
Let
you're
me let
trying to
me
help the
tell you.
team, then you
The
go.
agent says let me handle the contract. You handle the football.
Yeah,
And
but the
if he
agent
says
also calls and says this is
go
the
in there
deal,
and ask for
accept it or
X
not.
amount of dollars,
That
that's what he's
nah,
gonna go in there
that
and ask for
the
it. He ain't
the
gonna be
agent
like,
don't call you and
no,
say
don't
this
do
is the
that.
deal. It's done.
We
The
need
agent,
to save some money for Kuntz, who's not performing. We need to save some money for Tyreek Wilson, who's not performing. We need to save money for Adam Butler, who's not performing. We need to save money for Thomas Booker, that's not performing. We need to save money for like who are we saving this money for? We need to save money for the linebackers that we don't even they ain't even on the team no more.
you don't need to save money. You need to spend
So,
money.
so,
We
so
haven't
what we need
spent
to
money
save the
because
money
most of
for
the
when
money
Max
goes to
Crosby, the
Max
only one on defense performing.
every 2 years. How's he performing if he's not out there though?
Oh my gosh, y'all act like this boy ain't been on the field. The boy
Yeah,
literally
he's
was.
been on the
He
field.
literally played
He's been on
half
the field
more
on
than
one
half the
leg.
seasons that he
That's
was
not
injured.
helping that team. I don't care what you say. You can't tell me that that a
Y'all, y'all,
one-legged Max Crosby
y'all is
is
delusional.
better than a two-legged anybody. I'm sorry.
Max Crosby
I
now
don't
Max
see Max
Crosby
on
has
one
missed
leg.
hella games. Hold on.
I don't see Max on one leg being better than anybody with two legs out there. No way he'd be better than Charles
That's
Snowden
not
or
true.
Caleb Von Chasen out there
How
or
can y'all say that
any of
when
that.
how
Any of
can
that.
you say that when
Look at
AOC falls
look
directly
at
into that?
2024. Look at 2024 when he missed the last 6 games or 7 games of the
Why?
season,
Because he
whatever
had
it was.
ankle
That
surgery.
our defensive run
Ankle
stop, our
surgery.
run defense went up, our pass defensive went up, and the defense played
At
pretty
the end of the
solid.
year?
Played pretty solid with
Nobody's
without
playing
Max
teams that
Crosby.
was
But
tanking?
can I finish? Can I finish? They played pretty solid without their leader Max Crosby making all this
Oh my
money, right?
God.
The
So
team
now the
came
defense is
together.
better without
Can I
Max.
finish, please?
No, because that's
They,
crazy.
but listen, they came together. They played well. The defense played pretty well without Max Crosby, their leader. But if you take T.J. Watt off the field for the Steelers, that defense falls apart. You take Myles Garrett off the team for the Cleveland Browns. Well, it might not because now he's with the Rams. But that defense falls apart. If you take any of those guys off the defense,
Man.
their defense falls apart. Our defense showed that they can play, and they played pretty damn well with Max
So
not out there playing
so
100% of the
why
snaps.
so you saying all that? So why are the Raiders keep signing them then? Since you
He's
keep
the
wanna say it's
he's the
Max
face of the
Crosby, why are the
franchise.
Raiders keep doing it?
Why did they trade him?
No, answer my question, not with a question. Why did they keep signing them before they traded him?
Because he was the
And,
best player on
and
our team.
according to
I
y'all, the
didn't
reason
say
why
I
he
didn't say he
traded them
wasn't.
is
Because
because hold on, because the reason why they traded him was not because they wanted to. That's what y'all kept saying. The Raiders didn't want to trade him, so he demanded it. He went in there and held the Raiders hostage and made them trade him.
but
So if
why'd
that's
they
the
agree
case,
to it though?
why did the Raiders keep signing him then? If that was the case,
Because he's been, like you said, a top 10 player on defense, and that's the best player we have. So you don't let the best player walk until you have other players around him. Now we have that, and this year, they went in and brought those players. That's why they were willing to part ways with Max because they're like, okay, now we got two top linebackers. Now we got a top safety. Now we got a pretty
you don't
damn
know that.
solid corner. We got another corner. This defense has we're switching it up from whatever it used to be 5-2 to a whole lot of crazy zone to a 3-4. So now you have maybe they think they can play without him, or they would have never
Is Max
let him
the
go.
best
Right?
defensive player on our team right
They were
now?
trying to build for the future. Before they've never tried to build. It's never been a full
Is Max
rebuild.
the best
It's
defensive player on
every
our team
single
right
year
now?
we're held back. My opinion, just my opinion, and I could be wrong, but we've been held back by this team by trying to keep Max happy and trying to
Oh,
build around Max. Because what do we do every single year?
it's
We go
not
out,
because we didn't draft right.
we get defensive players. We go out, we get defensive players. Like we went out and we got Christian Wilkins. I mean, we went out and we got
That's not how we thought.
the dude that lost his marbles, Chandler Jones, right? We went and got
That's Max
Nick
Crosby's fault.
Ngakwe. Like we went and got the Marcus Peters that didn't tackle nobody. Like
That's
they
Max
went out.
Crosby's fault.
They went out. They went and got Jack Jones. Like they went out and got
That's
guys
Max
on the
Crosby's
defense
fault.
constantly. They paid Trayvon Merrick. They went and got Robert Spillane. They've tried to build around Max Crosby constantly, and it hasn't
But
worked.
so that's their fault, not Max Crosby's fault. It's not Max Crosby's fault they don't know how to draft. Well, he needs to be the GM too. It's not his
You're not
fault that
getting the
they keep
point. The
getting these
point is that
players
he's
that's
not
not
out there.
helping
The
him.
point is he's making all this money, taking up all this
Man,
money from
Christian
guys that
Wilkins is
else to be
making all
playing,
the
and he's
money
not out
too.
there. He's been
Man, them
hurt
players was
every
making money,
single.
bro. Let's
He's
not
been
act like they
hurt
wasn't making money,
every
bro.
season.
All these players you named was making money. They just wasn't performing, bro. It ain't like we didn't
They
have the
wasn't
money.
performing.
They weren't. Well, none of these players you just named is
De-
even there.
Devin White had 164 tackles last
Oh,
year,
we
making
talking about
two
Devin
million
White.
less
How
than
much
$2
did Devin
million
White make?
dollars. Less
How
than
much
$2
Devin
million
White make?
dollars. Max had
You didn't
45.
even mention Devin
Max
White. We're
had
not talking about
45 on
Devin
the
White.
wait,
We're
but
talking
Max had
about.
45 being on the front line. On the front line, the first line of
Now you
defense
want to say he made 45. He
for any
didn't make
run game,
30.
for any short passes, you're the first line of defense. You had 45 tackles compared to 164 for a dude that made $2 million.
He's a
I
linebacker.
think
What
that's
do you
performing.
mean?
But no, you said
He's a
nobody else is
linebacker. He's
performing.
supposed to.
That's performing.
Your edge rusher ain't supposed to have 100 tackles. What are you talking about?
He should have up there close to 60,
No, they
78. What's the
shouldn't.
average? What's the average?
They shouldn't.
Where's my phone? What's the average?
If your edge rusher got 90 tackles, that's an issue.
Not if they can stop the run. not if they should. If they can stop the run on the outside and they can stop and they can play contain, then I mean, shouldn't be too much of an issue. But yeah, I get you. That's a lot. I'm not saying it's not. All right, where the hell is my damn fucking captain?
Since y'all like to say Myles Garrett, let's see how many tackles he had in the last 3 years. It looked like so.
He got
So between
he got half the amount of sacks. He got half of the number
no,
of sacks.
stop trying to change what we talking. We talking about tackles.
Yeah, I'm talking about tackles. I'm looking.
He had 42 tackles in 23, 47 tackles in 24, 60 tackles in 25. So that's what I'm saying. These 90 tackles y'all talking about, y'all expecting Max to have is crazy.
You said 90 tackles.
And no, you sat there and said Devin White had 100 tackles.
Yeah,
as if that was
as a linebacker had 100.
and what I'm saying is all those other players that you named that was supposed to come in and help Max that's not here no more. That those players did not perform, and you're saying that's Max Crosby's fault that they didn't perform.
Yeah,
how is that his fault?
That's what I said.
Because the Raiders can't bring in the right players, and then y'all want to get mad when Max played.
Maybe they keeping the wrong player. Overpaying. Maybe they should have traded his ass a long time ago and moved on and rebuilt.
That don't even make sense.
Maybe that's the case. We'll see what Max does.
So you get rid of Max Crosby, right? Who do you bring?
I've always been a Max fan. I got a silver Max Crosby in there, and I got a black Max Crosby jersey. I've always been a Max Crosby fan, but the got to the point where the arrogance of every time it's an interview, it's always about I. There's no I in team. It's always about it's always about everything now. The podcast going on and telling everybody last year that. Oh man, I don't know what everybody's talking about. I want to be here. I want to be here. I want to be here. And then 2 weeks, you came out and faced it. You lied to. He lied straight to your face, bro, and you ate that shit up. He lied straight to you. He said, "I want to be here. I never said I didn't want to be here. I want to be here. I'm not going anywhere." Like, I'm not
let me ask you this.
I told everybody that day in that interview. I said, "Go back and watch that interview."
He's
looking to the side, and the dude's reading off a screen. He's reading a script that somebody gave him. I said, "That dude's full of shit. He don't want to be here. He don't want to be here."
So let me ask you this thing.
We went 2 months for that shit of him lying to the nation every day, being on a different talk show, a different interview, and everybody ate it up. Oh, see, Max said right there, he don't want to be here.
Does the Raiders lie? Does the Raiders lie to their players?
Max said he wants to be here.
Bro, I get that. Y'all hammer that over and over because y'all hurt over it. I get it. But does the Raiders do the same thing to their players? Yes or no?
Do what to their players?
Be dishonest, be deceptive, be non-compliant. All the things that you're saying that Max Crosby is, lie to the play, lie, all that. So do the Raiders organization do that?
It's a business. I don't know if you want to call it lying. They're deceptive. Yeah, they're deceptive, but they ain't blatantly coming out lying to your face and somebody asking you a direct question, and you saying, "Nah."
Really, they didn't blatantly haven't lied to us.
Nope, I didn't say that. I never heard a coach be asked a direct question and him be like, our GM be asked a direct question, like a quote saying, "Hey, so you said this." No,
I'm about to tell you a lie right now. Let me tell you a lie right now that the Raiders are currently saying right now that y'all want eaten up. That this is an even quarterback battle, that everybody has the same chance to start. And y'all eating that up knowing dang on well AOC is not going to start over no Mendoza or no Kirk Cousins. But y'all believe that, though. But y'all kind of want to feel that's true. But that is nowhere near
anybody starting. I believe it's a quarterback battle, and I hope the best man wins. That's what I hope. I don't have belief. I believe that Aiden O'Connell, if he gets the shot, yes,
he's getting the shot right now.
But we'll see. We'll see when the pads come on. We'll see who takes most first team reps.
He always hurt.
Who's out there the most?
He had a shot last year.
We'll see who gets the most preseason snaps and who's starting and who's getting the second team and who's with the thirds. We'll see all that. We'll see if it's a true.
How come? So let me ask you this. So AOC coming out talk about he want to be a starter, right? Knowing that they brought in Mendoza to be the franchise quarterback. And so you'll never be the number one quarterback here. So he doesn't want to be with the Raiders. He don't want to be a Raider either because he's auditioning for other teams right now while he with the Raiders. So he don't want to be a Raider either.
He probably knows he's auditioning. I'm sure that it's a big audition right now, and he needs every snap he can get in preseason. And if he don't take the
Oh, so
opportunity
it's
of it,
okay when he
his
do
shit is
it.
done. He knows that.
Oh, it's okay when he do it.
He knows.
Oh, it's okay if he do it, but if Max Crosby say that he want to play with another team, then he don't want to be a Raider and he bigger than the Shield. But when
Yes,
AOC come
yes,
out and
yes,
do it,
yes. We're
it's
talking about
audition.
yes, 100%. We're talking about totally different
Yeah,
scenarios.
y'all gonna hate me next week.
We're not talking a guy that's been catered to by Mark Davis in the franchise his whole entire career. We're talking about a guy that's been shuffled to
Yes,
the
we
back.
have.
We're talking about a guy that's been
AOC has
shuffled
been
to the back.
catered to this whole
No,
time.
you never let me talk. Shuffled to the back, making $1.4 million. Like, that's a big difference. He knows that he's been better than everybody they put in front of him. Max
I thought
Crosby. Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa,
nobody's
whoa.
bigger
Max,
than the
whoa, whoa,
Shield.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Max Crosby plays 98% of the snaps. Aiden
Who
O'Connell barely can get
cares?
on the field. Like, so
Oh,
it's
so
not
wait,
like
y'all
it's not a
double talking. This
no,
is why I
but it's
don't let
not
you
the same
finish because
scenario.
y'all
It's
running
not the
these
same
fake
scenario.
narratives. No, wait a minute. Time out. Wait a minute. I thought you said nobody is bigger than the Shield.
Nobody is.
So wait a minute. If nobody's bigger than the Shield, why are you making excuses for Aiden O'Connell?
For what?
You
Making
just sat
for
there
what?
and said, well, because he
For
knows
one
this
for
and
one
he knows that,
opportunity
and he's only making this much money, and this and he's not as important as this guy. You're making a bunch of excuses. I thought nobody
none of
is
those are
bigger than
facts.
the
Wait,
Shield.
do you understand the difference between a fact and an excuse? Because a fact has reference, and
It could be both. A
a
fact
fact is a
can be an
statement that you can
excuse.
look up. A fact is a statement that you can look up and find the
Oh
answer
my
to. Right?
God.
A statement is different. It's different. What I said was factual. Like, he was
So is
not
it factual that Aiden O'Connell said
he
that
was
he
not
wanted to be a
shuffled to the
starting
back because of
quarterback?
coaching changes. Right? Max Crosby never got shuffled to the back
That's
because of
not
a
an
defensive change.
excuse. That's
Max
not
never
an
got shuffled
excuse,
to the
bro.
back because of he never got sat on the bench because they changed coaches, right? No.
Because he's better, because he's good. That's why. He's a top 5 pass rusher in the league. That's why.
Hey Frank, I'm still here. I'm just letting these dudes cook while I'm eating this McDonald's.
Yeah, but
Where
see,
you at, Twan?
this
Say
is my
something,
thing
damn it.
though. This is my thing though, because y'all could quickly say that nobody's bigger than the Shield, but then when I put somebody in there other
Nobody
than
is
Max
bigger than
Crosby,
the
then y'all got all these excuses for him.
No, nobody is bigger than the Shield. Who's putting anybody bigger than the Shield?
You are putting AOC, you giving me these facts that you calling them, but there's still reasons. They're reasons. But AOC can play his role and be like, I'm going to be a career backup like he is, instead of sitting up there jumping out the window talking about he want to be a starter on a franchise that he's the third string quarterback. Yeah, technically he's going to be the second string quarterback because we want to keep Mendoza safe. But
He
we
said he
know
wants.
AOC is not better than no Mendoza, and we know that he's not better than Kirk Cousins because if he was, they would have never brought neither one of them in.
We don't know that.
What
We
you
don't know.
mean?
We're
If we didn't
assuming
even,
that.
if AOC was a
We're assuming
quarterback
that.
that was
We're about to
that
find out in
come
Arizona.
on,
We're
bro.
about
If
to find
AOC
out in
was a
Houston, and
starting
then we're about to
quarterback,
find
why
out
did we
again
bring in two quarterbacks?
in San Francisco. We're about to find out with 3 different teams who's the best guy out there, right? The tape don't lie, as they say. Tape don't lie.
The
So
tape does lie.
it'll be all on film very
Right.
soon of who gets to do what. Everybody gets their chance to go out and shine, right? It's preseason. That's the whole name of the game. That's why they do
No,
this.
that's not the name of the game. It's not.
It's
See,
not.
y'all fooled by that. You're fooled by that. You're fooled by that because this preseason, it's only 3 preseason games, right? It's 3 preseason games. So you think every quarterback is going to start a preseason game and then they're going to go, all right, now we're going to figure out who's our starter. That's
It,
not how they're going to do that. They're
no,
telling y'all that because they want us to be somewhat composed about what's going on in this quarterback room. But
but who told
they
you
can
that?
say
Who
about
told you that? You're
see,
assuming. You're
you.
assuming like I'm assuming,
No, I'm
right?
not assuming nothing. Y'all the one wishing that it's going to be something that
You
it's
know
not.
it's guaranteed
There's
that
no
that's how it's
way.
gonna go.
There's no
They
way in
told
the
you that.
world AOC is starting, bro. There's no way AOC is starting over no Mendoza or no Kirk Cousins. There's no way, bro.
I never said he
No
was either.
way.
I said we're gonna find out.
No, there is no we gonna find out. You're gonna find out because I already know. You don't know for some reason, which is fine.
We'll see though. We'll
Fine
see.
that you don't know,
We'll
but I
see.
do know that. But this is my question though. But this is my question when it comes to AOC though. If he does not start this year, is it because he did not get an ample chance this year?
Hell no. Hell no.
What would be the reason why he don't start this year?
He doesn't win out, or like Kirk Cousins said in the interview today, he came here assuming he was going to be the starter and get to compete for that job. So, like and like you seem to assume Kirk Cousins
Yeah,
already has the job, and we ain't even put pads on, right? You're
you
saying
don't have
but
to.
what timeout? You're saying there's no competition, and Kirk Cousins is
Right.
already a starter. Did you not?
He is.
Okay, so that's what Kirk Cousins believes too, right? So if Aiden O'Connell gets to run with the ones and gets to start with the ones and play with the ones against a one defense, and Kirk Cousins gets the same opportunity, and Fernando gets the same opportunity, and whoever wins, then yeah, that's the starter. But then that's a
That's
competition.
not
But
how
if
that
it's
goes.
not, if they come out and play Kirk Cousins for one series or two series in each game and let Mendoza and AOC battle it out, then that tells me pretty much who the starter already is. If you don't,
That's what's going to
if you
happen.
only got to see one series from Kirk Cousins, then you already know he's the
That's
man,
what's
bro.
going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Instead of delusioning yourself to thinking that this is really a quarterback, y'all listen to Kubiak sit there and say that, and then he feeds y'all that. Well, don't sleep on Aiton. Then y'all start thinking these hyperbolic things, and I'm saying the only reason why he's saying that is to keep the quarterback room intact, and it's multifold. It's also so you can keep ALC status high in the event that we do get some trade offers, or even just for his confidence, period, as a quarterback. But you cannot sit here and really think that they're going to go into this off season and say, okay, Mendoza, you're going to play one game. AOC, you're going to play one game,
Nobody's gonna
and
play a
Kirk
whole
Cousins,
game.
you're
It's
going to
gonna
play
be
one
it's gonna
game,
be
and
one
then we're
quarter.
going to
It's
add up
gonna be
all
the
the
first.
stats and then find out who played better.
That's
And
not
then
how it
week
works.
one, we're going to put that quarterback in without knowing who our starting quarterback is going into the last preseason game.
That's not
We will
when.
know who our starter is by that time, and we'll know way before that because we'll know that Kirk Cousins is not going to be playing a lot in the preseason. Like I don't know why y'all don't know that.
I don't know why, with your name as Black the quarterback, you seem to think that one quarterback is going to play a whole entire preseason game. Has
I
that
didn't
ever
say that.
happened?
I
You
didn't
just
say that.
you said that's what
What I
we're
said
that's what
was
you
no. What
assume
I
that's what we're
just said
thinking.
is if y'all think
You
that,
just said people think
stop
that it's
changing
going
what
to
I
be one
said. What
quarterback
I
play
said
one
was
game, one
if
quarterback
y'all
play the
think
next.
that,
That's never happened in the NFL
bro,
ever. So if
and
anybody
you're taking
assumes
it too
that,
literally. You're taking it too literally. What I'm saying is start. If Kirk Cousins start the first preseason game, and then Mendoza play the third quarter, and then AOC play the fourth quarter, the first game, and then the second game, then AOC starts, and then Kirk Cousins play one quarter, and then Mendoza play another quarter, and then the third game Mendoza plays, he starts and play two quarters, and then there's one quarter and one quarter. That's what y'all. That's even. That's even during the whole training camp.
if,
And what I'm
if
telling you is that's not going to happen. It's not even going to look nothing like that.
salute Raf,
It's going to look nothing like that.
Hey,
but they've already told us what was going to happen. They
No,
are
they told y'all
they
that and y'all
they
believe that.
they already know. They already told us what happened. Clint Kubiak already said, and Spytek said, the veteran deserves the right to start. He deserves to take those first team reps, right? So that tells me whether he plays a whole quarter, or he comes out and plays, three possessions of a quarter, and then AOC or Mendoza comes out and plays the rest of that quarter, and then they mix it up for the second quarter, and then maybe run with Mendoza, or because he needs the most reps, obviously. So maybe Mendoza plays the whole second half, or you know, almost the whole entire third and half the fourth, and then they go with Jacobs, right? Jacob Clark, because he's going to have to give some reps too. They can't just leave him out. So
Why?
so there's four quarterbacks, but if you're going to have a true competition, that what they do in the preseason doesn't matter. It's what they do when the pads come on. It's who's out there getting the reps with the first team with the first team offense. Is it a whole day like it's been in the past where Minshew was the guy one day and then AOC was the guy the next day, and they did that for the whole entire camp? Or this year where it was Geno Smith for the first couple of weeks, and then the last couple of weeks they switched it up and let AOC run with the ones
And he
for a
got
little
hurt.
bit. They've mixed it up, so we'll see in camp how much Mendoza gets first team reps. And if he doesn't get a lot, then that says a lot about that. And if Aiden doesn't get a lot, that says a lot about that. But we'll see when the reporters start reporting if
So and so if that
if
does
they're all
happen, right?
three if they're all three getting first team reps during the day, or
That's
if
not
they
gonna happen.
one day and one day and one day, it'll tell a lot. But we don't know until the pads come on. But
No, y'all don't know.
I do know that I believe maybe you don't, but I believe Clint Kubiak is genuine. I feel like when he speaks, he speaks. I don't think he's
So
out there
now he walk
gassing
on
anybody
water.
up or trying to
Yeah.
blow anybody up. I think what he says is genuine. And if you don't feel
No,
that way, then you don't feel that way. But
bro,
I'm not
haven't
going
you?
to sit
Didn't
up
you
here
play
and say
football?
Clint. I'm not going to sit up here and say Clint Kubiak's trying to pull the wool over the nation's eyes and gas up Aiden O'Connell just to pump up his trade value. I think the dude
No,
genuinely fucking believes that this kid has potential, or he wouldn't say that. And if he
no
does
one's
not
saying he
believe
don't
that,
have
then
potential.
he's not starting off right away as a head coach to
Man,
come out here and talk that shit and then be like, oh,
bro,
now we're trading Aiden O'Connell. Like, but we'll see what happens.
bro,
That's just my opinion, and you don't have to agree,
right,
but that's just mine. What's yours,
right.
Raph?
No, yeah,
Oh yes.
I'm about to get you in right here, Rap. But let me just land this plane right here, bro. Look, I get that you really want AOC to start or have an opportunity to start. And yes, you probably can have a quarterback competition with two quarterbacks, but you're not about to do it with three, and especially not no four. So the thing about it is, we know once that start, and you think that Clint Kubiak is sitting up here being 100% forthcoming and honest about what's going on in that QB room, then you are sadly mistaken. Because I don't care how much of a Christian he is, everything he say out his mouth is not going to be true because there is politics involved, and you
Well,
have
yeah,
to frame things
it's a
a certain
business.
kind of way. And so, if you're telling me that he really believed that on Sunday he would, it doesn't matter if he goes to war with AOC or Mendoza or Kirk Cousins, that's a lie. Because if that was the case, he would have never went and got Kirk Cousins before he even got Mendoza.
You keep
Like
saying
if he
that. You
really
keep
was that
saying that, but how
confident,
did
he
he know
wouldn't have
what
did
he had
that.
in Mendoza before he went and got Kirk Cousins? He was fucking preparing for a Super Bowl. He said it
Oh,
himself. He didn't even watch a
so wait a
game.
minute.
He went
Did
and
they
got Kirk
sign Kirk
Cousins.
Cousins
He
first
went and
or
got
what,
Kirk
bro?
Cousins because that was the first thing they did when he got a job. He didn't know anything about Mendoza. He said it in his interviews. I don't know. We'll have to see. I can't wait to get in there and study the film,
So
get him
you
in the
think
building and talk to him. But
so okay, so
you
you
think
don't
you,
think he
you
did
don't
his
go get a
homework on
quarterback?
so
He
you
didn't
don't
know.
think he
Same thing
did
with
his
AOC.
homework
He didn't
so
know
you
shit
don't
about
think he
Aiden
did his
O'Connell.
homework on AOC before they drafted Mendoza? You think he did his
I don't
homework
think
on
he did
him?
homework on anybody before he went and got
He
Mendoza.
said he did.
He
What do
what
you
do you know?
mean?
He said he watched a couple film of people in the building. He never said shit about any of those
Oh my
quarterbacks.
God. So you telling me that there was a quarterback on the roster. He didn't do no
Oh, I'm
homework
sure
on
he
him
watched some
though.
games when he had time, but how much time do you have preparing for a playoff and Super
17
Bowl?
starts, man. He because he's not that guy. I'm sorry,
You have from
but
February
but
taking
but
over a new coach. You have to hire coaches. You have to prepare your
no.
roster. You have to prepare for the draft. You really think he's worried about
So
going back
now he didn't look at
and trying
AOC.
to fit in film as well? I'm sure he's got people
So
that
he
watch
didn't
film
see
for
OC.
him.
So he didn't look at AOC. He really don't know about AOC is what
I
you're
don't know
saying.
what he did. I know that once he did say he looked at film and got him in the film room and got him in the building, he was highly impressed.
Of course he's gonna say that.
Genuinely impressed.
Of course he's gonna say that. He ain't gonna say, "Oh, I think he average." He ain't gonna say that.
I mean, yeah, he could have also said that about Jacob Clark, but he didn't.
El Capitan, what's up, brother?
Hey, I'm doing good. So I just wanted to tell, very quick at it all. But I just wanted to tell you, if we talking about the greatest situation about for that season, I mean, it's already choosing about short term or long term quarterback plan because we know that we drafted Fernando Mendoza. But what should we do about for the Raiders? So we can be expected for the week number one. gives like the offensive line, young skill player stability, and they wanted to allow Mendoza to learn the NFL game without being rushed. And it really fits what the coaching staff have politically signed up. And about like Adrian O'Connor, he remains like a valuable backup. But it seems like they have it behind between Cousins and Mendoza and the deep sharp. But it's just like he wasn't like really worthy as a starter and sparing reserves rather than long-term quarterback. But one of the biggest issues is not that really the quarterback anymore. It's whatever the roster is around Mendoza, can the ball quickly enough to compete, or the still features of being like a strong organization. But I think the solution before the season started is already building. Because if we need to start with Kirk Cousins, that should be really fine. And Mendoza coming out there to learning about the system and the coaching scheme, I think it's gonna be like really good. But I really think that apart from like the quarterback situation, is gonna be like in short term, long term, but I don't think it's gonna be like it really easy because they have great talent. Whether it seems like veteran or rookie, and that seems like at the very distant look. Gonna start up this right now. It's gonna be really scary. It's not gonna be really scary, but they're showing up with the skills and practicing on the center. And they know the training well between for like there's no comparison of a kid. And there's no negative without just really the hurt it. But they wanted to keep it really sharp and of course get into the nail. Just like that.
I like it. I like it.
So, do you think there's a quarterback competition?
Yeah, there's gonna be like a quarterback competition. So I was saying, in my opinion, with my honest take, taking for Kirk Cousins for the week number one. And for the rest of those weeks, which is week number 8, number 9, they can start Mendoza. Okay, so they're gonna be like, and I'm so learning about the scheme of Clint Kubiak. So what should I do about it? If I was the coach coming up there, I would expect it to start Kirk Cousins at the week number 1 to get learned
Hmm.
with that.
Hmm. Okay, and, until Mendoza learns it, right?
Yeah,
And then so then where does that put Aiden O'Connell?
I don't think that Aaron O'Connor is gonna be like a fit for the week coming up there. But if it wanted to be like at a building now for the backup coming up there, it's someone's injured or they have the running out of the gas between for like third or fourth quarter. Maybe Aiden O'Connor could be like the third option for the quarterback if Kirk Cousins or Fernando Mendoza they're running out of the gas when it comes to third and fourth quarter.
Mm,
If we got
yeah,
two quarterbacks running out of gas in the fourth quarter, we in trouble.
we in big trouble.
We in trouble.
We in big trouble if any of the quarterbacks run out of gas in the fourth quarter. Like we in big trouble there.
Somebody better go
But
find Deuce Gruden and
I'm gonna
bring.
take it for what I'm respecting what you're saying. But so my thing is this though.
Hmm.
And y'all just because y'all ain't heard this don't mean that ain't what happened. But I'm telling y'all how to read between the lines, like because I'm sure y'all played with coaches before, and coaches have said things to you, more or less the public outside of the locker room said things to you that made it seem like it was one way when really it wasn't that way. And I'm saying that the same thing is when they brought Kirk Cousins in, the first thing that you do as a new head coach is you have to find your quarterback is because you are attached to the quarterback that you are coming in on. Let's look at Aaron Glenn. That's why he having a problem right now. People don't think he gonna make it through the end of the year because he ain't even got no quarterback to attach himself to. But so the first thing, what does Kubiak does? Go find a quarterback that knows his system so they can hit the ground running at least, right? So they go get Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins. He bring in Kirk Cousins. Cousins, hey, you know we're gonna probably draft Mendoza. Okay, cool. I know that. I know you guys are gonna do that. Y'all not doing me like Atlanta. Tell me I'm gonna be the man, and then go draft somebody behind my back, and then create a quarterback competition. And so now we got to play this political game. So when they brought in Kirk Cousins, Kirk Cousins knew dang on well that he's going to be the starter. So that's why he's like, the best player is going to play, because he knows already he's the best player, because there's no way Mendoza's going to learn the offense as good as Kirk Cousins, because Kirk Cousins know where everybody line up at. And I ain't talking about according to just the play. I'm talking about according to different coverages. And he can audible. Mendoza don't have none of that stuff down yet. He barely can take snaps under center. He don't even know the footwork yet. So he already know that he's not going to beat him. And he already knows there's no quarterback competition. But what they tell Raider Nation is that it's a quarterback competition, and that all the quarterbacks are even. So that way there is no picking sides and splitting up the quarterback room. It's only us that's doing that, thinking that Mendoza can start week one, and Mendoza is not going to be ready week one because Clint Kubiak already said that he's not going to be ready week one. Like, he already said it.
When?
He said, if it's up to me, which it is, he's not going to start. What do you think they brought in
He
Kirk
never said
Cousins
that.
for?
He never said if it's up to me, he not gonna start.
Okay. Hold on.
Play that tape.
I
Play
gotta
that
show you.
tape.
So Clint Kubiak never said that. Clint Kubiak never said that that
He never said.
Mendoza.
He never said
He never.
Mendoza wasn't starting.
Hold on. He never said that Mendoza, if it was up to him or according to his plan, that Mendoza would sit this year, or at least the beginning of the year. He never said that.
He said in the perfect world, you'd like to have a mature quarterback in the building for your rookie to learn from.
And he got one.
But
What do
that's
you think
learning
Kirk
from.
Cousins
But how
did?
long? He didn't say how long he wants them to learn. Is it through camp? Is
Oh
it
my God.
preseason? Is it 10 weeks into the season? Is it a week into the
So
season?
no, but we're only talking about week one, bro. You're talking about week 10. We're talking about who's going to start week one, and y'all keep thinking that Mendoza have this chance to start, and I'm telling y'all he don't have a chance to start because he's not even going to know the offense good enough.
I don't believe he
He's
does
not going to
either.
know it
But
better than
I
Kirk
don't believe
Cousins.
he does either. I'm not arguing that point. I'm arguing you said Kirk Cousins said Mendoza wasn't going to start. I just want to know where he said that.
He said that. He said that
Are you talking about
Mendoza's
Kirk
not going to
Cousins or
start.
Clint Kubiak? Because that's two different people.
Clint Kubiak. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Kubiak said that Kirk Cousins,
Yeah.
that Mendoza is not going to start, man. Like,
The KK and the KC.
y'all
I
need
always
him
get
to
it mixed up.
exactly say that? He literally said that, okay, in your words, in a perfect world, if I had this, which he does have, he won't start. And he's not going to start. I don't understand, like, why y'all keep fighting that.
He created that perfect world, and he said that he wants a veteran to start. So that with that context clues, that tells you that they are not looking for Mendoza to be a starter at any time soon. I'll say it like that.
Yeah, that should be expected. I don't expect him to start week one either, but you just never know. You just never know. That's what I'm saying. If they're true to what they say, and the best man plays, if Mendoza is the best man out there in preseason and shows that he's ready, like shit, why hold back the inevitable?
Because how do you be the best man when you don't know all the plays? Because they're not even going to roll out all the plays. And you've never seen
what
him,
everybody does. What does everybody else do
you've
when they have
never
rookies?
seen him even play against an NFL defense.
Either has any other quarterback that was picked in the first round that starts right away.
Yeah, but they also didn't have a Kirk
But none of them was
Cousins
Mendoza.
on the
None of them have the brain
they
like
never had
Mendoza
a
has.
Kirk Cousins on the roll in the quarterback room. A lot of these first, like Cam Ward, who was the quarterback in Tennessee before he got there. There wasn't no
Will Levis.
it wasn't no player that was there that thrown for 4,000 yards 7 times and still can do it.
But Drake May had Jacoby Brissett in the building, and he also had
Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah,
So you saying Jacoby Brissett and Kirk Cousins is the same caliber quarterback?
No, one was picked in the first. One was picked in the first round. I do believe one was picked in the fourth. So no,
I don't care if they both picked in the 7th round. They're not the same quarterback.
I'm not saying they are. You said a veteran. I'm saying a veteran quarterback in the building, right? A veteran quarterback in the building. Same thing that Jackson Dart had. He had, he had the Russell
James
Wilson. We
Winston.
also had what the other Christian dude. But anyways, he had two veterans
James
in the
Winston.
building. So like the guys that have succeeded, the guys that have succeeded have had veteran quarterbacks in the building. Yes, I agree 100%. I don't have no, but doesn't mean that quarterback has to play in front of them. Like there's been plenty of times where they brought in veteran quarterbacks and something has happened, whether it be a mistake, bad play, injury bug, and then the rookie takes over. It happens all the time in the NFL.
I, I
Yeah,
But to say there's no chance that Mendoza could go out
bro,
there
I'm not saying it's zero
and win
chance,
out
bro.
in week one, that's crazy.
I'm not saying it's zero chance. The only chance he got is if he get hurt or if he get old overnight and hit a wall. That's the only two ways that any one of them, especially AOC, gonna start. That's the only way AOC gonna start. Now, the only way that Mendoza gonna start if he learns the offense as good as Kirk Cousins and perform like y'all. I don't know. I don't know how y'all think that he's that like he's that advanced. Like he's not Joe Burrow, bro. I'm sorry.
and I
Like
think I think the other dynamics were different. You talked about Jackson Dart. I think the guys that they had over there, they already knew what time it was with Jackson Dart. Like with our situation, it's the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Like we brought in our vet to be a starter to give that quarterback time. The Giants, they as soon as they drafted Jackson Dart, they were automatically trying to make him be the starter. Jameis Winston wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, as much as Jameis Winston wants to be a starter, he already knew what time it was over there in the same way. So it is. I think it's a different dynamic from what they have versus what we have.
Mm. I mean, you get it right. Hey, sorry to apologize to everybody else, but I'm going to bed right now because I know that I'm the East Coast right now. But thanks for having me. And of course, I just wanted to tell you one last thing. It's all about the shield. It's all about Raider Nation, motherfuckers. You know, Capitán Fucho
Rated
says you
Nate,
salute.
mother.
Thank
All
you.
right, Rob.
well
Salute
said,
rap in the building.
and you can come back anytime. Hey, that's well said. And no matter if I do agree, if I don't agree, but I know what's gonna happen though when Sunday come. Whoever the quarterback gonna be, we're gonna be behind them 100%, and we're gonna want that person to win, and we're gonna and put our best foot forward. All I'm trying to tell y'all is the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because I'm trying to put y'all thought process ahead of the curve. Because the reason why we've been so delusional these last years is because we keep looking at these clues, or these context clues, and drawing the wrong inferences from them. And I'm like, how did y'all get that? Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Y'all heard that, but that's not really what that meant. And then y'all say, well, that's what he said. And I'm like, well, okay, even if you use hindsight 2020, let's just use the Pete Carroll thing. When he said the 10-win thing, he wasn't saying we was going to win 10 wins. He was saying that he was a coach that win 10 wins. And if y'all let him cook, then we can get to that point. But we took that to mean that we were going to win 10 wins last year when we already knew we was a garbage team coming into last year.
No, that's what he
Like,
said. He said, "I won 10 games everywhere I went." Like that's what
but that doesn't mean
we
that he
coming.
meant that we was
It's
going to
not a
win 10
rebuild.
games
We
last
coming in,
year.
hitting the ground running. We don't care what anybody knows. I
He
won
said
10
we're going to
games.
win
We
a lot
gonna
of
win.
games. That's what he said. We were going to win a lot of games. He never said we was going to win 10 games.
Yeah, but he pretty much insinuated it, made it sound like that.
No, see, this is why y'all be wrong because
Everybody's
y'all
gonna
be
run with
hearing the
that
wrong
shit.
thing.
Everybody's gonna run with that.
No, not everybody, because I didn't, and that's why my heart wasn't broke because I knew the difference between what he was saying and what y'all heard. Like, what? I'm
Whether
like,
I'm
why did y'all
prepared,
even take it that serious?
whether I'm
Just
prepared
like
or
the
not, my
whole
heart's
Flock
broke every
Nation thing.
time we
Y'all
have a
taking
shitty
that
season.
way too personal. Y'all taking that way. Y'all act like the y'all taking and like I said about the whole Flock Nation thing,
Who's
he was
y'all?
wrong for that. He was wrong for it. He got an answer to that. But he's still on the team and he's gonna keep playing and y'all gonna hold a grudge. Y'all gonna keep a grudge. Like that's kind of it's kind of emotional to me. Y'all gonna hold a grudge. Like y'all don't know how to forgive your brother for saying something to you that could be or could not be true in the heat of a situation. Like y'all can't get over that. It
Nah,
takes him to win a Super Bowl for y'all to forgive him.
nah, I
Like
still be
that's
mad.
crazy.
I'll still be mad.
And you still gonna be mad.
Give a fuck
And
about
that's
it.
your right. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying y'all still really gonna be mad at that. Maybe I'm different. My
I mean,
bad. Because I'm like I don't think it was that bad of a thing. He really thought he was up out of here because I would have been thinking I'm up out of here too because the Raiders be doing some janky stuff, man.
And I'm not gonna lie. There are some things that Max Crosby has done off the field that was kind of, I don't know.
What? What? By going to the White House?
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know, dog.
So
I'm just
what
saying,
about Brock Bowers doing the Trump dance in the end zone? Remember that?
I
Well,
don't
so now we
know,
forgot
dog.
about that, huh?
I don't give a fuck what their political views are, man. I don't care
Me
nothing
either.
about that. Whoever you follow, vote. That's their shit. I care about wins and losses. What you do for my team on the field, for the money you're making. I don't give a shit about what they do off the field.
But I get what you're saying, though, Twan. Those things don't. When you're the face of the franchise, too much is given, much is expected. I get that. It's not like that's oblivious to me, y'all.
Hmm.
I do get that, but I think we're too hypercritical when it comes to Max because it's the Raiders we're talking about. It's the Raiders that we're talking about. It's the Raiders. The Raiders, we have been dysfunctional as a franchise, and how we treat our players is ridiculous. I'm talking about the Tim Browns, the Marcus Allens. I'm talking about the legends. Derek Carr is even a Raider legend, and whether y'all want to admit that or not. But look how they was treating these players. I mean, even Khalil Mack, he would be a Raider legend, but he can't even stand the Raiders. He hates the Raiders. So, and it's all because how the franchise treated him. So, for a player to see the writing on the wall, why does he got to wait till his name is on the wall in order for him to protect himself? That's the only thing I give him grace upon is because of how the Raider franchise has been treating our players. It's the only reason. That's the only reason why I'm giving him a pass. Other than that, personally, I think he went about it wrong. He shouldn't. He definitely shouldn't have said. He shouldn't have transitioned from one team to the other in the same show. That was dumb. But as far as him doing a podcast, come on, man. This man's the first man in the building, last one out. Y'all act like he can't do a 2-hour podcast a week. Y'all get out of here with that. It's not a
Not, I don't
distraction.
care what he
Would
does
y'all
during the
rather
off
for him to
season,
be at
but
the crab table?
I don't care what he does during the off season, but during the season, he don't need to be focused on no damn podcast. You focus on
It's
the
not that
game,
hard
bro.
to focus,
Focus
man.
on the
Y'all act like
team,
the
bro.
man. Y'all act like he a one man band. He shows up and talk. He doesn't have to do anything but talk.
Well, I guess yeah, you got producers and all that shit. It's not like we got
Yeah,
anything, but still, like man, I don't know. Just maybe that's his outlet, I guess. I
it
don't give a shit about the podcast, but sometimes it's just man, that shit irritates you. It's just irritating as hell. I don't want to hear
So
that dude constantly talking about how great he's gonna be and every year is gonna be better on a more messed up knee, and how he gonna be the greatest every year, gonna be the greatest, and he don't make it through the season, or you see all the highlights, but you don't see where he's running the stunt when he's supposed to be containing on the outside and it goes for an 80-yard touchdown. you know, you
come
don't you
on, y'all
don't you
act
don't
like
see
he
all
do
the
that
you don't
all
see
the
all the
time.
bad stuff unless you watch film and you break down where Max Crosby's freestyling out there and they run right at him
Bro,
and he's doing this, and the dude's by him and it's a 40-yard game. Like they
and
show
you
all the
got
highlights all the time and they
and you
they
got
do all
10
that
other
too. And
players on the
everybody
field
makes
that ain't doing
mistakes.
nothing.
And I really don't care. Like the pick would have been great. He's back. I want to see what he does. I feel like he's got a chip on his shoulder, and a Max Crosby with a chip on his shoulder, if he's healthy, it's scary to the rest of the NFL. And it's hopefully it's scary enough, and it's enough with the team around him that he can actually start making the players around him better. And this ain't my words. This is what he said in his last interview. He said, I realized that I need to stop focusing on me and make the players around me better. I need to do more
Where
to
he say
make the
that at?
players around me better. And that's the
Tell
first
me
time
where
I've
he
heard him
said
say
that.
some shit like that. So, he's changing his mindset. And if he could be the leader and a different leader, like he said on his last podcast or two podcasts ago, right? Like he did a lot of growing up and a lot of sightseeing, to himself or whatever. Like and
Yeah,
maybe he, maybe he got a little humbled and
This
he's a
is
little
what he's.
different person. He
I
yeah,
agree with
acknowledged the
that.
fact
he
that he
did
might
do a
not
lot
need to
of
play.
sightseeing.
He
He
acknowledged the
sure
fact that
did.
he might not need to play 98% of the snaps. Like
That
Right.
that flight from Baltimore to Las Vegas is a long flight. I hope he did a
hell
whole lot
yeah,
of
And then
sightseeing.
and
hell
then he
yeah.
had to drive
Like
like
come
2 or 3
on,
more hours after that.
you can't tell me if you was married and you told your wife, I I'm gonna go. I need a divorce and I want out of here. And then you go you go shack up with some chick and after the first night she kicks your ass out and you got
It
nowhere to
happens
go,
all the
no job, no
time.
money
Hey,
because your old lady left with all your shit and
That
she gonna
happens
take
all
you
the
back in and
time.
you ain't gonna be humbled.
Max,
Come on,
Max
That
Crosby,
happens all the time.
Max
And
Crosby
then
got a
come
hall
back and ask
pass.
your baby too.
right? Right? He got a hall pass to go see the grass wasn't greener in Baltimore. He pulled up to the city,
Man,
was like,
women do
"Damn, they
that all
shooting
the
people in the
time.
streets out here." Like he said,
Women do
there
that
was
all the
last time he
time.
was there was dead bodies in the alley and shit. Like he said, this
No,
ain't a place to
he
bring
said
my
somebody
family.
got killed
Shit.
at the hotel that he was at.
He got humble really quick. He went to Baltimore and said, "Bro, I ain't about this life. I grew up in Detroit, but this is different. Baltimore different. You ever been to Baltimore? That
Yeah, for
shit,
sure.
that shit crazy, bro. Crazy. It's like New York.
What up, New Jersey fans? NJ fans was good. Yeah. Thanks for Capitan for the motivation for sure. But I do think he was humble.
Oh,
But
I
at the
think it
same
was.
time, I don't think he humbled to the point where he was humble because his injury made him realize that he do need to not rely so much on himself. Now, how do you make players around you better? Not by taking them to dinner, that helps. But how do you make them better on the field is by taking on double teams and triple teams. If you're taking on double teams and triple teams and that other players that's getting paid millions of dollars can't capitalize on that, what more does Max Crosby need to do? Still make the play after being doubled and triple teamed? That's what y'all expect?
No, but I do want to hear when he's out there and he does get to practice. I do want to hear one of these reporters say, this defensive player made a mistake on the field, and before the coaches could get over there say anything, it was Max Crosby because we've heard that about Kirk Cousins doing it with the quarterbacks. We've heard it about Trey Tucker and Jalen Naylor doing it with the receivers. We've heard about Taron Johnson doing it with the safety room. We've heard about Colton Miller doing it with the offensive line. So we have all these leaders in the building that when these players are making mistakes, he's over there not yelling and screaming at them, but coaching them up. Like, man, this is what I seen. This is maybe you could do this. Turn your hips. Maybe not turn your hips so quick, right? Don't show what direction or which way you're leaning, right? Move your foot the other way. This is how you lined up. Whatever it is, right? So that's what I want to see, and we haven't heard that from any year. I've never heard like
Who's
Max
going to do it?
Crosby's out there coaching these guys up. Now,
By
I
who?
will say with Tyree Wilson, they were constantly working one on one, but that was the only thing. And JPJ, I guess, in the building, they said that they were working
And
out first
Coons.
thing in the morning. But other than those
And
two
Coons.
guys, you don't see it. You don't see it on the sidelines of Max going over when people make
See?
mistakes all the time. Like, hey, do this. But you do see him arguing
So
last
now
year
he
with
got to
people
be
on
a
the
coach.
sidelines. Like,
So now he got to make all the plays in the double and
no, he
triple
don't have
team.
to. He don't have to.
He
He
got
don't
to
have to.
take. He got to take
See.
the whole
See,
defense
you
out the
exaggerate
dinner,
everything
and
I
he got
say.
to coach.
I said I would like to see him take more of a leadership role, and you say now he's got to make every play and
Oh,
make
it's a
every
question.
tackle. Like, how does it get blown to that?
I didn't say he every tackle. I'm saying y'all expect him to beat the double team and the
No,
triple
I'm
team.
not expecting.
Y'all
I didn't say
expect him
nothing
to
about
take
a
the
double
whole
triple team. I
defense
said I
out the
expect
dinner
him to be
instead
a
of the
leader
D
more in
line.
practice and on the field. And you're talking about doubles and triple teams. I don't know if we're going off
Bro,
subject. Like,
first of
I'm
all,
talking about
first of all,
leadership.
first of all, Max Crosby does all those things that you're talking about. Max Crosby took Malcolm Cooks under his wing for the 2 years after he had his breakout um, half a season or 6 game season,
Yep.
and Malcolm Cooks have not translated.
Yep.
But no one seems to remember that Max Crosby took him under his wing.
Yep.
Okay, so now what we're talking about is who's the new player that he got under his wing now. He had Tyree Wilson, that didn't work out. So now the next person gonna probably be Kieran Crawford, right? Because Kieran said he wants to be Max Crosby but better, right? So Max Crosby gonna help him along the way. But now this fool go out there and hurt himself or whatever, he tweaks something or whatever it is that he end up start taking mental reps.
They,
Like, what do y'all expect from Max? Like, and then y'all saying he getting not even getting paid enough. So he supposed to do all these things and take a pay cut.
the report that I received on that was from Q Myers. Q Myers talked about the Keyron Crawford situation. The situation of that practice was that Keyron Crawford was dehydrated, so they decided to give him a little off.
So where has he been during the rest of OTA?
He's been out there.
Because I was wondering, I'm like, I ain't heard nothing else from him.
No,
Nothing.
no.
That could be a good thing.
They haven't talked about like him like doing anything spectacular play wise or anything like that, but he's been out there.
Okay, that's good.
But that day, that was like, I think that was like the first day they were actually out there on the field. I guess he was going, like
Extra
pretty much
hard.
he was going too hard, and I guess he
Which is crazy.
the stuff that they tested was that he was dehydrated. So they were like, let's not,
I could believe that. I could believe that.
So
Because even the little clips I seen him in practice, he was going extremely hard. I was like, okay, and I understand why. Because you got to understand, he hasn't played a whole lot of football, so he needs to prove himself, I guess. And he was supposed to talk to Max Crosby about that. And Max told him to be himself because he told us what he said, what Max said to him. Max told him to be himself and somewhat pace yourself, and he was being himself, but he didn't pace himself. But maybe now after that first day or that, that one day of mental reps, then it kind of fell in line, which is cool. I think Keyron's going to he's one of my favorite picks, actually, like my dark horse pick. I think he's going to really pan out, even with the mental reps. But all I'm saying that to say is this: Max Crosby has been doing his part with all these players to make them better, except for play for them.
I just
That's all I said.
No, I with Keyron Crawford, I think, and that was the because everybody jumped on the narrative, like, as Keyron Crawford was a guy that wanted to take breaks and stuff like that. I don't think he was that type of guy. I think just his mentality and his motor, that everybody was talking about him coming out of the draft. I didn't believe that was the case, and it just came out that it was more of a dehydration type of situation in regards to him. I think his motor is definitely going to help him. He's just going to have to maybe just make sure he drinks a little more water or whatever the situation may be. Because again, it is, he's going to have to battle that regardless. Because of where we are, you know what I'm saying, Las Vegas, he's going to have to learn how to play in that heat. I know that Kubiak's trying to learn, make a decision on, them practicing earlier or whatever the situation may be because of the heat. But along with that, that's just something that he's going to have to, personally manage in order for him to continue to be out there.
I agree. So what do you guys think? Go ahead.
I don't know why it's such a big deal with all these guys and booty shorts and helmets. Like, really, the only people that you could see do anything in any drills, whether it's 7-on-7 or 11-on-11, is the quarterback, the wide receiver, and the corners. Like, you can't put no hands on anybody, or you can't touch nobody on the offensive line. You can't block as a tight end, right? Like, you can't rush the quarterback. So really, the only people that are gonna make any noise or stand out for anybody watching is going to be the quarterback, the wide receiver, and the corners, because the corners got to cover the receivers. So if they make a play, they're going to get seen. And the quarterback has nobody in his face, no pressure, and he's got all day to throw the ball. So those are the only people that I can really see stand out. Maybe the linebackers, if you're passing out of the backfield in a running play or something, they could be in coverage, but they can't touch nobody, right? They can't tackle, they can't hit nobody. So defensive line, basically most of the defense and the offensive line, and guys like Connor Hayward. We're not going to see anything from these guys until June 21st or July 21st when the pads come on.
I mean, you're not gonna see the full result, but you're gonna see little things here and there, like on the D line. If obviously they're not going against a person, but they are going to they are attacking pads. You know what I'm saying? So how what does Kieran Crawford look quick? You know what I'm saying? Does his hands look good? You know what I'm saying? Going off the bag, or what I'm saying, stuff like that.
Fundamental.
Yeah, like just that. Like is he is he breaking off of that pad and dipping that shoulder to bend? You know what I'm saying? His bend and stuff like that. You can see some of that. How quick is he getting off of that pad? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Are things that you can look at, but it doesn't necessarily, like you said, it doesn't tell the whole story on that player. You're just saying, okay, he has a nice bend, or his hands are good. You know what I'm saying? And those are things that they're working on at this moment, because again, like you said, they're not going against a physical body. They're working pads.
But I'm saying to be dehydrated working against a pad.
Well, you gotta remember they're running drills too. They're running a bunch of drills.
But come on,
damn. They're running a bunch of drills. What do you mean?
It's not as physical as a body, but you're still exerting energy, working the drills off the pads. You know what I'm saying? Your get off is still your get off. Your hands and stuff like that is still being applied. So that again, that's still cardio.
Yeah, but most of the time you're coming off and you're doing a little air tat, and then you're coming around and hitting the bag, or you're doing a little fake stop and shimmy. Like there's no contact on the first move or second move. So I get it. You can see some footwork, a little bit of fundamentals, but I'm saying physicality. Like you're not going to see anybody shining when it comes to offensive line, defensive line, linebackers. Like you're not going to see anybody that's standing out and they're going, oh, like, man, this guy looks
I would ignore it.
This guy's looking really, really good. But I mean, we have heard some of those reports about Spencer Burford, which I think is funny because I don't know how good you could look as when you're not even blocking full. Like if you watch the videos that they put out from Vegas Sports today, and Jesse Merrick and these guys, Mike Dixon and them, like if you watch some of those videos, or they show the guys and what they're doing in the routines and their workouts. So even the offensive line, it's like you pump up and you grab a bag and you push for maybe three, four steps, and then you're stopping. So it's not a lot of physicality out there.
I think they're leaning more towards the basics of, okay, his foot, because that was the same thing a lot of people were talking about Teron Johnson.
First step,
and they were saying how smooth he looks when he transitions. You know what I'm saying? And just his movements. You know what I'm saying, on the field. So, but again, that's not there's no real physicality on that. That's just showing his footwork and his fluidity when he's switching hips and stuff like that. So I mean that's what they're looking at. That's what a lot of guys are the beat writers are putting out there is, oh, this guy has good footwork. Oh, this guy has
I've heard that many times.
I mean, and that's it. But they're doing what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're
Dante Thornton looks like Randy Moss, man. I heard, how many times I heard that last year.
He's supposed to look like Randy Moss, but then we find out that
there ain't nobody covering him. He's one-on-one. He's one-on-one.
He looks like some wet moss. You know what I'm saying?
He looks like he's carrying a Randy Moss.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He looked like some wet moss more than some Randy Moss, but that's what you get. That's why everybody's so high on the speed and, oh, this guy looks so fast and Well, let's see what happens. Let's look at, you know what I'm saying? People talk about Malik Benson. Let's see when Malik Benson gets pressed 5 yards. You know what I'm saying? and let's see if he can get off of that, because that's the first thing that these veterans are going to do to a guy like a Benson. Yeah, he looks good right now because he's not getting, that action. But what happens when a vet gets up, lines up with him, and presses him for 5 yards. Can he get off of that? And let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that, but I also know too, though, even if you only see half of the wide receiver skill set, because part of the skill set is being able to avoid the jam.
Yeah,
Like, but you can't see that unless you're being jammed for real.
jam. Yeah,
So,
You
because
get that on 11 on 11 though, right? I mean, you can jam. You can still jam with no pass. Like,
on 11 on 11, you probably can't see that, but
I mean, you're
even
still
in
playing
red
sticky
zone,
man coverage. Like,
but even on 11 on 11, you know it's a pass play, so you know the ball coming. So I mean, on 7 on 7 is like that. On 11 on 11, it could be a run, so it kind
hmm
of helps a little bit. But all in all, like, in OTA sessions like that with no pads and stuff, you can see a little bit. But what it always boils down to is, yeah, that's only like about half of the job. The other half is actually tackling the person. Like, can you actually just tackle the person? And so that's the issue. Like, you can look good with shorts on, but can you tackle the person when they running straight towards you? And
and I
that's what we're gonna find out.
and I think it's more, like, yeah, the 11 on 11s is there, but I don't think they're really hard. You know what I'm saying? It's when you especially when you don't got the pads on. I don't think
Yeah,
they can really be able to fully hard press. You know what I'm saying? And
you
I
don't
don't
want
think
nobody to get hurt.
and I don't think this coaching staff is going to allow these guys to hard press without their pads on anyway. So I think
Yeah.
you're not going to be. They might be able to touch a little bit, but I don't think they're going full on. I'm gonna lock this guy down. Try to lock this guy down in these 5 yards. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you're going to get. You're going to get when you're in pads is okay. Since we're in pads, go ahead and let's see if you can jam Trey Tucker and see if Trey Tucker can get out of it, or let's see if Dante Thornton with his 7'8" frame, you know what I'm saying? Tall ass wide receiver. Can he get off a press? You know what I'm saying? Like,
they're gonna be out there kung fu fighting for sure.
yeah, definitely. Especially
Here's
with
the,
the new corners that we got. I'm high on these new guys that we got. They look like they ready to to definitely bump and run if they need to.
So
so here's a
let me
question.
ask you this. Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
let me ask y'all this. So I know I've been hyping up this team and trying to gas everybody up, but I got my videos coming out with the negative shit. Don't worry, I always got that.
Uh-huh.
But looking at this defense, do you feel like um I don't want to put the jinx on the team, but just looking at the injury history of the defense,
Mm.
man, if you look at the injury history, right? You got Crosby, you got Eric Stokes, you got Quay Walker, you got N'Kobe Dean, you got Tyron Johnson. Um, good. That's six guys. That's six of our defensive players. Like,
Uh,
if you lose three of those, you know what I mean?
No,
Like,
if you
I,
lose one of them, and that if you lose N'Kobe Dean, then we through.
I don't.
We through on
I feel
defense.
if
We
you
lose him.
I don't know. I feel if you lose like a linebacker, if you're 3-4 in your base, and that means we're going to be probably a lot more in nickel and dime packages with a lot more of those corners like Jeremy Chin playing that kind of jack linebacker role, or whatever you want to call it.
Maybe
But that I think because
we didn't.
we have so many Sagan Alobi and guys that can fill that role, but
So why we
man,
give him $20 million then? Like, why we give him so much money then?
well, yeah, because we want him to beat him, man. But I feel like we have enough pieces on that front that we can move around. If it's a N'Kobe Dean or a Quay Walker, I don't really know about the depth behind them. I'm hoping Cody Lindenberg and Tommy Eichenberg could do something, but
hopes and dreams.
I hope
yeah,
they don't
yeah.
have to play. That's the only thing I hope, because like that's what I'm saying. We talk about max money, but then we give N'Kobe Dean all this money, but then we gonna be in nickel all the time. Well, why give him all the money then?
Well, even at nickel, you still need two linebackers.
Yeah, but is he gonna be one of those linebackers
Well,
though?
yeah,
Yeah,
he's the fastest one out there. It's gonna
yeah.
be
Yeah,
him and
but
the
if
Kobe,
he's
him and
hurt,
Quay Walker, him and the Kobe Dean.
Those are our best linebackers. So
Those
when
dudes
you
don't lead the field. I
you know,
guarantee
only
you, those dudes are
linebacker.
playing
Qu-
90% of the snaps if they're healthy.
Quay and Nagobi are our best linebackers. So
Yeah, they,
they're going to be out there as much as they can. Now, when you I think we could get away with just having Quay without Nakobe, but if Nakobe goes down and then Quay, then we're done because I don't see Eichenberg, I don't see Lindenberg, you know what I'm saying, being anything
oh no,
outside of just
you,
a spot cover. You know what I'm saying? Every
no,
once in a
you're
while.
calling Devin White and Jamal Adams at that point.
To
Yeah,
be
we should
honest with
call
you,
them anyway.
I wish we would have um had a conversation with Jamal Adams because I think if we had Jamal Adams, you know what I'm saying, I think we could do something very nasty
I wish the
um
Prez was in the
de-
building like that.
defensively because again there goes another linebacker that can spot and play safety. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm,
saying? You could
mm-hmm.
run him safety every once in a while, but he can also blitz. You know what I'm saying? Like Jamal Adams, I liked him. I mean, he was playing in the cover three, but
Yep,
I like what the flexibility that Jamal Adams brought to the team. So
and he
if we
hits
were able
hard.
to make a play for him,
Yeah.
I would love it.
Yeah, I hope
So
if he's still out
on
there,
topic,
I wouldn't see it. I wouldn't mind that at all if they brought him in.
back to the topic, and I'm gonna let you guys go because I know it's late everywhere.
Yep.
And happy Father's Day if you're a father, bro. He says honestly, the Ravens needs to be punished for backing out for Max in some form. What do you guys think about that?
What was
Uh,
that? I'm sorry.
Should the Jets be penalized for backing out of the Max trade?
Sure, the Ravens.
Yes.
I,
They're
I,
not.
I think they're gonna be punished by the play on the field. We'll see if Ted Hendrickson could hold up. He's got the same thing. Got injury knee issues. So that's a big gamble. They tried to save those 2 first-round picks and spend a little bit less money. So we'll see. They got a whole new head coach, a new defensive coordinator, I do believe. Uh, yeah, they got. We'll see what they are.
I I think they'll be penalized not necessarily by the NFL, but they might get penalized by the teams. Choosing not to do business with them for this reason. You there's certain things again by the rule book the Ravens in all rights had the right to do what they did. Unfortunately, there's just a certain thing with doing business with good faith. You know what I'm saying? And that the way they handled this, the way they handled it, I think other people in the organization, other teams in the NFL are going to kind of be hesitant to do business with them because of this. So I think that might be their punishment. But from the NFL, there's going to be no punishment for it because they actually did, they did everything by the book.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's their prerogative, right?
they already had teams that didn't want to trade with them for situations like that in the past, and that just makes it worse. They kind of made their bed; they're gonna have to lie in it. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of teams doing business with them.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be an issue like that. Sure, this might be an initial issue, but nobody's gonna really remember that when it comes to getting a player that they want. I just think what happened was they've never traded their first round pick ever in their franchise history. And they did two of them. And then they realized that they're giving up 2 first rounds and their center for Max Crosby. Essentially, even though that's not what it was, but essentially that's what it
Mhm.
was. And so they were like, "Oh heck no!" So they backed out. And now, does that mean teams are going to ask them? Hey man, look, y'all did that little whatever you feel me on the Raiders, man. Y'all ain't gonna treat us like that, right? We need some good faith. Give us some good faith. So they will leverage that a little bit, but I don't think it's gonna stop them from doing business with them. But when it comes to the first round draft pick, everybody should know just leave them alone because they're not gonna do right. They're not even gonna trade it, and if they say they are, don't believe it because they were within their right to do that. But it's like a gentleman's handshake that was supposed to happen. But they used a loophole, and you can't be mad at them for it. But they definitely used the loophole.
But as Raider fans, can we just think that it was, that they didn't want to give up those two first round picks, that they didn't want to lose, Cody Tyler Linderbaum to the Raiders and two first round picks. But what if, right? What if the doctor is telling the truth? What if he looked at that knee and he's looking at kind of like the Gerard McCoy situation, right? What if he really looked at that knee and said, "Man, there's no way, there's no way you're getting 2 years or 3 years out of this dude. Trading two first round picks is not it." You know what I mean? Like he's had knee problems. The man almost could have died because of the infection in his knee. That's a serious, serious problem. And then, yes, you can't do the bends and all that, but they do that going in. So, I you have to question the fact that those doctors know what they're doing, and there was a reason that Baltimore backed out. And I don't feel like it was just because of the two first round picks, because they thought Max Crosby was really going to help their team win, and that's the one piece that they needed to get over the hump.
Yeah.
They would have went with that. And I feel like
Right.
there was a doctor that said no, 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 this is not
Right.
going to be worth it. And
I,
I really feel like the Raiders kind of feel that maybe that same way, that they're like, man,
no,
these injuries
I
are
kind of
piling up
believe
on a
that.
29-year-old man that, yeah, the last 4 years has not. I mean,
I
shit.
can,
He's only
I
had
can
a
kind
he's
of
only
believe
had two
that,
full
bro.
seasons. Like, he's injured every single year.
He's not injured every single year. Stop saying that because he's not.
He broke his hand in his first year.
Oh my gosh, how many games have Max Crosby missed, man? Like, what
A
are we
lot.
talking about?
A lot. A lot. I
Oh,
don't know
now
how
he
many he's
missed a
missed
lot of
exactly.
games. Man,
But
Max Crosby.
I know there's only
Okay,
like three seasons
but
out of
this
the
is
eight
this is
where he's been fully
this is what I'm
healthy.
gonna say though. I would believe that it was about the injury history if they didn't bring in somebody more broke up than Max. Like Hendricks is broke up. He was
But they
broke up
didn't give up
last
two
year.
first rounds
But
for
but
him
but
though.
but, but this is my question though. This is my question though. So what kind of injury do you know what the injury was that Max Crosby had his surgery on?
What?
What Max Crosby actual injury was that he got the surgery on?
The surgery, they said, was just a cleanup, but then he went back in for another surgery. It was just supposed to be a cleanup and to fix whatever he re-injured during the season that he played with all year.
So he had a meniscus injury. So you can do one or two things with this injury. You could shave it down and get back on the field faster, and that's going to give you that degenerative issue that you're talking about with the Jamal McCoy situation or whatever. Yeah, it can go into that a little bit, but it ain't even close to the Jamal McCoy situation. Or you could just get a repair done, and it's going to take you longer to rehab. So which is better to get the repair. But a lot of times the teams try to get you to just shave the meniscus and you go back out there, because they want you to be the availability is the best ability. But that ain't always true for you as the player because you do want to heal yourself completely before or as much as possible before you get on the field. So now yeah, if he would have got the meniscus shave, he would have walked into there and then they would have approved him. But being that the recovery time is a little bit longer, then they use that as a scapegoat to say, well, you know what? We don't like what we see in this MRI. Like, yeah, right. They seen everything they've been saw what was in that MRI. They didn't go in there and see something new that they didn't know about. They just saying that, man.
We don't know that. That's
I
just
do
your
know that.
assumption. That's just your assumption, though.
I do
There's
know
there's a
that.
million doctors, and there's been other doctors that don't work for the
Oh,
Ravens or the Raiders that come out and said the same thing
come
about
on,
Max
bro.
Crosby's knee. Like his knee's not. There's no longevity with that knee. And how do we know that the last time he injured it,
How
he
do you
didn't
know
have
that's
it?
true then?
How
How
do
do
we
you
know the
know that's
last
true
time
then?
he? How do we know the last time he did that he injured? If we're just going to insinuate that he didn't
It's
have it scraped down
speculation.
then, he could have had it scraped down then and been playing on an already scraped down meniscus. We don't know. They're not
How
going to tell you all
you
that from
can't repair something
the
that's
Raiders.
scraped
Don't have to
down.
divulge that information, right? They're not going to put
Oh,
that
now
information
y'all
out there.
making up stuff. Like you can't repair something that you already removed. Like some things just ring true, bro. And the injuries that he has, that certain steps that you take. And the reason why I know this is because I literally worked in a law firm for with NFL athletes, NBA athletes, NHL athletes, all for the medical workers comp and their surgeries and their offs and everything. And I'm looking at these people's stuff and I'm knowing that okay, yeah, they're saying this in the public, but when I'm sitting here looking at the actual records and seeing what they're really going through, I can see the difference between the two. And I see the difference. And that's what I'm saying with the Max Crosby thing is, yeah, there could have been some little degeneration in there, but it's not to the level where the league is like, well, Max Crosby is broken goods because his knee is really worse than it was. Now, what I did say though, when Dallas sent their doctor up there, which is highly reputable, he might have looked in there and said, you know what? I wouldn't give 2 first rounds for it.
That's what I said. That's what I'm
But
saying. His knee is messed up enough. You ain't giving up two
but
first,
that doesn't mean that his
and
knee
then
is
have
so
to pay him
degenerate.
38 or 40 mil.
But see, that's just his opinion. But that's not saying that his knee is degenerated. He's only got a Jamal McCoy like.
You're
Uh,
right, but it's not saying it's
I'm just,
not.
but I mean, like, can I guarantee it? No, I can't guarantee it. But if I had to put my money on it one way or the other, I'm putting it on the way I said based on what I understand how that kind of works. Can I be wrong? Yeah, I can definitely be wrong. But when it plays all out and it don't work out the way and it works out similar to what I'm saying, and I've said that these things on multiple occasions, then I'm more prone to believe my assessment. Not to say that I'm always right, but I'm more prone to think the assessment of what I'm saying versus something general. All these, it could be these or it could be that. It could be a lot of things. It could be none of the things that we're talking about, but it's got to be something. And the something ain't so far fetched because Max is only repairing his knee. He's going to be 100% or as close to 100% you can get at this point in his career. He's not.
And
He's not. He's not going to be. He's fine, man. I just think he's fine, but could be
and
wrong. We'll see.
these doctors, that's why every team has their own doctor, right? And these
Mhm.
doctors they have to sign off on all these, all on all the medical situations. So if they don't feel like they're comfortable signing off on it, and they know, like, if this goes bad, this is going to fall on me and I might lose my job. So some of these guys is like, I'm not even going to mess with that. You know what I'm saying? There's certain doctors just don't feel comfortable with doing certain things, and certain doctors they do, like, especially if that's kind of like their specialty, or they have connections to people that, okay, I can send this guy to my guy that I know is going to be able to handle this, and I'm okay with signing that off. Then they'll do that, because again, these doctors want to keep their job too. So they ain't gonna sign off on stuff that they don't feel comfortable with. And I guess in the Ravens situation, their doctors didn't feel comfortable with going forward with it, but it is what it is. Whereas we're drafting people with knee problems, and we seem like we're okay with it. So
Yeah, I just don't think his injury. But regardless of his injury, I only think Max may have like three good more of prime football left.
Uh,
I think he's only got like three more prime years left. I'm not saying three more total years. I mean like prime years where he can be dominant.
He's in our team window, but he's on the back end of our team window.
I can see that. I can see that.
Because I really do think that Spy Tech and they want to win now, but I think their real goal is to really make us something in about 2 or 3 years.
Well, that's how long it takes to turn the franchise around anyway, for real.
They need to do it quicker than that because you got Brock Bowers contract going to be coming up. You got Trey Tucker. You got Michael Mayer, right? You got
But I
JPJ. You got DJ Glaze. In the next 2 years, all these contracts going to be coming up. So
Yeah.
that window's a lot sooner than people think. Like I know everybody's focused on it's just a slow rebuild and it's a process and it's going to take time. But I don't feel like that's the feeling in the building or the thought process in the building. The thought process is to go out there, win every single game, win now, and rebuild this as fast as possible. I don't think they're trying to drag it out and be like, okay, in 3 years we're going to be good. No, I think they're trying to be good right now. Every single game that we play from the jump. That's why they went and got Kirk Cousins. That's why they went and got Tyler Linderbaum. That's why they went and spent 200 and something $1 million in free agency, right? That's why we're at the top of free agency. Like, I think the whole rebuild when Spytek said that made everybody think, okay, we got time. But I don't think that's the energy in the building. I guarantee you that these minority owners that are paying for these guaranteed money contracts up front, $80 million for this dude and $120 million for this dude and $70 million for this dude are just going to keep forking up these money for this guaranteed contracts for 5 wins or for 6 wins, right? There might not be pressure, and we know Kubiak might have at least 5 years, and Spytek might have another 3-4 years guaranteed, but the pressure is on. Spytek had a 5-year contract. He's already had 2 of those years gone by, so you can't expect him to be happy with just starting to get better and win games in 3 years down the road. Like that's just
no,
my opinion.
no, I think you kind of misunderstood what I was saying. I'm saying in the sense of, yeah, they do. They're going to take as many wins now as possible, but I'm looking. I think they're really trying to build this team so that in 2 to 3 years we're a consistent, playoff
Yeah,
team. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the pieces that yeah. I really don't think the money of Brock Bowers and all of them it matters. I think they already see that Brock Bowers is going to get his max contract. He's what I'm saying? They already looked down the line and said, yes, we're gonna pay, if Genty's healthy, we're gonna pay him, what I'm saying, to continue this. But it's just building the whole entire team to be a playoff team, being again ready to go that in that 2 to 3 year range. So that's why I said with Max Crosby, he's on the back end of that, but he still kind of still fits into ultimately where we're trying to go. If
yeah,
if we
to
can
the
if we
to
can
the
get
window.
hey, by all means, if we can be a playoff team, what I'm saying, next year, or I mean this coming year, awesome. He's all for that. We're all for that. But I think overall, what I'm saying, when you look at the teams that have gone to the Super Bowl, or the teams that are Super Bowl caliber teams, those guys are consistently knocking on the door, and I think that's where they're trying to get us to, is being consistently, build a team that's consistently knocking on the door for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what
And as much
Spytek
as
said. He's
I
trying
agree
to.
with you about that,
Huh?
go ahead.
No, what was that you said?
No, I was just about to say, as much as I agree with you with that, because I think that is the goal. The thing is, we can get there, right? But
Mm.
then when it comes down to the contracts, then we're gonna have to pay Max again in a couple years, just like Like when as soon as we get good, we got to pay Max again now, right?
Uh,
Then we're gonna have to pay, excuse me, JPJ or somebody. Then and Tyler Lindenbaum only got a 3-year contract, so we're gonna have to pay him. Um,
I
who else? Trey Tucker, we're gonna have to pay him at the end of this year. Um,
Michael
who
but
else?
Mayer got to do something with him.
Mayor. Like it's gonna be a lot of contracts we're gonna have to
Next year is
negotiate.
JPJ and
but
DJ Glaze. Like,
I think again, like I hear you guys. Like some of those guys, yes, they're valuable, but I think it's all going to balance itself out because again, you have to factor in, and this is here goes my word, cheap labor. You have to factor in all the rookies that are still under rookie contracts. That means you have Jamal McCoy going into his second year under a rookie contract. Obviously, we're expecting for him to be a starter at corner. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these guys that we're drafting, Zoom, you know what I'm saying? Yes, right now we're looking at him as a backup, but him going into his second, possibly third year, we're looking at him to be a starter, you know what I'm saying, on that offensive line. So a lot of those guys, and they'll still be under that rookie contract. And then let's hypothetically look at the next two draft classes that we bring in. You know what I'm saying? That will replenish, you know what I'm saying, some of these guys that you're saying that we need to. Of course, there's going to be the core guys. We're going to sign Brock Bowers. We're going to sign Genty. We're going to, you know what I'm saying? We might have to restructure. We will, because all the other guys will be under rookie contracts.
Wait, but no, you can't pay Bowers. You can't pay Bowers, Genty, Crosby, and Linderbaum and have money left over in 2-year period of time. And then if once you do pay them two, then those rookie contracts are gonna start hitting.
And I'll give you an example. We can literally wipe out the safety room next year. You can get rid of Chen, and you can get rid of Powell Mount. Why? Because you have Stukes and you have Johnson that should be taking their step up. You know what I'm saying? So that's where you can get rid of those kind of contracts to make room for, like you said, the key guys, right? We're not getting rid of Brock Bowers. We're not
get rid of them now.
Huh?
Get rid of them now, then.
But I'm just saying,
Paul Miles on his rookie. He on his. This is a contract
year.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying.
If he plays anywhere like he did last year and the year before that, we're going to re-sign him.
And then when we draft,
if he plays like he did last year, we're not resigning him.
Well, it's not, bro. He had 100 tackles. I don't care. Still, he had 100 tackles.
Devin White had 164.
Playing out of position. Playing out of position.
So are we going to keep Powell Mount? Are we going to keep Powell Mount or sign Brock Bowers?
Brock Bowers.
See now, that's the position you don't want to be in, where you gotta
make
a decision between a defensive player and an offensive player.
But they're already doing that, because we've already signed our hypothetically we've already drafted our starting safeties.
No, we didn't have no safety. We signed one starting safety. And that's Stukes. He's the only one that's starting. Jeremy Chin is going to start at the other safety. We only signed one safety to start, but
we don't know who's.
But that means Dalton Johnson can come in and come in, but he ain't gonna come in and be a box safety like Chin or Powell Mount. Neither one of those are box safeties. They're not big enough.
So yeah, I wouldn't mind having Palomar as the backup, but then you have Dalton Johnson, that I think could fill that role as well. And
he's not a box safety. He more like a safety like Stukes. He more like Stukes. He probably gonna be more nickel than anything. I don't know. Spytech got to figure it out though, because
But I think. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's good.
No, I just believe that what was because Spytek is now actually being the GM. I think he's already seeing that down the line. Like, okay, I got to figure out Brock Bowers. I gotta figure out Genty. So where can I draft guys that are not maybe not necessarily ready now, but will be ready in year 2, possibly year 3, that can take over for some of the guys to make room for, you know what I'm saying? So, like I said, we drafted 2 safeties that can possibly be those starters for us at safety, where we don't necessarily need the Power Mal and Chin. Where okay, that's we can take care of that. And then what else are we drafting? Like I said, Zoom. That means we got another, you know what I'm saying, another guy on the rookie contract. Then you draft, you know what I'm saying? You're now we're just replenishing, you know what I'm saying, behind those guys. And that's where, like I said, we'll have money for, because again, we're not spending money in the quarterback room. We got
No,
Mendoza's under cheap labor. You know what I'm saying? So you do have some money, but you're spending it on not necessarily the super main pieces. Now they do have to play ball. You know, if they decide to re-up with Max Crosby, but that's just going to be, you know, they're just going to have to play ball on that.
What's the tight end market? The tight end market's not that big, is it? What's the highest paid tight end? Like 18, 20 something?
Yeah.
It's not outlandish. It's nothing crazy, I don't think. So
yeah,
Brock
but we don't know what it's
Brock
going to be in a
Brock
couple
might
years.
reset it to like
Brock might
2025.
reset the market.
Yeah,
Brock Bowers
sure.
might reset the market.
He's definitely going to reset the market, because right now he is one of the top tight ends in the league. So production or just market in general, he's going to reset the tight end market. But even with that being said, if Spytek is actually what it seems like he's doing is strategically drafting, you know what I'm saying, the roster. The draft picks that we're bringing in are going to eventually work their way into stardom, you know what I'm saying, starterhood, you know what I'm saying, in their rookie contracts. So
we hope.
I mean, that's always the hope, right?
That's
and
the
that's
goal.
always
it hasn't happened. It hasn't happened in the last 10 years, but that's what we're hoping this year.
Yeah. That's ultimately the goal, but still, I think if that plays out the way that Spytek is trying to create it, we're gonna have room for these contracts, because again, I don't see anybody outside of, like you said, Bowers, Genty, who's a non-negotiable.
Genty's already the highest paid running back in the league.
True.
He ain't even got that second contract yet. He's already top 3.
I remember that, but he stayed the highest paid.
He's top 5, I think. I think
That's
he's like
crazy, already.
top 4, I think. I know the one that just Jordan Love, I think he's the number 1 paid right now, I think.
Oh yeah, he is. That's right. He's making more than Saquon and them.
So he's making more than everybody.
So what's his name? The top wide receiver in that's getting paid is $19 million. Is what's your boy in San Francisco?
Oh, Kerry Kittle.
Kittle's.
Kittle's 19.
Yeah, 19.
He said the New Jersey Jet guy, Kerry Kittle.
Yeah.
But you know, that was funny. But yeah.
It was 19 a year. So.
Brock gonna get 25, 30.
It's not a whole, it's not a lot, but Brock Bowers is gonna get paid like about 23 to 25.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 5-year deal, like 110 million with 100 guaranteed.
But Brock Bowers is gonna, definitely Brock Bowers is gonna get paid. But like I said, I think because our team is young and because we are drafting guys, you know what I'm saying? I think Spytek is already worked that out. That's why we were okay with spending that on Linderbaum all of that, because we're not really spending that much money. Like really, like who are we spending a whole lot of money on? Like outside of Max Crosby and Linderbaum, who's really making a lot of money?
Nobody, because the next person that's getting money is Toombs. But then
Nah,
again, we
nah.
don't have nobody.
Jeremy Chin, I think Eric Stokes is up there. Um, who else? Somebody else is making. Yeah. Do you have N'Kobe Dean, Quay Walker, they, Teron Johnson? All them dudes making money now. We used to only have one or two players making around 20 mil. Colt Miller's at 20 mil. Like,
and all those guys are guys that can easily, I'm not saying easily can get replaced, but they can get replaced. Like, what if Jamal McCoy, what I'm saying, is really that guy, and then Porter, or Masses or somebody ends up, emerging to be that guy, we can move on from Stokes. You know what I'm saying? Or, Teron Johnson. Like we can move on from those guys and get a corner in there if these guys, end up panning out. So I think there's just I just feel like the money's going to work out. I don't think we're going to be in a situation like, oh dang, we got to sign all these guys and we won't have the money for them.
If we win like I think we're gonna win this year, it's gonna be a problem. Everybody on them 1 year contracts is gonna be like, "Yo, let me get that bag. Let me get that Crosby style."
And they should, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why they're on those 1 year contracts. Yeah. That's why they're on those 1 year contracts. They're really prove it deals.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people got a lot to prove. Mm-hmm. Hey, so Black, let me ask you this. Now, so we're talking about all the injuries. What's your take on the Brock Bowers injury? He ain't been healthy every year. This is the top tight end in the league that he can't stay on the field, and he's playing games where he shouldn't be out there injured. Like
that was. See, that's the Raiders' fault that they stuck him back out there on that injury. I knew when he got the injury that they should have. When you sprain your knee, like first of all, you lucky he sprained it. Like it could be like he could have torn something, but really for real, it's really been out. So I think what they should have did was they should have let him sit out like 3-4 weeks and got healthy and then play. But he tried to go through it and fight it like a lot of NFL players try to do to hurry up and get back on the field. Now, for me, when it comes to injuries, being that football is such a violent sport, it depends the type of injury that you get. For example, let me look at Colton Miller. We can say whatever we want about Colton Miller. He started his career, he wasn't getting injured. Well, he eventually started getting injured. Last year, you get a high ankle sprain. To me, that's an injury. That's like being hurt, but you're not really injured like that. Like, sure, you can't play with a high ankle sprain, but he could have came back. As an old lineman, a high ankle sprain is really that's not really an injury like that. It's not, I mean, like it's not like a knee injury or a shoulder injury where you gonna miss hella games. Same thing with
he probably didn't want to come back. He was like, "No, I'm hurt."
well, yeah.
I see
the
he was
way
coaching that offensive line in that offense. I ain't
Oh
trying to get
yeah,
out there. I'm taking
yeah.
my
And it
20
was like
mil.
just get healthy for next year. But I do think he needs to perform this year and don't get no kind of injuries because we
I hope
did
to
just give
God.
him the bag. So now with JPJ, his injury, he got an ankle injury. Once again, when it comes to lineman ankle injuries, I'm not really bad on that. Even his concussion situation, I'm not even really vexed on that. Unless he just get like 3 concussions in 1 year, then I'm gonna be like, dang, bro, like, dang. So I'm not really concerned with that. Now with Brock Bowers, that even his type of injury, that sprained knee, okay, I can see that as a receiver that happened. You got lucky right there. Now, if he get hurt this year, depending on the type of injury, then you got to kind of look at it like, dang, man, I hope this is not like a reoccurring thing. It just depends on what type of injury it is. To me, it just matters
Anything
what
with an
type of injury.
ACL and an MCL is bad. Whether it's a
Oh, yeah,
tear,
then that's better.
whether it's a
Not a
sprain, like
sprain.
any of those, they just linger, and then the more you get them, like if you're playing on those injuries like Max and Brock does, that's even worse for overtime.
Yeah, but all players are playing with something like that. They all playing with something like that, and that's why if you just play on it for a couple seasons, then you gotta do like Max, come in and get it cleaned up, and then when they go in there and clean it up, they might see something else that needs to be done while they're in there, and then
And then
they
you got to
double
come
back
back and get
and
another
fix it.
procedure.
Or yeah, but that's because,
They
and
piling up.
this goes back to where I was working at the law firm. I'm telling you, because what happened is the team would. This is what happened with Wilkins. The team will tell you hurry up and come back, right? Because they want you to come back to work. Just like any workers' comp, even if on any job, they'll tell you their doctor will tell you, oh, you can go back to work, even if it's like reduced duty. We want you to come back. Just come back, right? And then you could look at yourself and say, you know what, I'm really not. I'm still injured, so I'm not about to listen to y'all. Your job is going to be mad at you. And essentially, that's what happens when the NFL teams they get mad at you, and then what happens is they'll stick somebody in your position. So now you forced to come back earlier than you really want to, unless you really just that good, right? And so if for Max Crosby, if he want to sit there and decide he wants to sit out, then he can sit out, but it ain't gonna hurt him if he sit out. But he's not that type of player. He wants to play, so
Got to
I
pad them
don't know.
stats.
Yeah. He would you say patent stats?
Yeah, you can't be great without padding stats.
No, you can't be great without being on the field.
I know. I got to give Max
But
shit.
but
I'm gonna
but,
give him
but he
shit
needs to
to
pad
the
his
day
stats
I
because
die.
had he not got 10 sacks last year, then it would have been a problem. Because it's already a problem that he hasn't had back-to-back years with 10 sacks already. Like that's the knock on him right now.
Now my problem is that the biggest year is 14. I mean, look at Brian Burns Brian Burns for the Giants is making less than that, and he had 16, I believe, last year. And I don't even know how many times he's had more than 10 or 12. Like Max Crosby had one great year with 14. That's
Yeah,
the
one
highest.
great
That's
year.
the highest. That's the highest 14 and a half sacks for 30
Oh,
plus $1 million a season. Like, come on, like, how can you justify that when you got guys like Brian Burns
because
that's
it's
barely
more
making
to
20 over there putting up 16, and you got guys like Nick Bonito
because,
that was making not even close to it, making like what,
bro,
20 something, 22 over there putting up the same things, 14, 15 sacks a
bro,
season, and with the same
bro,
amount of pressures and tackles.
bro. I bet you teams team for Max Crosby way harder than they do either one of them two players you just named.
Then how come they went out and traded for how come they went out and traded for a Michael Parsons and not a Max Crosby? How come they went out?
Bro,
How come they went Eagles went and traded and went and got
bro,
Jalen
but that doesn't
Phillips? Right?
change the fact
How
what you
come
just what I just said.
how come they moving all these
Those two
guys but
players
they ain't
that
going
you
and getting
said that are
Max?
still better than Max Crosby, when you play those teams and you play the Raiders, even with the Raiders being as garbage as they are, you playing for Max Crosby way harder than you do the players that you just named. Regardless, because sacks isn't the end all be all stat to determine if you a competent pass rusher, which
It
is
is
a
what
good
that's what you get
stat.
paid to do.
You don't get paid just for sacks, man.
If you get paid for a job to tape up so many boxes in a day, and you don't tape up that many boxes, you think they're gonna keep paying you
Job
for
is
that
more than
performance?
taping
Like,
boxes. His
if you're
job is
supposed to
more than
sell so many
taping
hot
boxes.
dogs in a day
Why,
and you ain't making that quota, you think you still gonna have a job? No,
why,
no.
why are they called pass rushers?
What do you mean? To affect the quarterback? It doesn't mean they're not called sack rushers. I mean, like it's not called uh, sack ends. Like you're there to stop the run. You're there to create QB hits, tackle for losses. Like all those metrics matter. Like and also not only that, the part that you pay for is the intangible. Is what is your worth to the team? What is your worth to the team? Because if you
At
take
one
Max
point, it was
Crosby
the
off this
highest
team, our
in the
defense
NFL.
is not.
Know about
If
that?
we take Max Crosby off this defense, our defense is definitely bottom tier. Just taking Max Crosby off by itself because of where he plays. That's why. Why do you think they make so much money? Because that's where you start your defense at. with the pass rusher. He's one of the top. The league recognizes him as that. So he's
you
going to
ain't the
get
top
paid.
to me when you get doubled and triple teamed constantly for $30 million and nobody else is helping because you can't afford to pay nobody else more than $5 million a year to be on the
That's not
other
true.
side or to be on that defensive tackle. When they tried it with Christian Wilkins, it didn't work. Like,
How much he made? How much was Christian Wilkins making? He was making more than $5 million.
30 something, $140 million for
So they
whatever.
paid somebody $40 million, and he didn't
He played
produce.
2 games. he played 2 games.
Christian Wilkins is a prostitute.
He played 2 games.
He got paid to kiss somebody.
He called him a prostitute.
Prostitute.
He, he got paid to kiss somebody.
He should have got socked. He should have just socked him.
Speaking of that, when do we get our damn money?
I don't know.
Hey,
I think the Raiders
it'd be
gonna
nice
have
to
to
get
pay
that
him. I'm
half of
telling
that
y'all.
30 mil back.
Hey, there's a whole lot of people that owe us money. We still waiting on Chandler Jones.
Right? Yeah,
Wow,
we
so
get
we
that
need
money
that money
back
so
too.
we can pay all these coaches.
What's the NFL lagging for? They're trying to hold us back, man. We need our money so we can go get some more players. So we can give it to Max Crosby.
Wow.
We'll give it to Max in a couple seasons, not
We
this year.
need to pay Max Crosby. We need that money.
We need that. We gotta pay Max, bro. We need that money.
Y'all think y'all don't even think so? Do y'all think Raiders is he gonna retire a Raider, Max Crosby?
At this point, man, for all he's been through and with all the shit he went through and all the shit that I give him, I mean, I hope so at this point. I mean, I don't know how many years he has, but I don't see anybody trading 2 first-round picks for him. I don't see the Raiders giving him up for less than 2 first-round picks unless it's something crazy like a first, second, and, a Pro Bowl caliber player. But I just don't see where he's at in his career at, going on 29 years old. Not being healthy the last 3 years, coming off the surgery, getting sent to a team and them sending you back, that puts a lot of red flags around Crosby. So I feel like we have no option but for him to be a Raider and at least play out these next 2 years. Now, after that, I mean, I don't know. There's a scenario where, again, he doesn't finish this season or doesn't finish the next season either. You never know with Max. So there's a scenario where he can be 100% with that chip on his shoulder, like he says, and plays 85% of the snaps instead of 98% of the snaps. And we see the best Max Crosby we've ever seen. And, and he destroys the NFL and is in that defensive player of the year. So, I mean, it's possible. Now, I talk a lot of shit, but I just come on your channel and try to bump it up and get comments, and I do that on a lot. But, I'm not a hater of Max Crosby. I just hate the situation, the way it worked out. And if anybody should have known, 8 years, there's one nation. There's only one nation. Now, I don't care if you watch media or you don't know that shit, and you can shake your head all you want to. This is my opinion. You don't have to agree. But there's one fucking nation, bro. There's one. One nation. It's Raider Nation. He knows that shit. And the Safe Flock Nation, with the smirk that he said that shit on his podcast, was just ridiculous to me. And but that's fine if you agree with it. That's fine if you.
No, I agree with you that it was, but now what? Like,
but I'm saying,
okay, I agree that was weird. So what does that mean? We need to kick him off the team?
No, we don't have to kick him off the team. I'm just saying,
So that mean have an attitude with him about it?
I don't like the way he left that, and I can be like that. I can have my fucking opinion.
You can't. Stop trying to defend it. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying
that's how I feel. You asked me how I felt.
I'm just saying at what point
no.
Let it go though.
But you asked me how
you don't let it go or what?
Yeah, he's on the team. He's a Raider. But I'm saying the way he went about it is he didn't have to do that. He did, and now he's back.
Agree with that.
whatever happens. But I don't have to. I don't have to go out and buy his jersey. I don't have to buy his shitty ass rap albums. I don't
Not
have
his
to.
jersey either.
I don't have to
That's
jump up
it.
and down and yell and scream. When he makes one sack a game like I used to. I don't have to do that no more.
I'm just asking.
And I
I'm just
reserve that
asking.
right.
At what
Am I
point do
going to
you
root
let
for
it
him?
go?
Yes. Am I going to root for everybody on this team? Yes. Am I going to be happy when he makes plays? Yes. But you ain't gonna see me act a fool and be like, "Oh, that's Max
Oh,
Crosby,"
because he
and
said
being
Rock
crazy like
Nation.
I
So
used
you're
to.
gonna
Like I
you're
won't do
gonna
that no more.
take some of the joy out of it because he said Flock Nation.
To me, yeah. To me, yeah.
Yeah. So my question is, how long does that last?
It 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 will last as long as he's here and as long as he's not here. Like there's no to me there's no change in that. Like to me, one of the faces of the franchise of the team that I've loved for 51 years that I grew up rooting
So,
for and playing for, and a guy that's been here for 8 years and wants to tell me, "Oh, I love this team. I'm never going anywhere," and sit there and lie to everybody's face, and then say
so the
the one
Raiders ain't
thing,
never done that.
the one thing that is gonna cut everybody in Raider Nation. You know how many little kids cried their eyes
Bro,
out because Max Crosby said "Flock Nation." You know how many kids
none,
are burning
none,
jerseys and crying
none,
because
none,
Max wanted out because he wasn't happy
none,
because he was ruining his legacy. It wasn't about the
none.
Raiders. It was about Max was ruining his legacy and he was being held down. This is my opinion from him being the greatest player that he wants to be, from him getting those rings and winning a championship. And he thought he could go do it somewhere else, and it didn't work out for him. So I wish him the
Hey,
best, and I wish him
so
the
why
best that
don't
he's
you?
here.
So why
But I
don't
don't
you
have to.
feel
I don't
that
have
way
to
when
like
the
him no
Raiders
more.
do Raiders? Why don't you have that same energy when Raiders do players wrong? Why don't you have that same energy?
Bro, if you've seen anything on my channel, I've talked shit about everybody in this top building organization, from what they did to Marcus Allen, from what they did to Charles Woodson. Like, come on, bro. I have that
So why
same
don't I
energy,
never hear that come up?
but this is a different regime. This is a different owner, well, not owner, same owner, but more. He's not around. He's not involved, right? You bring in Tom Brady. You bring in minority owners that have their own decision. You have Spy Tech in the building, and I think they're not, they're trying to get away from that. They're trying to get away from that. And they proved that by allowing Max to come back. They didn't have to take Max back, right? They didn't,
He didn't have to come back.
why? It was a rough
He
trade.
didn't have to come
They
back.
could have
He
said,
could have.
man,
See, this is
we
what's
already
funny to
made
me
plans and we're gonna
because
have to
y'all
trade you
sat
to
there and
somewhere
said
else.
that he walked up there and demanded a trade so he could equally come back and like, I'm still not playing for y'all, and they would have had to trade him.
And he could have did that, and they could have easily came back and said, "All right, sorry, we already filled your position, and we don't have a spot for you, and we can't afford you. We're gonna have to trade you somewhere else, whether you like the team you're
Yeah, but
getting
that would be
traded to or not."
stupid. But that would
Right?
be stupid,
They didn't have to trade him to a team like the Ravens. They didn't have to trade him to a contender. They could have traded him to the
right?
Jets,
Because they
but he
traded him
but he
where
would
he
but
wanted
he
to
wouldn't have
go,
took that. But when he came back, they could have done that because now your
but
contracts
they're
now your
not.
contract's already done. Like when you're traded to another team, like he's
No,
gonna have to rework that contract. That no trade clause, in my
no, you're
opinion,
not.
doesn't work. So if he came back in
He
the
doesn't
Raiders,
have a no
if
trade clause.
if the he did before he left, he had to accept that trade clause. He had to say that he wanted to go to the Ravens to be traded. He had a no trade clause in his contract. He had to accept that trade. And the Raiders didn't have to accept him back. They could have easily said, okay, that trade didn't work, but we're going to take the Dallas deal for a little bit less, or we're going to take, whoever else offered money. They didn't have to take him back. They took him back because supposedly, like they said, they didn't want to get rid of him. They got rid of him because he asked out. He asked to be out.
Yeah, he didn't have no trade clause in before he went to the Ravens. See, this is the thing, man. That's why I keep telling y'all it was something, it was mutual. And I'm not saying 50%, 50% mutual. It was probably 60-40 somewhere in there. Max went in there and was like, look, this is how I feel. And and Spytech was like, all right, well, let's see what we can get for you. And then they made an agreement. He don't have a no trade clause. They sent him where he wanted to go because they had an agreement. Because some players have that cachet without having a no trade clause in there. And it's rare, but Max Crosby is one of those players. Just like if another team came in right now and wanted to take him, Vitek is at liberty to trade him if he wants to. But what I'm thinking is, and I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to run it by Max Crosby first. And if he's with it, then they'll run with it. And if he ain't, they're not. unless they giving him unless they giving Spytek 3 first rounds, and then he gonna be like, I hope you understand, bro. Because Max has that kind of pull, because he's earned that. That's why I don't understand why we don't see that as a nation.
He does earn that. I didn't say he didn't earn that. I was gonna say he didn't earn that, but he asked to be out. The Raiders didn't want to trade him. Mark Davis's words out of his mouth. Max Crosby came up to him and said he doesn't feel like he's in the opportunity to win a championship, and that's his number one goal.
Was that a lie?
He wants to win a championship, and he wants to, wants to be the greatest of all time. And he don't think he can do that yet. He wanted to move on, and he got the opportunity to move on, but that team didn't want him. And now, he's back. Now he's back, and he's acting like nothing ever happened. Like, yes, let's forget that I wanted to be out, because now we went and spent all this money, and now we have all these pieces around me, and now we have a good coach, and now this team looks like it's going to win. So, now I'm happy.
They should have been done that.
That's two-faced shit to me, bro. That's just two-faced to me. That's two-faced.
No, the Raiders should have been done that instead of trying to get McDaniels. Like, that was dumb. You don't think that was dumb?
Yeah, and hiring a Patriot that walked out on the Colts job without calling him, and the performance he had in the Broncos, that was very dumb.
Yeah. Raider Fontaine, what's good? Raider Fountain. What's that? Fontaine. Rocco Flame, huh?
Shout out. Happy Father's Day to everybody.
Happy Father's Day for sure, sure.
If you're a father playing mother and father, double salute to you, because
he said Flocka Flame.
Yeah.
I heard that. Well, I appreciate you guys.
Hell yeah.
You guys keep me on my toes.
Raider Twan fell asleep.
I sure didn't. I'm back in the feeling, dog.
He like I'm over here watching the spar session going on right here.
Yeah, I'm over here letting y'all cook. I ordered me some McDonald's, ate that. I was like, look, y'all go ahead and do that. I love each and everybody in the Raider Nation, but I do not love cold food. So I was
and you should have held don't want to eat cold McDonald's fries. Damn.
Right.
You don't eat cold McDonald's nothing.
Anything fast food, you never want to eat that thing cold. It never tastes right, nor does it come back to life if you try to warm it up.
Put it in the air fryer.
Except for the strawberry shakes, you can eat those cold.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can refreeze that and turn that into a ice cream. You know what I'm saying?
Damn. Yeah. Y'all kept me on way too late. It's definitely past my bedtime. Shit.
Yeah. Hey, but you had that interview with your boy today. That was a pretty good interview right there.
Oh, all aboard.
Yeah, because he's starting to make waves in the Raider sphere.
Yeah, he's been blowing up over the last 2 years for sure. He's doing his thing over there.
But he interesting too. But it's cool because we're gonna see, because it's gonna play out, and then y'all gonna hate it. Y'all gonna hate it if I'm right on. I'm telling y'all, because I'm gonna come right on here and be like, I tried to tell y'all that it wasn't no damn quarterback controversy or no competition. But all y'all worked y'all nerves up to sit there and think Mendoza would have had a chance, and ALC. I'm like, come on, they already got their plan in order, man. They just telling us this.
Just keep that same energy if you're wrong, my brother. That's all I ask.
I promise you I will. We could do a whole live, and you can talk bad about my take the whole live.
Yeah, I ain't like that. I ain't gonna come up here and be like, you was wrong. And I said the hell ain't gonna be coming up here and be like, you can do that. I told y'all for the last 5 years AOC was the shit, because they already know how I feel about AOC.
Yeah, you should.
And I shouldn't have to tell anybody that I told them, because they already know.
I'm gonna do it for y'all. I'm the same list that I'm writing down of y'all that's talking crazy. I'm gonna be like, you know what? I'm following people an apology. I'm gonna start with Raider Rebel first.
That's cool, and I wish somebody would have did that when I told them Jimmy G was gonna be a bust and Aiden O'Connell was gonna be better. I wish they would have did that when I told them Gardner Minshew wasn't gonna be the shit and we was gonna suck with them. I wish they would have did that when I said Geno Smith was gonna be trash if they had a if he started out bad and
Bro,
Pete Carroll couldn't pull him, it was going to be a bad system. I wish they would have did
he-
that when 2 years before Devontae Adams was traded. That when he missed 14 days in practice because he had a baby, and I said Devontae Adams is out, and Raider Nation said, "Oh, you're a hater. You're not a Raider fan. Devontae Adams is not going anywhere. He just traded a first and a second round." And I said, "All right, that's fine." But what happened? The following
look
year,
how
Devontae Adams was
dysfunctional.
gone.
Look
So
how
I wish
dysfunctional
somebody
everything
would clip
was.
all my clips that come up. I wish when the Dylan Labe drafted to the Raiders. I wish
He
they would
should
have
have
pulled
left.
that up. Ashton Genty,
Devontae
sixth
should have left. When
overall.
they got rid
Charles
of
Grant in
Derek
the
Carr,
third
you
round.
knew
I
he was
had
going
that
to
too.
leave.
I hope somebody does. Someone will clip all these tapes of all the rightness instead of all the wrongs, because you
You
said
should do
AOC
it.
is great and he hasn't been great yet. And so
He
far,
ain't. That one ain't never coming true.
between that and saying the Raiders could possibly go 12-5 last year, which I did in boots and shorts before anybody made a prediction. I was like, I think we could win 12 games if 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 the offensive line holds up and Pete Carroll realizes that if Geno struggles, you have to pull him and go with another quarterback. They didn't do none of that. We seen how it
How
happened.
are you going to pull him to go with another quarterback?
I also said that Brendan Carroll was not qualified to be the offensive line coach
And
coming
neither was Chip Kelly.
out of Washington State, and looking at his numbers. You don't bring family in the building. You sure the hell don't bring two families to be
You're
a
naming
passing game
everybody but the
coordinator
main
and a
culprit.
OC. So, I mean, yeah. So,
You're naming everybody but the culprit, but you forgot AOC did play last year, right? Didn't he play last year?
he played one game. He won
Yeah,
against the
but
depleted
he
the
so
Chiefs.
why did he only play one game? Because he got hurt.
No. Why didn't Kenny Pickett play a game?
He got hurt and
Then why
he
didn't
got
Kenny
hurt.
Pickett play? Why didn't Kenny Pickett play but one game when Geno was struggling?
No, he got because
Wait,
Gino
no.
got hurt.
Why
Because he got
didn't
hurt.
why didn't Kenny Pickett play when Geno was struggling? When they had to go
Because Kenny
trade for
Pickett is
when they
not.
traded a
I'm
when
about
you
to tell
trade
you why.
when you
Because
traded a
Kenny
fifth
Pickett
round
is
pick.
not better than Geno Smith either.
Because Pickett got picked off on the first play. He went out.
Yeah, he came out there first play and threw
So
an
did
interception. Like,
Geno Smith got picked off at
oh
the
my
very
God.
first play at home.
So
The
what?
very
He's
first
still
home
a
game,
better
Geno Smith got
quarterback.
picked off.
He's still
But
better
Geno
than
Smith,
him, though.
but Geno Smith can throw three interceptions in one game with no touchdowns, three
Bro,
interceptions in another game with no touchdowns.
AOC has never
And
thrown
we
for
can have
4,000
no
yards in
offense.
a
We can put up
season.
no, but you don't get benched. I'll tell you why
No,
AOC
you
didn't play a
don't.
game last year. I will also
No,
tell you
you
why
don't. You
I will
don't bench
also
a
tell you what
starter, bro,
I will also
for
tell
a
you why
backup that don't know that can't finish a season, bro.
I,
You can't take out your starter just because you want to put in AOC
when he
and
sucks
then
ass, you
AOC,
can. When your offense
bro.
ain't gelling, when
AOC,
you have no
AOC
run game,
playing,
when
man,
he's been sacked 62 times in a damn season,
that's
and he
not
threw
a
18
that's not
touchdowns and
his fault.
17 interceptions, yes, you
So,
can. They did it with Jimmy
y'all
G.
don't know, bro.
Oh bullshit! I
This
don't
is why
know.
y'all don't.
I
This is
don't
why
know my
y'all don't.
ass,
This
bro.
is
They
why
did it with
y'all
Jimmy
don't
G.
see. This is
Jimmy
why
G
y'all
had
don't see
8
what actually
interceptions,
happened.
9 interceptions, or 9 interceptions to 7 touchdowns. They pulled his ass. Geno Smith had the
Who?
same thing. Why didn't they pull him? I'll
Who?
tell you why they didn't pull him. Because Pete Carroll brought Geno Smith here. Because Pete
Bro,
Carroll signed off on Geno Smith was gonna be that guy. Because Pete
he's
Carroll
better than
sold it to
bro.
Geno. Pete Carroll
Don't Geno
cannot
Smith got a starting job right
Pete
now,
Carroll could not and will not, with the
bro?
infatuation that he has in the buddy shit that he has with
Do
Geno
me a
Smith,
favor.
will not pull Geno Smith, and he sure the hell ain't gonna ruin his reputation in his career, which he already did being a coach for the Raiders, to
No,
put in
he
a guy
didn't,
like Aiden O'Connell and look bad if he goes out there and wins some games like he did when they
bro.
put him in for Gardner Minshew,
Ain't
like he
nobody
did when
checking
they
for
put him in
Aiden
for Jimmy
O'Connell,
G.
bro.
That's why.
Name, name, name,
That's why.
name, 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 name
Why didn't
two teams.
why was Aiden
Name two
O'Connell for
teams that
3
he can
weeks?
start for. Name two teams that Aiden O'Connell can start
I
for
don't
this
know. I don't know. Probably Minnesota. I bet he can start in Minnesota right now.
year. Yeah, he not. He
I
can't
bet. I
start over
guarantee
Kyler
you he beats
Murray.
out JJ McCarthy and Kyler Murray. I
Oh
guarantee
hell
you.
no.
I'd put money on that
Oh
in a
hell
minute. If there
no.
was any way, bro, I'd bet the house on that shit. He
You'll
starts
be
either one of
holding.
those. I bet he could walk into Cleveland right now and beat out Shador Sanders
All
And
right, it's time to go
I
to bed.
guarantee you, he walk into Cleveland and
It's
beat
time
out
to go to
Shador and
bed.
Deshaun Watson, who's out there partying on his boat that doesn't
It's time to
care
go to bed.
about the season.
You think AOC is better than
If they
Shador?
gave him an opportunity to start,
I don't
I
care if
guarantee
they
you he'll
gave
start
them.
for
I'm
those
talking about
teams.
they gave him all the
What other team
opportunity.
needs a quarterback? What other team needs a
You
quarterback right
you
now?
you
The
think you
Jets.
think he's better
I
than
guarantee you
Shador?
he could go to the Jets and beat out whoever they drafted, Garrett Nussmeier and Geno Smith. I bet he could beat
No,
out
he
both of
can't,
those.
bro. No,
He
he
could have
can't.
beat
He
out
can't
Geno
beat
last
up.
year if they would have gave him a chance.
He ain't gonna never get a chance for the rest of his career. Then, if that's the case,
If he don't get a chance, then he don't get a chance. He's a backup
because
to
he's
the
not
to
good
the date.
enough.
But if he does this
He
year,
gonna be the
y'all
only
better be
quarterback in
prepared.
history that
Y'all
didn't get
better
his
be
chance.
prepared. That's all I'm saying. Y'all better be prepared if he gets his shot.
Be prepared for what?
To be wrong.
Be prepared for what?
To be wrong.
What, that he gonna get the start and then don't finish the season?
If he's the backup, you never know.
No, I'm saying
I'll
start.
put money on it. He starts one game this year,
Yeah, because somebody got hurt.
or played bad, or
No,
goes to a tent and
no,
he comes in and
only
plays
if they
well,
get
and they're
hurt.
like, oh damn, let's start him the next week just in case.
Only if they get hurt.
You
Only if
never
a player
know.
get hurt.
You never know. There's a chance that he comes out and did what he did his rookie year playing against San Francisco 49ers and the Rams in preseason and just tear it up through the whole game, first, second, and third string. Like, there's a chance that he can come
You
out
do know they
and
got tape on him now,
come out and
right?
throw
You
9
do know
touchdowns
that,
to
right?
1 interception in 4 or 5 games like he did his rookie year. There's a lot of chances. There's a chance he
Bro,
can never play in the
now
NFL
we
again.
remind me of rookie snap.
There's a chance he
You
might
know
not
they
make
got
it out of
tape on him now,
preseason
though, right?
because he's injury prone, like everybody says.
Ain't no
Everything's
like
a chance.
everybody said. You can't
Everything's a
admit that he's
chance.
injury prone.
But while y'all sit here and root for all these outsiders to come in and run this team, I'm gonna root for the dude that was
Outsiders, because
drafted.
they're better.
You
They're
think so?
better.
You think so?
No, their resume is proving it.
Nah, not if you look at their rookie years. Not if you look at the
Bro, what
numbers
are you talking about?
first
Gardner Minshew,
first 17
Gardner
games
Minshew, and who do you think had the first
comparative first
17
17
games? Wait a
games.
minute, the first 17 games. Who do you think had the better first 17 games? Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell?
Aiden O'Connell.
Look it up. I promise you, it ain't even close.
I know Gardner Minshew had one killer year his rookie year, but that was all. That's why
Oh, here we
that was
go.
it.
And
That
he
was it.
also
1
played
year,
all the games too.
but it wasn't
So,
better. What are the stats? Let me
and
look
he
it
was,
up.
and
Are you gonna tell me?
they both started off 7-10 their first 17 games.
I
The
don't care about
difference
the
between the
numbers.
two is
Depends on
the
what.
difference.
Yeah, but on a good team, on a bad team, on a team with a top
Bro, he was
15
with
offensive
Jacksonville,
line, or a
bro.
team with a
Jacksonville was not
31st
good,
offensive
bro.
line, a team with that matters. But what are the stats?
They both went 7 and
Gardner
10.
Minshew stats his rookie
Gardner
season.
Minshew was like 3-1 for touchdown to interception. Like his stats were just all his QBR, his
Oh yeah,
quarterback rating was
shit. That's
higher.
not even close. That's what got Gardner Minshew on the map. Like I said, he had that amazing rookie year in Jacksonville.
Well, yeah, I agree. But
His numbers are
the
great,
thing is,
but the record wasn't. It's kind of
he's also went other places and started the whole year.
yeah.
So he's a starter. He's
Where
a starter.
the Colts?
See, the difference is
The
AOC
Colts?
can start. AOC can start, but he's not a starter. He can start, but he can't.
But
He's
he
not a
started.
starter.
But he started. You
No,
just
he can
said Gardner
start a
Minshew
game.
started. If you're a
He can
starter,
start a
that
game,
means
but
he's
he
been
can't start.
started though.
He can't start the season for a team.
We'll see.
No, we won't see because he's not
Okay,
going
well
to do
maybe
it.
we won't see, and maybe you'll be right. And if you are, then I'll come on and be like, Black the quarterback is the shit, bro. He knows what he's talking about.
No, it don't take a rocket science to see this, though. That's what I'm saying. Don't
But
give
that's
me
your
credit for something
opinion,
that
though. That's
everybody
just an
should have seen.
assumption. It's just an assumption.
It's
You're
not an
sitting here
assumption.
you're assuming that I don't know
I'm not
football
assuming.
because I think Aiden
Assumption is me
O'Connell can play in the
guessing. I'm not
NFL.
guessing.
You are. You're assuming that I don't know
I'm not
football.
guessing.
That's what you're saying. I don't know football
Come on, bro.
because I believe Aiden O'Connell could start in the NFL.
Come on,
But
bro.
from his
If I
body of
see a
work that
dude,
I've seen, from the body of work that I've seen, from the shit that he's been through with 7 different offensive coordinators, with different coaches, like the kid went out and killed it as a rookie with Bo Hardegree that had never called an offensive play in his life. He had been a quarterback coach. shift to intern, and you have a kid that's a rookie year drafted in the 4th round and go out and play like he does, but he's no good. you can't convince me otherwise.
He's been getting worse ever since, though.
No, he hasn't.
Ever since then, he's been getting worse.
How has he got worse ever since? The next year,
Let me tell you
he
why.
threw 8 touchdowns,
Let me
4 interceptions.
let me tell you why.
The team got worse.
Let me tell you why. Because his rookie season, he played cool, right? The year after that, he got hurt a couple of times, and he didn't play that good. And then
That's
the
not
year
what
after
happened,
that,
though. You're making shit up.
and then
That's
the
not
year
what
after
happened.
that, he didn't
Gardner
play at all
Minshew
except
sucked
for the
ass,
last
and they put in
game,
Aiden
which
O'Connell
he
in the
didn't
Rams
even
game.
throw a
He
completion
came
after
out
the
killing
second
it in
quarter.
the first quarter, and then got hurt. And then he missed one. They put Gardner Minshew back in, and then as soon as Aiden was ready to go, they threw Aiden back in there. He played 8 games that year, 7 games. It was
and then the
threw 8
following year
touchdowns,
after
4
that, he played
interceptions.
1 game. He's getting so his rookie year was his best year. The year after that was his second best year, and the year after that was his worst year. So
Okay,
he's
so
getting
like you
worse.
said for Max, that's Aiden's fault.
Well, it's his fault that he's getting worse. Yeah, it's his
It's
fault.
his fault that he's
worse.
not on the field.
Yeah,
it's his fault. It's his
not
fault
on
that
the
they
field.
change head coaches every year. That brings in a new quarterback with them.
Bro, everybody that happens to everybody. Max
Did Pete
Crosby
Carroll not bring in Geno Smith? Did Clint Kubiak not bring in Kirk Cousins?
Because they're better than him.
Did
I don't know why y'all have a hard time
did
admitting
AP
that.
and Tom Telesco not bring in Gardner Minshew? That's what
Because
happens
he's
every
better
year.
than him.
So that's his fault. It's his fault that he didn't get.
It's his fault because if he was better than them, they wouldn't have done that.
But it's his fault that they played quarterbacks that were making more money because they brought him in and that was
They
their
were
guy.
better than them.
Because
He was already on the roster when they brought him in.
Their stats weren't. Their win-loss record wasn't.
Bro, they're starters, bro. They're proven starters.
Oh my God, you're stuck on this starter.
They're both proven starters.
So everybody that's a starter
has never been a starter,
life,
bro.
because you've been a starter before, you're going to be great, and because you never started before, you can never come up and be good.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to take a person I know can play.
All right, man. It's like 3:30 where I'm at, and this conversation goes nowhere. It's sometimes like talking to a brick wall.
It's never going to change. It's never going to change. I'm not going to pick somebody I know that can't start a full season over a person I know.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You've
seen them do it already.
You're guessing. You're thinking
I'm not guessing. How am I guessing
your
when I've already seen
evaluation
them
that
do
Aiden
it?
O'Connell could never play, and that's fine. I accept that. But my
hasn't done it?
evaluation, I believe he can.
Yeah, you believe he can. That's an assumption.
Do you accept that?
But you've never seen him do it.
I have. You've never seen him not do it. That's the thing.
I've never seen him come in and start and play 3/4 of a season. But I've seen Gardner Minshew do that. I've seen Geno Smith do it multiple times.
Gardner Minshew did it one time. Geno Smith did it
for
3 years.
Bro.
For 3 years on a Super Bowl team that he acquired.
And that was 3 times.
Geno Smith acquired a Super Bowl team. Yeah, Super Bowl defense. They came off a Super Bowl and they traded Russell Wilson and handed Geno the job. Geno had a Super Bowl offense and defense for the first 2 years he was there. Come on, man, stop with that.
If you put Aiden O'Connell on that
career,
team,
and he's going to suck in the Jets. I promise you, Geno sucks at the Jets this year. You're going to see the same thing.
Let's have a friendly wager. What's suck as a Jet? What do you mean? What do you mean by he's going to suck? What does that look like?
The same it looked like in Vegas. 18 touchdowns, 17 interceptions, what, 3,000 yards or whatever he had, 2,800. I don't even know what it was, but it wasn't good.
So his season gonna look similar to what the Raiders season is. Let's bet lunch that don't happen like that. Let's bet on lunch.
Don't you already owe me dinner for? No, I'm just kidding. What did we bet on last time?
What did we bet? I don't think we bet.
Yeah, we bet last time when you was on my show. We bet something. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. I forgot.
Oh yeah, we did bet something.
Yeah,
we did bet something on the show. We do got something,
but I don't remember.
Yeah, for sure. But thank you guys. Hey, night, you guys. Hey, good night. I appreciate you guys. Oh wow, he talking about AOC mustache, but I like AOC though. But he just ain't gonna start.
Yeah.
No, he said the Colts. He said he might could start for the Colts.
Yeah,
I don't know who their quarterback is.
That's another team he can start for, the Colts.
They got Daniel Jones.
He ain't starting.
Yeah, but Daniel Jones coming off an Achilles, ain't he? That Achilles takes 2 years, I guarantee. But they do have They do have my guy Riley Leonard over there, who I was very high on in the draft, and if he gets a chance to play, could be lights out for Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Riley Leonard's a dog, man. That kid's a wow.
Yeah, I like him.
I like Riley Leonard.
Brothers, there's much love. It is much love.
Raider Twan, Black the quarterback. I appreciate y'all letting me come on. Talk
Raider
shit.
Rebel.
Get y'all
One
gassed
love.
up.
One nation. Don't ever forget that. It is
Nation
one
chat.
nation. It is no flock nation. It's only Raider Nation.
I love y'all no matter what you say about me. Peace.
No, I'm gonna say all positive things. That's all right.
No, I said to the chat. I said I love all y'all no matter what you say about me.
All right, brothers. One love. I love y'all.
Peace.
All right, man. Blessings, man.
Peace.
I'm a raider from the Bay to LA to Las Vegas. Recipes to Al Davis.